anybody's watching or can see this now, thank you to our great panelists that we had yesterday to help council get context. I thought it was very meaningful as it relates to some of the things that, one, I heard you all. Yeah. Let me get into my voice now. So I thought it was very meaningful, especially, related in relation to what I listened to you all talk about, what you heard on the campaign trail, but then over the last, 2-3 months, our time together and the things that you all are really intent to do work in. So today what we're going to do is start some of the work or capitalize and continue the work that you all started together on yesterday. Hopefully today, as we close out the final day of our retreat together, we can identify and agree upon what a framework looks like for the city of Greensboro for the next 10 years. And this will be something that I am prepared to utilize for the internal staff. So again, I'll say this, oftentimes we'll have bodies of work that don't marry. The importance of making this work is that the two bodies of work, meaning what council is intent to do, which is on that policy level, and then what staff do on the work level, marries each other. And so, I'll say this, I said it yesterday, I've invited some folks from our internal team that are monitoring today to make sure that the organization shifts and transitions to a new focus as council does. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant, D'Alba Wilson. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's everybody this morning? Good. I hope you guys went home as energized as we were yesterday. Really appreciate such rich and robust conversations and invigorating in terms of some of the thoughts and feedback and engagement from you all. So thank you so much for showing up yesterday and doing what you do. We appreciate that. Want to do a couple things. First of all, I do have to thank the staff before I end the day today. Takia, thank you. We've been... you show up and have these documents and, things kind of go well, but certainly months. We've been talking about this for months in terms of getting to this point, even down to the way the room is set up and what happens in the room, small things, but they all end up mattering. So we appreciate you working with the team on that. And then secondly, certainly the ACM team. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do, for leaning in and partnering with us, and all the other staff here who've been really helpful in helping us get to this place today and making sure that we have 2 effective and productive days. And of course, my 2 ride or dies in the back, my guys who have been just remarkable, lead consultant David Howard and our everything Kevin Moreau. Thank you for this day. So I wanted to lead with that. Sometimes I forget to do that at the end of the day, so I wanted to lead with that this morning. Want to do a couple things this morning. We're going to get back into the disc, and then we're going to get back into framework and actual work and get your hands dirty, and lots of group work today. Lots of time with you guys really thinking about how to carry this framework forward and what it means in terms of actions for you all, and we're going to put some projects in front of you for consideration, for tearing apart, blowing up. Again, as we always do, baselines to start your conversation, but ultimately it ends with you and it belongs to you. So just some things that you can shape and make your own. But before we do that, let's go around the table and just do a one-word check-in on where you are in this moment coming into the room on the heels of all the activity from yesterday. Who wants to start?
One word?
One word, yes.
Hopeful.
Hopeful, good word. Optimistic. Good word, optimistic and hopeful.
Proud.
Proud? I love that. Thank you. You should be proud.
Invigorated.
Invigorated.
Ready.
Ready? Good one. Who else? Curious. Good word. Tammy? Mayor?
sleep deprived. I got up at 3 o'clock this morning thinking about what all this means and how to piece it together and being my S person and all that, and haven't been asleep since.
Yeah. I get that.
Mine was in depth.
In depth?
In depth.
Oh, good work. Did we get everybody? Awesome. So what I'd like to do is ask you guys to get in a couple of groups just to unpack a little bit more. Sorry, lots of group work today. Sorry. We teed it up. It's yours. So you got to do some work today around some of these things and where we are. And so what I'd like for you to do is I'm going to pair you up, and I just want you to unpack the day together. I'm sure some of you talked to each other on the way home on yesterday, but just to make sure that we have an opportunity to baseline, because again, it's yours. You do the work we're facilitating. Just unpack the day on yesterday in terms of what are you bringing forward in the room today? What do you want to talk more about today? What resonated? What, as you thought about it more last night? What did you think on? And just share with your colleagues. So let's have Kristen and Adam, Hugh and Cece, Denise and April, and the mayor and Irvin, and who am I forgetting?
Me, Tammy.
Oh, Tammy. Yes, I'm going to put you with the Crystal, and Adam, Tammy. Yep. So just find a space or corner, just unpack. If you could just take 5 to 7 minutes to unpack the day on yesterday. We'll give you 10. But just talk before we get into the work. So I want to make sure that you're capturing your thoughts and what you're bringing into the room this morning. Thank you. And then, as we always do, please make sure you have a person identified to report out, please. Yeah. Who's this?
Andrea.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's good.
Did you give them a copy of that thing?
No, thank you. Yes, sure can. We'll take another 5 minutes. You got my timer, Takia. No, no, I do it. No. Don't worry. I didn't know if you said it already. I literally have to set timers on my phone, otherwise I'll forget. No. All good. I got it. I like them. We won't need them. walk around with the mic? Oh, for the machine. That'd be great. Thank you. Good morning again. Let's come back to center. We'll start with some of our report outs from the team. David's going to come around with the mic. Who wants to be first? Crystal's been voluntold over there.
Well, she's all about that.
Stand up so we can hear you. Please.
Okay, we talked about just kind of recapturing what we walked away with yesterday. How do we move from ideation to framework to action quickly? How do we want to capitalize on the momentum, leaning in on the community support that we have, and also proving some of our skeptics wrong. There's a need to identify some low-hanging fruit so that we can have some quick wins. And then we also want to have an intentional partnership with DGI in leading the way toward development downtown.
I'm going to just go around the room. Oh, yeah.
Give her a hand. Good morning, everybody. Cece and I were really, it's kind of amazing, on the same page from the very beginning. We talked about the lack of the need for some branding, and also with so many assets, what are we going to do with those assets? In all sincerity and transparency, we talked about and not pointing a finger at anyone, but the disjointedness, the lack of connectivity amongst our different segments is not helping us, but it is an opportunity for us. And talking about coming away with, if we address the issues and how we address them and when we address them is going to be critically important. And that same word came up that I just heard. The momentum. We have the opportunity for some tremendous momentum, and we're looking forward to capitalizing on that momentum.
Can I push a little bit? Tell me the segments you're talking about. Segments of the community, government, what segments?
Correct.
All of the above.
All of the above.
All the above. It's a sense that we have all the tools in our tool belt, but we haven't necessarily pulled those tools out to leverage them, and it's time to leverage those tools, whether it's the community piece, the business piece, the university piece. All those pieces are there. We talked about them incessantly yesterday, how valuable they are. And our visitors came in and shared that they wish they had X, Y, and Z. We've lost some entities. We've lost a school of law from our area, technically. Well, it's still here, but you know what I'm talking about. It's here and in other places. But going to that, what something else is that we need additional corporate leadership. When I was in Charlotte, when we were in Charlotte, we heard so much about the corporate leaders coming together and partnering with, and the corporate leaders driving the interest in the activities in partnership with the council and the community. And we could use a lot more of that here in Greensboro. And so it's another one of those fragmentations that we're going to have to connect and leverage.
And the one Greensboro, the idea that we balance the inequities so that all of the whole city can feel that it's all one, like it's all one Greensboro. I hate using that because it sounds like one Guilford, but that we address the inequities of two districts to bring them up to the level of the rest of Greensboro, so it's all one entity that's doing well together. So there's one identity and it's doing well together.
Let's give them a hand. All right, Mayor Irvin, who's talking over here?
Okay, so I'm going to be an adaptive CS, which I am, so I'm going to be very supportive of my newer colleague and allow him to tell what we talked about.
No. So we spoke, really were impacted by the intentionality of the order. When we started with the panels, it felt heavy, getting a lot of what was thrown at us. But as the day went on, we got to see kind of the strategy behind it of putting things together. And then the last panel kind of tying up like how to move forward. And so that was really helpful for me in my thinking, in starting off heavy, but kind of being re-energized by the end of the day. We talked about the DISC assessment and how helpful that was in identifying and seeing one another and our different styles, and how to navigate those things. And I think that was helpful for our team building. I think we came in with pretty good synergy, but I think understanding each other more is going to be really helpful moving forward. And then we also just spoke about what else did we talk about?
The day wrapping up and how, well, you said that all tied together and that everyone felt a little more understanding of each other's personalities and how they work and how they make decisions. I think that was very helpful.
All right, let's hear it for the man, Irvin. All right, Ms. Roth and Ms. Parker, who's going?
Good morning, and I think we're hearing similar themes, which is always a good thing. We had a lot of praise for yesterday and the way that you all structured the day. We felt heard in terms of what we wanted to accomplish, so thank you very much for bringing that together and sort of setting us on a really strong path. We agreed that we were ready to get going because there is we understand that we needed to start at, the 50,000 foot level of where are we and where we're wanting to head. And so we are looking forward to that next stage of, so how do we put the pieces together? How do we understand what the pieces are and then put them together, and to give that space in particular to having dialogue around some of the things we're passionate about. And I'll give voice to what you said, CC, and having the discussions around how do we address inequities and bringing forward strategies, resources, et cetera, for underserved communities that we haven't been able to delve into yet because we're new and it's only 90 days in. So we are really looking forward to those next steps, but also know that and are confident that they're coming. We also talked in particular about downtown. I think all of us found the panel last night really impactful, and the role that this council will play with GSO 35, thinking about how do we plug into that? What does that look like? And we know there's some steps that the manager is planning to take to bring that forward. So we are feeling really good about the start of things and what the next steps look like. Thank you.
Let's hear it for the two of them.
Any reactions to anything shared?
No, thank you for the compliments. We left yesterday feeling invigorated as well. Again, watching you all come together was fun from back here. I don't know if you felt it, but we saw it. And I think the disc was a good move, but we could tell from our interactions with you guys in Charlotte and when we talked to you guys individually that your heart's in the right place. And if you can start with, not a lot of agendas from the beginning, you get to hear each other, and we could tell that when we were meeting with you guys. You guys have a lot more in common than you know, and all we tried to do was pull out what we heard you say. So the order of the day, it sounds like what we did is we heard them.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, we feel good about that part.
We've been listening all along. So happy that you saw a lot of what you talked about and what you shared with us reflected in the day yesterday. Also, in unpacking the day for ourselves, really appreciated just the strategic thinking that came from the room, and that you guys were able to stay at a 50,000 foot level. And we asked you not to get in projects yesterday. I know it's hard to do because you have so many great ideas. We'll get there by the end of the day for sure. But you did stay at high level with your thinking and very visionary, as you heard a lot coming through the day. So we really appreciated that as well, because I know it could have been challenging with all of the great ideas that you have coming forward. So thank you. Thank you for unpacking. This morning, we're going to quickly get back into your disc. We're going to just spend a little bit of time on team building because, again, the importance of just the relationship, the connection, the ability to collaborate, and the ability to understand each other is going to serve you very well as you continue to get into more complex decisions, problem solving, and also decision making. And so what I'm going to ask you to do really quickly is to go back to your posters on the wall. So go back to your DIS&C poster. You may remember yesterday we left it off on the feedback piece. We'll spend a time there a little bit, and then we'll go into the report, your team report just a little bit, and then we'll start with framework if we have time. If we don't, we'll go into our panel discussion. Our last panel is for today as well. Oh, yes. Can we have lights on in the back as well? Thank you. Table for the team, thank you. Just individually. Because what we're going to do this morning is go back and actually start with a level of understanding. It's okay. We'll start in. Good morning.
Good morning. Microphone with her. Okay. Hey, hey.
So we're basically well, no, it's the whole point of it is that we need to understand why. Really? No, I'm just saying. How it's landing only because you have fun in front of people in the other groups as well. So the point is that, right, so what is this mean for them? Like, sure, we like fun in front of people. How do you feel about that?
I think, we're all here brainstorming. We're trying to figure out what to do. You said something, I wrote it. So we think that. No, I like that. I like to enjoy myself, have fun. Absolutely.
So hold it. Let me start here. I'm gonna go back to where I went yesterday. All of this is good. There's nothing wrong with this on an individual level, and there's nothing wrong with this on a team level, because every team needs all of this. Does that make sense? What's wrong is that people don't understand they need all of this, and that's what the exercise is about. So first we're going to seek first to understand and then to understand. And it's going to be the same thing for each of the other groups, right? So they're thorough. Well, C might be a little bit too thorough for people. Sometimes people need to go with it sometimes. You need to know every answer all the time. You need all the details. You guys don't need a lot of details to move forward. You want to get there. You want to know that people get there. But it's not always your starting place. But you need C's to start there, so it's good. So you need the balance in all things. And so this is what a point of the exercise is. Not that you change who you are. And I'm curious. It's all depending on who's on the team. Because the majority of the team are C's. Have you read the report? So 50, that's the difference. That's all. If your team, you have more eyes, you wouldn't have this. But you don't. Right. And this is your culture today. And as you're working together today, this is the stuff you need to understand.
What are we trying to resolve today? Or trying to
Understand. Because everything begins and ends with you. So as you begin to engage as C, you need to understand more start with numbers instead of doing it in an effort to be effective. But the same thing, as they approach you, they need to be a little more lighthearted. As they come over here and talk about it, and start with the bigger picture as well. Because everything begins in your understanding. It is not about you.
No.
I'm just okay. I'm being playful. But I need you to hear me. This is not about changing who you are. It is about your approach to engaging and working with others. That's it. That's it. Not changing who you are. Yeah, let me give you instructions over here. I know, sorry. So just really quickly on instructions. You guys only got one.
I have a bunch, don't worry, I'll share with them.
This is not working. Wait, this is not working.
Because we're so good, we don't need any.
No. You are good. So the point is that this is disappointing, and I got to figure this one out. This is disappointing. But the point is that this is where the feedback is, and 50% of the team is C, right? And you're supposed to have balance in all things. Yeah. So we got a lot of feedback, and it's probably because the majority is C's. That's why we have majority C's. That's why. But the feedback, we're going to ask them about what the issues with consciousness here. Okay.
And mine's all about garbage.
Yeah. But you understand the point.
Yeah.
In that we need to look at it, but when we talk about where the rub is, so it's not about changing it, it's now in the context of the team. How does that work? So you can, as you're interacting with the individual. Thank you. I talked to you last night too, so we're good. We still need some of those names.
Yeah, actually, we'll chat with you. There's a couple questions I just.
Okay, I'll get it in a minute. Okay, so these are the items where people actually having some issues, like they don't like it, some of them. Now, the majority of this is probably coming from that group over there because they're C's. And you're often opposites of the number ones. So the point is not that you're going to be changing any of this, is all who you are. But this is all about understanding your approach and your style to work. And so the point of getting feedback,
That's crazy.
yeah, why don't you want people to be steadfast, right? And so, but this is the opportunity to ask questions about, well, what is wrong with being steadfast? Don't you want people to be assured and steadfast and move forward? But you seek that understanding in this moment so that as you move forward, as you're approaching some of the colleagues who don't share some of these things, that as I move forward, everything begins and ends with us. So we'll take responsibility for interaction. So if you're and I don't tell people who I am, but I'm a D. Okay. So I can write
get
this.
that.
I can
Yeah.
write this. So I'm not a good person. Some people are surprised by the work that I do, but I hire people for this because I'm a strategist. I'm a big picture. You need a strategy. You need to get A to Z. I can get you there. And I'm on a mixture all the time. So I get this. But these are very detail-oriented people. So what played out with me and I appreciate what you said because it's very respectful, but everybody doesn't need the detail. Because you were kind. Do you remember the interview yesterday? But that was classic season interaction. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because she needed more details here to show you the path forward, right? But you were focused on the bigger picture and the getting this really detailed.
We can work our way back to that, but
And that's what you said. But you started at the big picture to work your way. She starts at the big detail and work her way forward.
And I think sometimes in our dominant position, we also think wanting to know details is stalling.
Very much. Well, you have to.
well, that's because that's been the tactic that people who didn't want what we were trying to do would use is, oh, I need more information.
But it's also different. It's also different. I see the big picture way before the number. They can't even see the big picture until they see the step. But you guys, you have to slow down and not think because we're already there. We're already talking about it. And the other thing about these, when we get it, we know it's moving. We go on to the next thing.
Yeah.
They can't move on. They're an analysis paralysis. And I'm very surprised. They literally cannot move on until they see the path and the next step. Quality control. So if That's right. And they didn't like this. And that's right. And that's exactly what it is. And so while it could come across as a person, it's not the person, it's the style. It's just how they work. Does that make sense? Yeah. But it could come across like, oh, you don't want to move forward. Oh, you're trying to punch holes in everything.
No, but you know, her saying she wanted to start in the middle, I was like, you're gonna lose people. People are gonna be confused. They don't know where we're going. 100%. So if we at least show them where this is the beautiful future that we're trying to get to, and then let's back up and see
But
how
I
we
want you
get
to
there.
understand that is not her story.
Yeah.
And so that is asinine to them. And they would be like, that makes no sense at all. And that's the beauty of understanding this about each other.
That sounds like you
So
had
you
a whole
so when you approach them, you know where they're coming from.
we did have a whole city council stage.
Oh, it is. First of all, it's going to shape the culture of your interaction, but it's also going to shape the culture of your interactions with staff. It's going to be very different because you can't give everybody fear all the time because you're policy making, and it's also going to potentially want them to listen. Well, that's yeah. They are free. They bring them back. Yeah. And you get to question that you're not supposed to. All right, got it? Okay. I think we've talked to everybody. Good. So this is the time. May I have your attention, please? Am I on? I can't tell. Okay, good. Thank you. This is a time where we actually start with some of the feedback and understand this. I really love how this is played out. And we're going to talk about your team disc in just a second. But if you think about where the concentration is in terms of this, 56% of the board of the council are C's. 56 of the council are C's. And so when you think about the culture of the council, when you think about your interactions and some of the feedback and discussions and conversation, negotiations, collaboration, most of that is going to feel like from a C perspective. So you're going to need to start with a lot of details. You're going to need to have all of it laid out initially, whereas we have, I think it's a D, 44 would be DI, if I'm thinking perspective. We should also note that Councilman Thurm also has a good bit of C. She's almost equal there as well. So if you move her over there, then also we have a greater concentration of C. Yeah, she's literally in the middle. You should stand in the corner right there. Yes. And so, again, thinking about understanding how to build teamwork and collaboration, it really begins with understanding the individual. And this disc and what you see around this room is a concentration of showing you visibly what the culture is of the council in this moment. Okay? This conversation is very important. This next exercise is very important because we're going to give each other feedback. And I have to say this, and believe me when I say this, there is no right or wrong disc. There is no right or wrong disc. The whole purpose of this is to understand if we were to have the most perfect balanced council, then you would be equally separated in each of the styles, but we don't have that, so we've got some work to do. I'm going to go back to something else I said yesterday too, which is everything begins and ends with you. So if you want something to be different, if you want your interactions to be different, you then have to be different because you can't control other people. I say this all the time. You can't control a newborn baby. Certainly you can't control your council member. You can't influence. The best way to influence is to have a level of self-awareness about who you're talking to and social awareness about intentionally planning your conversation, thinking about your conversation with them, and the best way to have a productive and effective conversation with them. That's what the DISC can do for you, because it does allow you to understand where each of your starting places is in terms of how you think about the same subject and topic. We have said over and over again, and it's been demonstrated through your conversations and your check-ins this morning, you all want the same things. Where the pain points are going to be is at the intersection of how you get there. And some of you are opposites. Some of you approach things very differently. You've probably seen that. It's so beautiful that you're doing in this moment too, that you're 90 days old as a council. Most of the council is flipped. And so you've got new energy, new blood. You've got a new framework coming before you. You've got a renewed commitment. You've talked about momentum and all of those things. And we can't lose that over misunderstandings about how you do it together. And that's the importance of this understanding. So as we go through some of the different styles, when you look at your papers on the wall, you can see by the number of stickies, visibly see those areas where we need to really understand more about that. Because what I asked you to do yesterday was to put a sticky on the adjective or the action or the style, the part of their style that does not work for you. So if we look over here at eyes, someone said that engaging doesn't work for them. How can being engaging not work for people, right? How can any of these things not work for people? I can tell you why, because you're talking to a person who doesn't do that. That's not their starting point. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. If you look at everything on these pages, we need all of this to be represented on the board. No question. So we need to understand just the part of why fun and funny got a lot of drama and energy over here. Like, who doesn't want fun and funny people? But we need to unpack that a little bit and see why is that resonating so negatively with people. It's because the way your starting point, right? You can also see there's only one sticker on the C. How is that? Maybe because 56 people are, we're going to put you over there because you probably thought everything on that page was okay because you're also a high C, right? So you've got 4 people here who are not. But they also have C's represented. What I didn't see, and I shared, if you look back at your pages, some of you have 3 letters on your styles, right? That means you have that particular style. So you have capital letters and small letters. That means the small letters means you have that represented significantly enough to still be on the paper in terms of how your style is. It's just not dominant. And so exactly what it means. It's a positive thing, right? So if everybody could be around 50%, 60, 70% on all of them, it's likely the miscongeniality person or Mr. of the board, because it means a relatively balanced person who is going to get along with everybody. Does Tammy get along with everybody? Pretty much. Does everybody? Yeah. Then that's why. Yeah, huh? No, that's why. No, the data says it. That's why I can say it confident. I've been doing this for a long time. But so I can tell you by her style that she does get along pretty much with everybody because you understand and you can approach, and that's naturally who you are. And so I'll take you back to your natural and your adaptive style. When you look at your report, you can see some of you flipped also. So that could also mean if you flipped, that means that you also have a little bit of that. You just show up differently at work, but you could also resonate with other things. If you flip, you could still resonate with some things that are coming across, which is also a good thing too, right? Because it's not, you have some people who are so staunchly in one place, they can't, you have to think about it, this is who you are. Like, this is how you have navigated the world. This is your belief system. This is what you've been as a child. You were born this way. Right, the adaptive style is who you have come, who you've learned to become to navigate and be successful at work. Some of it has been trained through your professions for some of you. So think about an accountant who's also an I. They may not have had a strong representative of a C, but in order to do well at their job or their profession, they've certainly had to learn that. You have to have some accuracy with your numbers. So those are the kinds of things that's playing out very innately and things that you don't think about, but this report shows it to you on paper. Does that make sense? This is who you are. So you have to understand that, because I need you to say this. This is not to change who you are. We need all of this here. But we do need a level of understanding that as you're working with each other, you have these things in mind. We have given you everybody on a sheet of paper, so you literally can go before your next meeting and say, okay, let me read and see, da-da-da-da-da, got it. And then you approach. I'll give you a perfect example. C's, you have to come off of your numbers when you're talking to the D's because they're big picture people. So you have to begin with the end in mind and talk about vision in the end before you go in the details, because D's need to understand that details are covered, but they don't really want to do them on an everyday basis in the details, because they are always thinking about vision and strategy and the next thing, and they kind of get there before other people do. And C's often need to understand the steps, very methodical. So these are your quality control people. These are your these are your planning and visionary people. These are your front of the house people. If you're having a party, you have a restaurant, you need these people at the front of the house right here. Am I lying? Where's Eliza? People say, right? They make us look really good. And S's are the most loyal people that you'll ever meet. They're your teamwork people. They're going to make sure that everybody's voice is in the room. They're going to have balance on the team. So can you imagine any of that not being present on an effective team? You need all of this present in some measure on a perfective team, on a successful team. You just don't need overbalance of anything. Can you imagine an overbalance where you can't move forward until you have all the details or all the answers and the next step there? Then nothing moves forward. So you have to have these who are pushing. I love the dialogue, and I was kind of kikiing to myself in the background between Denise and Cece yesterday when Denise said, I need to know what's next. Tell me more about that. And we need you to keep doing that and keep us honest on that. And then Cece said, well, not everybody does, because sometimes you need to. It was classic. It was classic where you are, and it was a great conversation. Does that make sense? It was a great conversation. So we're going to ask for feedback in a little bit. We're going to start with the eyes because their feelings are really hurt about, like them being fun or funny. So let's talk about this. So they got a lot of passion. I mean, they got a lot of hate over here about being fun and funny, and we need to just understand why is that a problem for people. Okay, Cece's hand went up first.
So, yeah. So with the last council, hold on there. With the last council, when... Oh, no, not the mic. So one of the things as an organizer that I recognized with the last council is people would come to pour their hearts out, and maybe it might to them sound unhinged, and they would start to laugh or joke about it. And what does that do to the constituent that came to talk to you about something that is really important to them? So sometimes funny is not the place.
But I want you to focus on your map. What does that mean for you personally?
For me,
how does it land on you personally?
For me, it's you're not taking it seriously. I feel like in those moments, you are not taking something that is very serious to someone seriously. Like, it's all right to try to lower the temperature, but sometimes that's not what you're doing by being funny.
Okay. And then bringing it to the table.
No.
Not you personally, just this, yeah, with I. Yeah, no, not you.
In your interactions with other eyes or interactions with these eyes, has there been an opportunity for there to be more seriousness brought to the situation? Think about other eyes in your life, because we have all of these at home, right? So this is also relationships, children, spouses, cheat sheet, improves a relationship in every aspect of your life. Because this shows up, right? It shows up in everywhere. We're talking about this in the context of the council, but certainly this is applicable to every aspect of your life, all the stakeholders and people that you love in life.
I think also with the dominant personality, we're kind of serious more than funny. So a lot of times we want people to focus in on whatever we're working on and not have the lightness around it, but to be very intentional about something. So when you kind of make it lighthearted, it doesn't seem as though you're really grounding into what the work that's being done.
Very good, thank you. So we've had about 5 stickies over here, and these are 2 people. So can we see what the C's are saying?
They have the best laughs, though.
So what are we asking them?
What's wrong with being fun and funny?
I think to Crystal's point, the being funny may seem like you're not taking the issue as seriously as maybe we want it to be taken. And sometimes if we're having that serious discussion, some of the funny may prolong the effort. It may make the whole process go longer because maybe it's not as serious as it should be.
Any other reactions here about being fun and funny?
I think it feels disrespectful.
to be on the other side. Going back to kind of what Crystal said, what Adam said, I feel as if you're being funny when I'm trying to talk seriously or I'm working on something, then my work is not being respected.
Very good. That's good feedback. Thank you. So we're getting reactions from the eyes here. Let me tell you one thing, and if I misspeak, clear it up, right? Because I'm going to ask you to respond, but you can't defend, because this is their truth, okay? Now, with all of the feedback that we just received, you all know that there is no more sincere about the work, right? So you're not saying that they're being disrespectful about the work or not sincere about the work. And so I'm going to bring you back to a place. This is not the person. This is the approach to the work. These are very lighthearted people, and they're also very funny people, and we need that. Because we can't have every single instance. That's just heavy. Not yet. And so I want to make sure that as we go around the room, we understand we're not talking about the person. We're talking about the approach and not receiving there. The other thing from eyes is eyes are very relational people. Eyes say the word I a lot, and that's how they relate. That's why they say influence. They work through people. You have a lot of friends. Your person. But people really like eyes because they are fun and they're energetic and they're lighthearted and they're welcoming and they relate to people. Eyes need people. Okay, so I understand why their hurt feelings are there. It's really hard for them to hold this in, because I'm not going to speak for you, but it may feel like rejection right now for them, because that's what I have to say. It's not the person, it's the approach to the work. And so the takeaway is that you will be cognizant of this as you move forward in those instances, and then certainly you all know that you need a little bit more of that as well. You don't have to take it so seriously. Does that make sense? Now, you may ask one probing question each. You may not defend, but is there a clarifying question that you have that you want to ask of the team?
Yeah. I think that what I'm hearing is that in practice, while we're doing work, but is there a time in our time together where fun has been a benefit to the group?
Thank you. I'm so proud. I am so proud of you. Very proud of you. That's an excellent question.
Yes.
Excellent question.
Because it can get difficult and heavy and burdensome. Absolutely. And that fun helps to lift that burden.
Very good.
I think yes, because it helps bring the team together.
Yeah.
It takes this heavy, important work, and with all the different personalities that we have, it kind of brings us more together.
That's right. Absolutely. Probing question. Any other reactions to that?
I agree with what they
Very good. Thank you. Probing question?
I would just simply say that how many other teams believe in work hard, play hard?
Depends on what play is.
These are your action-oriented people, so they're going to be focused on the end result until it's done. And that's it. So they're focused on the end goal and it's moving. So D's can often feel like they're not people, and they are. Like you like people, right? But these are very much about business. About the business at hand.
My highest is also, I always see myself as this, so it is a very work hard, play hard effect, because I also see myself with you all.
Yeah. And sometimes a well-timed joke really does change the mood and set things off. So thank you, good. Thank you so much. And the last one here for them was engaging. One person said them being engaging, and I would imagine that was around some of the same things. We're going to go over to the D's now because they also got a lot of feedback and drama and passion here. So for the D's, we've got low tolerance for BS or waffling, steadfast, misunderstood, D's definitely like to take risk, and being assertive were some of the issues. Can you guys talk a little bit about any of these? C's, we know it came from you. I'm just going to say. I know this work. It came from the C's. Irvin said, yes. Thank you.
Remember, we all got to walk out together.
That's it's 2 doors. It's 2 doors. Well, first, I think I definitely put one by the BS and waffling, because I think a lot of times that can be misunderstood. So waffling could be misunderstood for trying to include more or consider more. And so BSing and waffling, oftentimes I might stall so I can get my thoughts together. And if you're rushing me to make a decision, then yeah, that's going to mess my process up a little bit.
This is coming from the perspective of a thief. So he needs a lot of information to move forward, and he needs data to understand what's next. Whereas D's aren't really concerned about what's next. They're concerned about the end result, end goal. If they have a comfort level that we're headed in the right direction, and a comfort level that you've got the details covered, then they moved on to the next thing. But you are still here needing to know the next step, and they're on step 20 in their mind, and so you may feel some impatience there as well. So thank you for that feedback. That's very good.
So everyone knows I'm an attorney. So take risk. My job is to minimize risk. I mean, every day, that's my job. So I think taking risks I would more categorize for me as thinking differently. Like, let's do something different. But then I still want to know, okay, well, how do we get there? And what are the consequences of doing that? Not that it's a bad idea. It may be a good idea. It probably is a good idea. I'm all for thinking differently, but I want to know, how do we keep ourselves out of trouble doing that?
And can you imagine not having the representation of both on this council? Because if you don't take risks, how can you possibly accomplish anything we discussed yesterday without taking risks? But we need people to keep us focused on moving forward. We certainly need attorneys in the room, and all of the people who check dot the I's and cross the T's to be in the room to keep us out of trouble. Because 70-80% is good enough for D to feel comfortable moving forward. You guys need 110% in order to move forward. And I'm being very general, right? But typically, your typical high C's.
You need the risk to be small.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be 100, but it needs to be
small. Yeah.
Small.
And if I could just add to the conversation first, I just want to say that I love our D energy, and I think it's going to be part of the thing that continues to propel us forward. I think everyone knows I generally have 50 questions the moment something comes up, and I had that experience because I wasn't as involved with some of the upfront meetings, and so we had the housing ordinance discussion, and I had 50 questions, and it wasn't at all in terms of my opinion of the ordinance itself as much as like me understanding the how do we get from here to there. But I've learned in terms of calibrating myself to say I understand what we're trying to get to, so here are the things I'm thinking in terms of how we get there. And I do try to do that with just everything. But so in terms of the waffling or what have you, I do worry that something that might be perceived as waffling, it's actually understanding the goal so that we can get to the end results.
And I think too, everybody has stated, and we need someone with that. We need groups with that vision, with the intended outcome for that. But sometimes I think, and it was a bad one on us, was cautious, because I think I am overly cautious, because I have seen over the years where council has made a decision on something and then 3-4 years down the road, there were some unintended consequences. So that part may be a fault of mine, but in knowing, and previous councils even before, we have a lot of good examples right now, Bingham Park, White Street landfill, all of those things. So knowing all that, I am super cautious and will admit it when we are going into something that may be visionary, but it is also something that I think we need to look at very carefully and make sure everyone is involved and everyone has a chance to speak about the issue or what the council is planning to do. Very much like my inner self is a all-CI, okay? But my adaptive self is a CSI. So there you go on that. But yes, I think sometimes I am overly cautious in new ideas that I need to embrace a little more, and that's just personally.
No, I think they hit the same words I did, and it's because I tend to be between these two. But I think they hit it all.
Any other questions or feedback or responses here? I say the same thing on the waffling piece, is that everybody is going directionally in the same place, just may get there at different times, or that there may be additional information that comes in. And so then therefore you would say, well, what's the definition of waffling? Is it waffling from my previous decision or waffling from your decision?
As a community leader that is now in this seat, I've kind of learned that there's information after 3 days that didn't exist in the first day of how to move things. And so waffling gave a little judgy, but I understood where it came from, because you want to be clear about where you stand, and that, you know what I'm saying, and that kind of momentum is important. And it's also trust building and trustworthy in that way. Like, hey, you said this thing. Stand by your word and stand on it. And so I really appreciate that. I do see myself in that. But I do think that just changing roles in my leadership has now afforded me the opportunity of gathering more information. And what I thought maybe day one might be different in day 3 once I talk to a few people and get more information. Mm-hmm.
And I would say that's a very easy because they're comfortable with starting and not understanding them, and also comfortable with adjusting as more information is available to them as well. So I would imagine that what April says is true, and again, I won't speak for you, and we'll give you an opportunity to ask your probing questions, not defend, but probing questions, that they're okay just declaring a declaration and an end goal and then adjusting the way that you get there in the middle, because they're going to be committed to the vision and the outcome more so than the process. Would you say that that's true?
That's right, yeah.
Very outcome driven. And you're going to lose them if you keep them in the detail and don't align on the outcome. So you would, in embracing a conversation with them, you might say, I agree on where we need to get to ultimately. I need more information in order so I can help you get there and who I am. Instead of saying, it could feel like it may be a bit of an attack if you start on the detail and not without first connect and join by saying, I agree. And Denise, you do a good job at that. All right, any questions or probing questions?
I think a probing question for me would be, what is a reasonable timeline for obtaining details? Because, I mean, we could create the soft landing of what waffling means, right? But I think essentially it means that, because I was kind of a D and an I, I think that I have a due diligence of trying to be collaborative, but I also know that I'm definitely a D. But once collaboration happens, right, and we've put time around something and been very intentional on making sure everyone is involved, where is the threshold because we want to be respectful of the need for details. We appreciate that. But then what is the hard stop for when it's comfortable for details? Because I think historically as a city, waiting has been the track record. We need more details. We need more time, and community feels that weight that has been presented because nothing ever happens. So I think part of the drive from D has to do with wanting to get things done because we want to answer a call. So I just wanted to know, like, what is that comfortable boundary of expectation? And I think having more collaborative spaces will help with that, but also knowing that it's not necessarily saying that you're holding things up, but I think you're doing them at your personal pace. But when you look at how many C's we have, what does that mean to a dominant person? Is your pace the same as Denise's? Does Adam, what is the pace of that to have a reasonable expectation of thinking that we've given the time needed for details and we can move forward with a visionary plan?
Very good, thank you. Denise has hers.
Ditto. Let's
I'm happy to get, okay.
Start. I'll get you.
I appreciate that question. I think it's a very important question because the death knell to policy and government is the study, right? Or the let's figure out 50 things before we do it. So I think that's a really important question. I do think in part if we had a sort of formula for getting to answers, i.e. we'll do a small group and then or a work session, and then we're going to have this on the agenda in a month, right? Like if I hear something, if you were to come and say, hey, I'm trying to get this on the agenda in the next meeting or the meeting after that, then that refocuses me, and especially just from a time standpoint, I then know, okay, I have this window to ask my questions and et cetera, and then I would so that's in turn, it's not fully answer your question, but I would say that it's sort of saying, if you give me a timetable, I will honor it.
Process solves that. Process and business routines, and I'll dare say some organizational development and just governance practices among the board solves for that. You currently don't have a space for it. That's the problem. Right? And you can't solve every issue, in 2 hours on a Tuesday night. And that's currently what you're trying to do. And so we've got to create some routines so that you guys can work some of these things through, especially some of these things. You're going to be in conversations that you just need to have. And it doesn't need to be on Tuesday night for the world to see. Not that you're doing anything secret, I don't say that, but you just got to work through some things. And you don't have anything secret. Yeah, you're not even kidding. Serve the public, all those things. But you do need to be able to work through some things. You need to be able to work with staff and sit down with staff and look through the details and go through all of that. So, because when they see the details and they're comfortable with the details, they're ready to go. But you guys have details to take home and study and follow up and pro with. And you just don't have a space for that right now. Yes.
So, and I think as well, we need to make sure, there are some things that will be quick wins. And then there are some things that are going to take a lot longer because it affects a whole lot more of the population within the city. Whether we change an ordinance or whether we do that, I think it needs to be looked at, okay, if we do this, who is it going to affect? Whether it's the business people, the residents, business owners, that we do want to collaborate because we want to continue collaboration with them because we're looking at other things that we want to partner with them. So that's where my caution comes in is, yes, we need this, we need the timeline, but sometimes there are small things that we can go ahead and work on. Then there are larger things that personally, for transparency and accountability, I believe it needs to be, in a televised work session, or so we can hash it out, or bringing everyone to the table, something like that. Just a thought.
But then process solves for that.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I also think it's about like trust and relationship. So like when I know like folks stop by my office, and I know Crystal does this a lot, but when she stops by and gives me a download, I know she's been all around the building and talked to everybody, and so there's trust and and I've seen her work like over the years. So, but we're all at different levels of relationship and trust with staff, with each other, and so I think it just comes along with that type of process, and I think a process also would be really helpful to kind of download things.
You're less than 90 days old. Give yourselves a round of applause, even for
I call Crystal the little councilwoman that can, and we are straight off the street in the sense of we do have a call to action and we understand the assignment, and there is a sense of urgency. It is a matter of life and death, some of the things that we're doing, most of the things that we're doing. So I think we feel that, but then I also just want to pace us in the ways of 4 years to be most efficient in 4 years. We are here 90 days. I can commit to maybe doing some things I just learned, kind of like the hierarchy of how to move things internally, and we're still learning in those ways. And so I want to say what is true now in another 3 months won't be the truth then. So I do want to ground us in that. And also I'd like a substantial day off. Not like, well, you know, I'm just saying there is a human approach. I want to say that there's some people on council that are raising children. And even if we understand that this is a lifestyle that we've committed to and we love for the most part, I do want to at least say on the record for the cameras to say people are raising children. This is a part-time job, and there is some type of work-life live that we want to do this. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to just say that for the record.
I just want to say that I love this process. You know, I need you all in that category. I need the C's. I mean, we all need each other, and I think this is the example of why we need each other, to push and pull each other, to set the timelines, to set the process. And Irvin, trust and relationships is going to drive it all. And it's the glue that holds us all together. If we all go off in our own little I worlds or C worlds or D worlds or F worlds, then we're going to be in trouble as a group. But, you know, the same thing, Crystal, the downloads, love them, need them. I'm going to process it a little bit differently, though. But directionally, I think we're going to be in place. This is just, those relationships, and that's what we, empathy and all that kind of stuff, that's what we do, so to speak. But I need the D's. I need the S's. I need the C's.
Yeah, I'm going.
No, not a question. I just want the D's to know that we sorely need you. and I want to say that from the bottom of my heart, because I love it when you stop by and we chat for a little bit, because I feel that we're getting more of a connection, because our D's are out there and we need them desperately. I wanted to piggyback on what April said, that, you know, council needs a day off, but I also want us to be mindful that staff needs a day off too. So, you know, I think staff works really hard for us, and I am going to say that because staff never gets a day off either when we don't get a day off. So, yeah, so I want us to be mindful of that.
Yes. Can you give us the S response from your S, not your C?
Well, I have a response, and let me get that off first before I focus on that. My response is, it would be helpful to me if, when we run up to that push-pull, if you were to say, what do you need to feel comfortable with this? Because sometimes I just know I'm not comfortable yet, and I need to think about it. But if you force me to answer that question, that will help me get there more quickly. So I can't give you an answer in the moment, that's not mine. But I think from my S perspective, that is helpful. And it forces me not only to identify what I need, but it also allows you to hear what's the stumbling block for me that I'm having trouble with. Because you may be able to answer that stumbling block right away in that conversation because you've already been down that road, and I just don't know it yet.
One of the rubs between D's and S's is that S's sometimes feel that D's haven't considered people, and D's sometimes feel that S's are stuck because they can't make a decision on their own without people. S's can feel like you think to D's, and neither of you are in that place. Certainly, they're dedicated, they're like them, but we're talking about approach.
Yeah.
Right, and so S's are going to be the people who are going to make sure they've had everybody's voices in the room and everybody's position and understanding before they make a decision. And again, D's are going to be like, they check the box, we got it, let's go, because outcome driven versus S's are people driven.
Which goes right to my word that everybody sticker that they didn't like. Guarded. Guarded.
Okay, well, we're going back over here. Because we got it, you're next, right? I think we got everybody. We're going to come to cautious. So we've got think through and rehearse, absolutely. Was it guarded?
Guarded.
And
which to me is thinking of the unintended consequences.
Talk about well, guarded and think of unintended consequences is the one here that got the most feedback. So who wants to start with the response there? Which group? Let's start with D's. I'm sorry, Esther, since we're here.
I would say that I think of guarded and thinking through consequences very differently. When I see guarded, I think that you're holding back your true opinion as opposed to giving your and waiting to see where others think versus just being straightforward about where you stand. Generally, that's
common dynamics for S's and which is not true. And what that also can feel like, and it's really important to understand this, because some people think that all strong leaders and effective leaders are D's. That's not true. You have leaders in every single one of these, but one of the most important pieces of feedback that I give to S's is that from a perception standpoint, that it seems like you're unable to move forward and you won't move forward from a leadership standpoint. But S's often lead from behind as well, because they are relational and they are working with people as well. So it's different, but when you look at things from a surface level, that's kind of how it comes across. So thank you for that feedback. It's really pointed.
So my adaptive is a CS. So I'm thinking that, I'm a C over here, but then the CS brings in, to answer Denise and the others, is the fact that over the experience in the work experience on council, I've become more guarded because of the unintended consequences, which is what I mentioned earlier.
That's what I'm linking.
Yeah.
That's why I linked the two together.
So that's also just from experience too, though,
Yeah.
right? We've seen that as well, so that's showing up. Anything else here from S?
Yes, please. One other thing. I find, and I've talked to a couple people about this already, I'm finding that my adaptive style on council has changed dramatically with this council. And I think the guarded is decreasing. Without, it's still there, but
Love.
It's letting go.
Love,
it's
love,
PTSD.
love. Yes. We've all been there. Who has not been on a team where you've come out with a little bit of PTSD, and been guarded going in? Thank you for that feedback and your transparency there. I think that's really important. Very, very important. And please, let's give her a round of applause for adapting and changing. Because it is a new council and you're building a new culture. And so one of our working agreements was to detach from the past, right? And outcomes, and be present, and you being able to do that and stand at the table and sit at the table with these just as they are is really important. So kudos to you for doing that. Thank you. Any other feedback for S? Probing question? No, we're good. All right. And then the one thing from a C standpoint was cautious. What's wrong with cautious?
I'll just go back to speaking historically. Cautious has never gotten anything done. And so I think we should have caution in things that we do, but we have to also be bold and brave enough to move forward, even sometimes not knowing what the full outcome could be. Because patterns that keep repeating themselves, you're going to get the same outcomes. And so being cautious doesn't speak to being bold and brave in a situation. So being a dominant person, caution, we'll figure out how to clean it up later.
Yeah, I'm not the
city manager.
Yeah, I'm not the throw caution to the wind kind of person, but I think that it can be a stumbling block to moving forward, especially if we've just gone through all of the details. We've got a vision, we've got a plan, and that's the waffling. Like at what point do we stop going back and forth and start moving forward? So sometimes it can be overly cautious, and we can't get anywhere.
Anybody else? Yeah, I see it, April. I'm coming.
Who feels enlightened, a little bit enlightened, more understanding about each other and the team? This is really, really good. I'm going to ask you a question, and this is an internal question initially. I want you to stand where you are and think about it for a minute. Thinking about two things. One, your own personal disc style, and secondly, the culture of this council based on what we just described. Think about what that feels like to staff now. So we've talked about what it feels like to each of you. What does that feel like to staff and your interaction with staff? I remember I've been working probably with Greensboro for maybe 3 years now, I think. So I've actually done the disc on a lot of people in the room already. They've already done the disc, and Bridget and others have disc for people who are being hired and coming in. So everybody in here has a disc, right? So you know your style. That's awesome. Love it. And so you have representation on staff of every single dynamic in here. And so as we think about making the adjustment, because again, the purpose of this exercise is not that other people change their approach and think about it before they go into conversations, collaborations, and interaction with others, is that you do. Now that you have the information, like you know better, you do better kind of thing. So, and getting back to focusing on your MAC, circle of control, what can I control, emotional intelligence, social awareness, those kinds of things. So we talked about this in the context of your council. I also want you to think about it in the context of the staff as well, okay? Make sense? And I do want you to seriously think about that for a minute, so I'm going to ask for your reaction to it. And then after that, I'm going to ask the ACMs to get up and actually come to their primary style as well. So you can see who they are. And then after the ACMs, I'm going to ask everybody in the room with the disc to go to their style. So you can see. So for those of you who have your reports, pull your reports up if you don't remember, so that you can see how to engage and improve your collaboration and your work style with the people who you're responsible to. So they have been listening in intently, so they have a cheat sheet already in terms of how to approach you and who you are and what's important for you. They've been trained. But now you can also learn a little bit about them. So I really do want you, it's very, very important. I I use this tool a lot because it's can I have your attention, please? I use this tool a lot because it's a very effective tool for emotional intelligence. This is social awareness, another layer of self-awareness, another tool for self-awareness. And if you read your report, you have a 42-page report, and I always tell people, let me know if you don't agree with it. And 100% of people, even if they say, that's not like me, by the time we finish this work, they come back and say, yeah, it is me. So if you want to understand how you're perceived by others, read the report. In the report, it also gives you, there are worksheets in the back, and it's a cheat sheet on how to work and be effective and the adjustments you need to make with people in different styles. Even with blended styles, you can read that report and see how to make the adjustment with people from a blended style standpoint. So I'm going to say that the city of Greensboro is well prepared to be effective and productive together. This knowing is not for the sake of being nosy or curious about other people. It is for the sake, and we've taken this time to do this, for the sake of you being able to use it to be effective. We have a lot of work to do. You've invested a lot of time and energy. You've literally committed your lives to serving this community, and these are servants. Bridget, how long have you been here? 37. Come on. Come on. Civil servant. Servant leadership, to be in a civil servant role for 37 years, certainly understand that. So what I'm saying is this is a personal commitment, so you have the tools to do a better job at it, right? You have the information to step back now and be more intentional. We've talked about intentionality around the visioning and the plans and the strategies. I want to talk about intentionality with your interactions with others now, on the council and also with your staff. Because again, you have some tools just to step back, and once you get more comfortable with the work, you will be able to listen to people's words. Like, I can tell with a little bit who people are, because people always tell you who they are, you just don't know what to listen for. So you'll begin to listen for word choice or where their starting place and say, okay, she needs details, she might be a C, she's got some measures C, let me slow down a little bit. You can listen to what the words they use, the questions they follow up with, and pay attention to those things. So sometimes we're so busy in trying to get our point across or make that point. And let me tell you, a fast life, because who has time to do any of this, right? So sometimes it is a matter of, let me just get this point across. I got to go. I got to get to another meeting. What I'm asking you to do is to prepare for your conversations, prepare for your meetings differently, prepare for your interactions. If you need something done on council, you want to think in your work group sessions, think about how you're going to say it now, instead of saying it how you feel like saying it. Think about saying it in a way that it is going to be received, right? So as you talk about things, you may say, I've got this vision, I can see we can get there, but you may need to, you're going to have to pepper in some data and some facts and help people understand how you're so assured about the place that you are, because they're not going to get there. They can't get there until they know that some I's have been dotted and T's are crossed in the middle. Does that make sense? And so if you can stand for a minute just where you are, think about your own position and your own styles, even your blended styles, because again, some of you have some small styles in there too, right? So we're complex beings. But just think about who you are and think about what that might feel like in your interactions with staff. And while you do that, I'm going to ask the ACMs to please come over to your style as well. Thank you.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Come on, teammate. Come on there. Come on. We do. We already do. We do.
All y'all see? Oh, she's in there.
Cheers.
right. Everybody has their foot.
So, what do you see? What what do we visibly notice in this room? What do we visibly notice in the room? As we think about the leadership of this city, we're still not balanced. And I do remember, you guys helped me who were there 3 years ago. Y'all don't have no S. Y'all are not friendly people. Y'all don't care about people. We had two. You had two. So of all, was it 42 people? It was about 42 people I did this with about 3 years ago, and there were two S's. That can't feel good. It can't feel good. You have to have balance. You have to have balance. So what we're going to talk about when we get to your DISC report is, your team DISC is, what is missing? Right? We talked about what we have, but what's missing? So I'm just gonna use their report. Right? We're just talking about leadership right now, but let's talk about what's missing. You're missing plan and think and rehearse. You're missing strategize. You're missing deliberate. You're missing team. I can't stress enough about team. S's are your people who are going to think team first. I's think I first. S's think team first. That's missing. C's think data first. They think quality first. They think accuracy first. Your whole leadership team is not starting with the team. Let me just say this because we're on a record and I want to hear this. They do care about people and teams. I want to say that to the world. We're talking about approach. We're not talking about who they are. We're talking about how they show up as they approach their work. Certainly they care about teams and who you are and the team and the community. Make sure everyone is okay and heard. Very much a S. Very, very, very much S. So as you're interacting on a daily basis, what you're saying is that is not coming out. That does not show up in your culture at this level of the organization. And that's a problem. Next hires are S's, period. What else could this mean? And loyal. Again, I said to you, S's are the most loyal people in the world. Let's talk about your I's. I's are empathetic. I's are I people. I's are fun and energetic, open, contemplative, active, and engaging, and relatable. Who doesn't need more of that in their lives? Who doesn't need more than that? I use my poor sister is an off the charts I. Like if there could be a 300% I, it would be my sister Leslie. She does not have an enemy in the world. Like she will come in here and light this room up and she will know all of you before then and there will be some connection. People love her. But there's some days on my Leslie, I got to call you back. I can't do it right now. You're too happy. Don't call me during the work day. You know, that kind of, I have I too, by the way, but not 300%. But there's some days that, but from a family standpoint, it's like you look at people. There was this thing, anyway, there's a meme on Instagram. When you look out the window and somebody's coming to the family house, it's like, Leslie, you go to the door kind of thing. She's that person. But you need that, right? That's your husband, yeah. You need that, right? Who doesn't need this? And so that means that as people are walking around the halls, it might feel a little heavy. It might feel a little bit heavy. So you may want to encourage more of this throughout your culture and where you are. Make sense? Okay, so now we're talking about leadership, council, and we all need Larry to be a C. Let's give it up for Larry. I remember that. Thank you for keeping that bond rating. Don't you change. Yeah, don't you change. Don't you change. Okay, any questions? Any reactions to what I just said? No? Okay, good. All right, so now I want the rest of you, does everybody else know their DISC style? Good. Can you guys also go to your posters, your primary style? Let's see what we've got here. Let's see. Yeah, work. Your adapted style. Adapted. Whoa. We don't need any more C's. Takia, I knew you were a C. I know you're a C. Yes, no question. We need you to be a C. We need you to be a C. No problem. And guess what we have more of? C's, more of D's, more of I's. So as you can see, as you go throughout the organization, we're getting a little bit more balanced, right? But what do we still need more of? Are you an S? Okay, very good. Come on, y'all. We need more S's. The D's are comfortable. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Is this helpful? Staff, you know what to do now. You can get the council to do whatever you need. Just read the DIS report. Just do the DIS. All right, thank you guys so much. Go back to your seats, please. Thank you. Do you guys need a break or can we move forward? Do you need a break? Okay. Only 5 minutes, please. Just 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's just take 5 minutes. I think people need 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes, though, please. We're going to try to get one more thing done before our panel. All right. Let's take another 2 minutes. Get my timer here. Good. Mm-hmm. That was Trey.
lunch ready? She said, okay, but I'm, you know what's up there? Because I done went three, well, no, I went 3 steps to make sure when we stop, people would move. I mean, I'm 3 steps in there. I'm 3 steps. She finished this next. You would love it. He would find those moments in his car when he stay out when he coming up and say, you said so and so like that. So he had to find those moments when, but even find moments, right? Understanding how to do money down. Yep. I followed it. Wednesday afternoon. If I gotta go see kids, figure it out. Especially in a way like this. Especially in a way like this. Whole thing, you got all y'all, everybody. Who else was there?
Move to slide 28.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Y'all get a month. You don't get more than that. Right. But that works. But you just know what the game is. Tell me what it is. Tell me the ground rules. Where you want to tell me the ground rules. But don't tell me where we're going, and then I'm going to switch right left and then get on the pad when you come talk to me. And I do that. Keep a pad. Like you said it is. And you said it is. Because I promise you, in every conversation, I'm going to give you something new. What is that? Because I had to get it out of my head. For me to see it out of my head, I had to get away from that to get it out of my head.
Phew!
Where's the cake? That's all I wanted to see.
Yesterday, never for an eye. I can't believe you didn't walk in with a hat on. Right.
Yeah, he gonna pull a head out of his pocket.
How did you not let that leak yesterday? I can't believe it. Measured. You're measured eye. I've never seen it.
Hey,
Got it.
Hugh, how
Got
did
it.
you get along with Al? Because he'll see. I mean, like he a deep sea.
We all need each other.
Touche. That's still a long conversation.
It is. It is. I agree with that.
Trey, you got the cheat sheet now, man. Getting the files once you see it, okay. And I think
I'll give her a minute. I'm just gonna send a page to a couple things in the paper. And then we're going to framework.
No, 35 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna go framework. Oh, no. We can compare notes, but. Yep. Okay, if everybody can make their ways back to their seat, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to do a couple things really quickly to wrap up your teamwork. Can you each go to your DISC team dynamics document, please? We're going to focus on our mat a little bit and do some little internal reflection. Because again, if we don't internalize some of this in terms of what do we do differently going forward, and for those of you who know your DISC, I'll ask, for those of you in the room who work with council, know your DISC, I'll ask you to reflect on these same questions. So I want you to go to page 4, please. As you can see, there are the misalignment here on paper for you to see. So if I were to simplify this and not in the room with you all, I would say your culture may be defined as being indirect and guarded, based on the fact that 56%, if we move Tammy over, closer to 60% of your team, or I guess with small numbers, would be over 60, wouldn't it? Would be indirect and guarded. And think about what that feels like. For those of you in different styles, same thing. And again, going back to the one question, which is, what do I do differently? How do I lean in differently? What adjustments or adaptations do I need to make? So I'd like you to look at the the questions at the bottom of page 4, and we're just going to spend just on your personal mat, just 5 minutes there personally, really thinking about what do I do differently going forward. So for those of you in the room who work with council, I'll ask you again to consider these questions. What do you see shifting of styles? Where do you see shifting of styles? And this referring to the natural style on page 3. So you can see where people shifted from C's over to I's in some instances. Okay. And then are a few people adapting or many? And what does it mean? Can someone talk about what that might mean for those of you who flip from natural to adapted to work or understand what that means? Can you talk a little bit about what that means or feels like? I'm sure some of you do it very naturally now. So for those of you whose natural style is one thing, but your adapted style is another in the context of work, what does that feel like?
I'm D and I. So for me, it feels like an intentional approach to being collaborative, so that I can not be perceived as dominant. Although leading that conversation feels dominant, but after going through, being cautious and making sure that I am including people and not being perceived as dominant, I try to approach in a work environment in a collaborative way.
Makes sense. And for those of you who may need to be reminded, if you look on page 19, your charts on page 19, you can see if your bars shifted. So if you look at your top bars on the natural style on page 19 versus your top 2 boxes or bars for the adapted style, you can see that some people, I think there were a couple people who actually flipped.
Your personal report, page 19.
Yeah, your personal report, sorry. On your personal report on page 19, you got the 2 charts there, the bar charts there. And some of you actually flipped it. Did I say flipped it? Flipped. And then the question is there a common theme with any adaptations of people who are adapting? Because again, the goal really is for everybody to adapt. So getting back to where do I need to adapt? And then what are the likely impacts, and really what does that feel like to you? And the question then becomes, how do you work through those tough moments when you do need to adapt? What are you going to do to push yourself to continue to adapt there? So if you notice that. Yes, Mary Kay?
So you want to know if we have changed, what do we think the change was caused the change?
Yeah, because really now taking this information and moving forward with it, you're going to have to notice some of the resistance within yourself, because we're asking you to do some things that may not be natural. You may need to show up thinking about these things before, and that internal resistance is something that you will have to manage, right? And so you can't manage what you're not aware of.
So I actually talked to Irving about this because I'm a CI naturally, but I've learned to adapt, or trying to adapt to a CS, because I was in business for myself for 22 years. So therefore, the buck stops here. I did the hiring and the firing. I did the everything with the control. And so coming onto a team, I had to learn, or I'm still learning, but learn a lot of that when I first came on council. It was just different, because now you want to collaborate, you need to collaborate, and you must collaborate if you want what you want as the end objective to come to fruition. So I'm adapting now.
Very good. Thank you for saying that. Thank you, and thank you for your transparency. Any other reactions there?
I'm finding it interesting that I'm more naturally a DC or a CD, but in my adapted style, I really leaned into the C and pushed down the D and brought up the I.
Interesting.
And my S is always there.
Yeah. Very
Come
good.
to the dark side, Denise.
What did you say, Krista?
Come to the dark side.
Awesome. Any other thoughts or reactions?
Well, I'm really a strong I in both. but I always saw myself as a D, and what I'm processing out loud for everyone to see is maybe I had to be a D until when I can thrive here now.
That's right.
Because we're so leaderful. I think that historically I might have had to be a D, but naturally and adaptively I thrive in I, so I do think I like it here.
Very good observation. Very good observation.
I think I was that kid who had their book inside of the workbook to try and just read and disconnect from everyone. Really, I have been data driven, so having such a strong D is kind of surprising. Just because for 15 years, I had to learn how to supervise women across the U.S. I had to learn how to be more assertive. I had to learn how to move that data into something actionable. So that's been something that's built. And then even in organizing and then running a program, I know that D was developed. So I know that this has not always been me, or maybe it was in there and I just never had any chance to tap in until moving forward.
Well, you learn how to show up to be effective at work. And this is what you've trained yourself to show up this way as a leader.
Yeah, my coworker would tell you I'm very data driven, but it's in the place that it needs to be.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
Like I learned a lot of my C through work and through getting in trouble at work. And yeah, because I'm a community organizer and I'm an I naturally, but I work a little too freely.
And did your eye come down at work?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
It's way down.
Okay, that's interesting.
He's a C now.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. I want to turn your attention to a couple places. Starting on page 6. If you look at the bottom left quadrant, DI, because of your representation as a team, here's some of your strengths and limitations that may be showing up from a perception standpoint with the DIs that are represented. I'm sorry, I'm back on the team report now. Sorry. Back on the team report, your DIs, you've got 44% of your council is showing up as a DI. And so here's some of the strengths there. Results obtained through other people, change is good, promotes to others, intuitive, consults their gut, we always need that. Challenges make them aggressive and decisive, does not initiate alone, convinces others to initiate, optimistic about team's expectations and achievements, and can be very independent. All very positive things. On page 6, on the team report, and I'm on the bottom left quadrant, it says DI, assertive and persuasive. Tracking? Okay, good, thank you. So in terms of perception, this is how you're showing up, and this is what 44% of you feel like, which is good. Let's look at some of the limitations. Emotions influence decisions, little tolerance for intra-team conflict, cannot manage own time or others, can be contagiously over-enthusiastic, rarely finishes things they start, and that's strongly from an I perspective. And then I's and D's can tend to take on too much. Poor follow-up and follow-through, may take advantage of position within the team. Deadlines poorly managed, will take on too many responsibilities and tasks, then confuses priorities. So, somebody said totally me. Yes, reading, yes. And so, do you see how they're positive and negatives with all of it? But I want you to bring you to that quadrant because, again, culture. We're seeing who this council is on paper. So 44% of you present this way. Now let's go to page 9. Top left quadrant, we're looking at very analytical. On page 9, straight C. We're going to look at strengths. Critical thinker, very accurate and precise. Discipline, demands high standards of self and direct reports. Right way to proceed is motivating. Accuracy, right? The right way. Process, that's motivating to them. They can get with that. Use facts and data for support and opinions. Problem solving based primarily on facts and data. Strength, we see nothing wrong there, right? We need all of that represented on the team. looking at limitations for, this is 56% of your culture as a council. Again, if we put Tammy's very high C, Tammy is a C essentially. She's balanced, so that number is going to be higher there. Limitations, lean hard on team leader, portray as an I. Do not delegate, hoard the work, bound by procedures, never color outside the lines, analysis paralysis, sometimes overanalyze, avoids controversy by yielding, qualifies their own ideas, and difficulty verbalizing feelings. And so, again, over 70, maybe 80% now of your council is presenting this way. And so, again, what does this feel like with each other? What does it feel like with the council, and how is it perceived from a community standpoint? So as you can see, for those of you who have limitations in this area, leaning on the other team members or giving space for it, for people who do lean in, have strengths where you're limited. Because again, this is not to change any person, it is to have you have a level of self-awareness that you can adjust your approach and interactions with each other, but also hopefully give space for this. Where there are limitations, you have limitations, and your colleagues have strengths in that area, you should give space to that and understand that that's necessary and needed. Make sense? Okay. And then I won't go to the S, but you should read the S as well from that perspective.
Yes, you should.
Let's do it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Let's do it. The reason to go to the S, I think, is also to understand what's missing, to give voice and language to what's missing, not only on the council, but on your leadership team as well. We had a little bit more of it when you pull the people, the broader group here into it. Strengths of an S: enjoys the team environment, its members, and is loyal. Excellent listener, understanding, patient and comforting, focuses on team activities, loyal to a team they identify with, and motivated to follow procedures. Okay? I want you to read this certainly as strengths of an S, but more importantly, you should read this as what's missing. Because remember, you don't have an overwhelming representation of these traits on your council. So this is missing. So as you think about, for those of you who have an inkling of an S in your style, certainly you want to lean in there a little bit more. And again, do you see why the awareness is so important? You guys like teams, you like people. You can work with teams, but how you present differently when you just get up and say, I'm going to approach this work the way I know how to do this work, without stopping to think about, okay, I'm going with a group of people. I'm typically going to hang on to data here, or I'm typically going to be driving or focusing on outcome here without slowing down. And so I say all of you need to step back and think about the team and the collective as you're working together. Okay? And Tammy, as an S, thinking through limitations, because you present as a higher S as well. Making sure that, first of all, you have this awareness of here, but also giving space for it for people who are strong in those areas as well. Very good. There are a couple other pages I won't go through, but I'll call you to as you study the report. And that is really looking at just another visual here. And then, Tammy, you're SC on page 12 as well. Top right quadrant. Also, if you think about just some more adjectives and things to think through there. I don't want to spend a lot of time here because I want to introduce something else before we get to the panel, which is in 15 minutes. So I don't think we have time to. Okay, yeah. So we won't worry about going into the next thing. Yeah. Another visual here. If you think about, look on page 15. Okay. If you look on page 15, you've got a web there. It literally shows where individuals are. Now we did we did pseudonyms, right? Most of you did pseudonyms, but you know where each other is from there. But you can see that there are varying degrees. So we've talked in absolutes here. In most cases, we talked about how people present as a high version of that style, but certainly you can see there are some people who present lower. Is that making sense? Can you see it there? Yes. So also, as you're interacting with people, don't treat it as absolutes. And you really don't have to if you just start on your own mat, right? If you just focus on what can I do differently, and knowing that presenting very strong in any one style is not pretty much ever going to be required unless you know you're talking to a very strong C or a very strong S, then go have at it. But in most instances in rooms that you walk in, you're going to need to make some adjustments from there. And again, that's just a level of emotional intelligence and self-awareness and social awareness we just need to have now. And even as you are working in your community as well. But different degrees there for each of you. I like the table on page 14. Again, it's designed as a workbook. You got some you even have some of my coaching notes in there. I like those presents because the idea is that as you're building teams as well, you can think about building more balanced teams now that you know who each other are. Does that make sense? So you can literally say, okay, we're going to approach this work, but we probably need a little S over here. We might need a little bit more I based on what the topic is. And then the last thing I'll point you to is on page 17 are just some really good cheat sheets here in terms of what to do. So based on your character, it literally gives you new language in terms of how to interact with other people. So, for example, we'll go to page 17, bottom, next to the last for I, surround themselves with optimism. In this instance, based on the feedback you received, it says, so support their ideas and don't poke holes in their dreams. So as you're working with an I, here's some things that you should do to adjust in effort to be more effective with I's. Don't poke holes in their dreams. Show them your positive side. Each of you have positive sides, but when we get grounded in that work and we got stuff to do and the pressure, we just have to show up as who we are. And so in making these adjustments, it's a really good tool to help you understand some adjustments you might need to make from that perspective. Okay? Any questions about that? I'm going to give you one last. I have one. Any questions about your team report? And again, I encourage you to read it if you haven't read through it. I'm going to give you one last tool, and I think we have panels here. We're trending a little bit early, so we might get you guys out here early today. No, I love this report as well because it really gets into nitty-gritty. So we've been stepping you down into the details. So if you look across the chart here, you can see where each of you fall and the level of intensity here. Okay? So for each of you, I want you to look at what are your top 3 scores. Those are the behaviors that you most strongly present. And when I say strongly present, I want you to interpret that as here's how you are typically perceived by others. I want you to look at your bottom 2 scores or 2 bottom scores. These are the behaviors that you present least strongly. And again, how you're perceived by others. What are those implications? And this is some mat time. I want you to pull out your journals and your book for this. What are those implications, and what are the strengths or weaknesses there? And I dare say risks in some cases, okay? So you're essentially going to look for your moderate intensities, your high moderates, your oranges, and your green. So focus on your mat. Please only look at your own scores. Okay. Now, the first page is your natural style. I want you to look at your adapted style because, again, this is how you show up at work. This is leadership. Now, we could do the disc in different settings. This was done, this is a leadership disc in a workplace setting. Okay? Leadership disc in a workplace setting. And so when you flip over to your adapted, you start seeing some reds there, right? There are no reds on the first page. We've got reds presented here. You got a little lime greens presented here as well. So some of you are bottoming out in some areas as well. So I want you to just take a few minutes. Think about strengths and weaknesses. Because again, this information, we've spent a lot of time on this. This is our second day revisiting this. And it is such an incredible tool for you to use going forward as you build and grow and learn how to work together as a council. I want you to spend just 5 minutes in focusing on your own mat, going across your own chart around these behaviors, understanding where you are, particularly noticing any red or orange, any lime green or green, how they present as strengths or weaknesses. And it's really important for you to notice where you could potentially have a point of resistance there, because these are the things that may stop you from making the adjustments or adaptations you need to make in interacting with others. Okay? Any questions? All right. If you could take just 5 minutes, please.
And what's our rules? We got rules. 3 days.
think we're ready for our next segment. Actually, I'm going to have someone who's a special guest to introduce this segment, and I'm going to give him credit for being responsible for this. He and I went to breakfast a short time ago, and it always feels great for me to have a partner like Mark Isaacson who knows our community, but I think most importantly, one of the most important things I watch him do is his ability to engage with the cross-section of council and the community when we're talking about projects. I know that one thing that I hear from you all when you talk back to me about projects are both being intentional and also consideration of, what is the impact, what's the value add to communities. And so, Mark and I had a tremendous conversation about it, and he had an idea approaching the retreat. And so I'm just going to turn it over to him to introduce the panel, but then give us some comments from his wealth of knowledge, I would say. So Mark Isaacson, thank you.
All right. Let's see. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. I feel like I should give my address. A number of years ago, I was chairman of the Greensboro Planning Board, and when I was on the planning board, every year we would receive proposals for tax credit projects. They would come before the planning board. We would review them and send them on to council. City Council would then send them on to the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency in Raleigh to review. And I always wondered, well, what happens down there in Raleigh at that agency? What's that process like? And we didn't know a whole lot about it. As you all may know, the Planning Board was merged into the Zoning Commission. We now have the Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission. I rotated off the Planning Board, and then a couple years later, Governor Cooper appointed me to the NC Housing Finance Agency Board because they have certain criteria for those board positions. They needed someone with a planning background, and apparently I fit the bill. So I've been on the NC Housing Finance Agency Board for a few years and have really come to appreciate what that agency does in promoting affordable housing in the state. And it occurred to me that I wanted to make sure that for a couple things. Number one, we have several new members of council, and I wanted to make sure that new members of council and the veterans were well aware of the role of the NC Housing Finance Agency, what it takes to get a project approved, and how that process works. And I also wanted to, as I told Trey, try to make sure that when you all are reviewing projects, we position those projects to enhance the chances of approval at the Housing Finance Agency. And so that's how this sort of all came about, and I mentioned it to Trey at breakfast, and here we are. So I have with me a few people that we've assembled on a panel, and I'll just mention their names and then let them introduce themselves, and then I'll turn it over to the director of the agency. But with me this morning are Scott Farmer, who's the director of the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. Will Perry Hill is here as well, who's director of, is it rental development? Deputy director, excuse me. Lee Cochran with Laurel Street Partners, and my law partner, Amanda Hodiern, who, as you may know, appears before council bringing projects to you as well. And so the purpose of this segment, as I mentioned, is to bring you all the information about the process with the NC Housing Finance Agency and talk a little bit about affordable housing in the role of the agency and the role of the city council. And Scott, I think I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mark. I'll kick it off. I'll kick it off very quickly, and then we're going to let Will walk through sort of an overview of the agency as a whole. But it's a pleasure for me to be here today. I am Scott Farmer, Executive Director of the Housing Finance Agency. I've had the good fortune of serving as Executive Director for the last 9 years and been with the agency now for 26 years, most of that time working with the rental programs and working with the city staff here in Greensboro. You've got an outstanding staff, have for a long time. And so you should be excited and proud of the work that you've done. And we're going to highlight a little bit of sort of what our programs are, how they operate, and then I'll talk a little more around the housing credit program, because that, for all intent and purposes, that's the program everybody's most interested in. It's the one most folks talk about because it's providing that very key component to affordable housing, which is the rental housing, affordable rental housing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Will, and he's going to roll through a presentation, and then I'll jump in after that and talk a little bit more about the program itself.
That works. I'm going to pull, maybe? There we go.
If you're going to stand up, I'll make it.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I would stand up. It would be easier for me to see. And so I'm just going to do a 100,000-foot flyover and just sort of level set what the agency does across all of our lines of business. And then, as Scott said, they'll drill down. I think the most interest is on our rental development side. And we've got a panel of experts here that know way more than I do on that subject. So as was said, my name is Will. I am the Housing Finance Agency Deputy Director. And thank you. And I am a graduate of Greensboro College. Go Pride. There you go. And my sister still lives in Greensboro, and she teaches at Grimsley, and my brother-in-law works at UNCG. So I've got some deep Greensboro ties, so I'm glad to be here today. And we are here today because of our board member, Mark Isaacson, who is one of our extraordinary members of our board, and we're really grateful to have him here and for his work on the board. He really represents Greensboro well, and makes certain that we're always thinking about the triad at the Housing Finance Agency. So I don't know where I need to point this to make it go. There we go. All right, so our mission is to provide safe, affordable housing opportunities to enhance the quality of life of all North Carolinians. And before we move on, just a lot of times when I do this presentation, it's just a quick sort of policy background on what are we talking about when we say affordable housing. So for housing to be affordable, it means that you're paying no more than 30% of your gross income on housing. If you're spending more than 30% of your income on housing, you're considered to be cost burden. If you're spending more than 50% of your income on housing, you're considered to be severely cost burden. Most of the federal resources and public resources that are available for affordable housing target 80% of the area median income or below. So we're really talking about that income point and below, and it's banded oftentimes at 30% income, which is considered extremely low income, and then 50% income, which is very low income, and then 60% income, which is low income. All of our programs, with the exception of our home ownership programs, are targeted at 80% AMI and below. So when we're talking about affordable housing as a policy, you're generally talking about rents or housing payments that are affordable to someone making 80% of the area median income or below. So our agency, we're self-supporting. We have a flexible structure to respond to changes in the market. We're, as we've said before, we're governed by a 13-member board of director, of whom Mark is one. We have 4 appointed by the Speaker, 4 by the Pro Tem, 4 by the Governor, and those 12 members elect a 13th at-large member. We have 143 employees. We are independently audited and rated, and that's so that our debts and obligations never become that of the states and vice versa. And all of our work is done through local partners. So housing is very much a local activity. Everything that we do from home ownership to rental is done through a network of strategic partnerships throughout the state. So just a quick snapshot of our work last year. We financed homes, apartments, and rehabilitation of over $3 billion in real estate. We financed the construction, the rehab, or the acquisition of 12,500 homes and apartments. This work supported over 30,000 jobs and generated over $130 million in state and local tax revenue. Well, we have 5 main lines of business. So first and foremost is home ownership. Housing finance agencies were created throughout the country to take advantage of tax-exempt bonds that Congress envisioned for the creation of mortgages for first-time home buyers and veterans. So every state created a housing finance agency, including the territories. They're all structured a little bit differently, but everyone has one. And so home ownership is still a key component of our business. We have also, over time, the General Assembly has seen fit to add additional lines of business to the agency, and those include foreclosure prevention, home repair, supportive housing, and rental production. So under our home ownership programs, we offer a mortgage product, 2 mortgage products actually, that are offered through a network of over 100 partner lenders throughout the state. What makes our home ownership product unique is that the interest rate is competitive. It's a 30-year fixed conventional mortgage, very conservative product, but we offer up to a $15,000 down payment assistance for first-time buyers and military veterans. So over the course of the agency's existence, we have helped over 150,000 North Carolina families purchase their first home. We also have some community-based home ownership programs. We have a community partners loan pool, which is for local governments, COGs, and nonprofit entities. They assist borrowers with a soft second mortgage that is up to $50,000 in non-entitlement areas and up to $35,000 in entitlement areas. Must be used with our mortgage or with a USDA mortgage. We also have a self-help loan pool, which is available for nonprofits that have a sweat equity component. So that is generally going to be Habitat for Humanity affiliates. So almost every Habitat Humanity affiliate, including the Greensboro one, can tap into the self-help loan pool. It also provides a soft second mortgage for their borrowers. It's seamless for their borrower. They don't know that it even exists, but it lowers the fundraising and financial burden for the Habitat affiliate. On the foreclosure prevention front, the state created the State Home Foreclosure Prevention Project in the wake of the Pilotex layoff in Kannapolis back in 2005, I believe. It was the largest layoff, mass layoff in North Carolina history. It was originally at the Commissioner of Banks' office, and then it was transferred to us. What it does is it's financed through a $75 foreclosure filing fee when a servicer files for foreclosure on a homeowner. We then contact that homeowner and we offer them a housing counseling session at a HUD-certified housing counseling agency. So we've done over 100,000 counseling sessions through this program and prevented over 19,000 foreclosures. We also have a suite of home repair programs. We have a central single-family rehab program that we call ESFR. These programs are available for local government, COGs, and nonprofit sponsors. It's a competitive process, so sponsors will come in, they'll compete for a block of funding. The ESFR program is a comprehensive rehab program. We use federal home funds for it, so the entire home has to be brought up to a minimum standard. So that provides a non-amortizing 0% interest loan up to $40,000 per home for very low income, elderly, disabled, or veteran homeowners. And the idea here is that you bring the entire home systems up to a standard in which the home, that person can stay in their home for another 5 years. The urgent repair program is sort of the emergency room for housing. This is a much smaller dollar amount. We use the state's housing trust fund for that. Because it's not federal funds, we can go in and micro-target a specific problem and remedy it in the home that it threatens the displacement or the health and safety of the homeowner. Again, these are for very low income folks with disabilities, seniors, and veterans. It could be everything from doing modifications like a wheelchair ramp to fixing a failed septic system or something like that that might cause a displacement from the home. We also finally work with the independent living offices throughout the state. We have a partnership with them that we call the Displacement Prevention Partnership that is similar to IRP, but it stretches the IL dollars and our dollars both further. They blend the funds. The IL offices identify clients that need accessibility modifications. Their engineers do the design and do the work, and then we provide financing for the bricks and mortar. Our supportive housing programs, we have a supportive housing development program. We provide financing for nonprofits up to $1.3 million, and this is going to be any type of sort of special need housing. It could be group homes for people with disabilities. It could be a replacement emergency homeless shelter. It could be domestic violence shelters. We funded, I think, 34 domestic violence shelters throughout the state using this program. So a really broad range of types of housing that it can be used for. And then also, as a component of our tax credit program, we provide a certain number, or require a certain number of units in the tax credit program to be set aside for people with disabilities. So we have the targeting program in which anywhere between 10 and 20% of the units, a minimum of 10%, are set aside for eligible DHHS clients, which are referred through DHHS and their partners. It comes coupled with key rental assistance, which is a rental subsidy that makes that apartment affordable for someone of an extremely low income that may only have disability or SSI. And then we also operate the Transitions Community Living Voucher Program. These are going to be folks that primarily have diagnoses of severe and persistent mental illness. They're part of the state's Olmstead settlement to make certain that people with disabilities are housed in the most community-based setting of their wish, of their choosing. And then that brings us to the rental production program, which is, as Scott said, probably the program that generates the most interest. And I'm going to provide a very, very high-level overview of the program. It's something that many of y'all are probably familiar with, and then we have experts on the panel that can provide more in-depth information as well. But the low-income housing tax credit, sometimes called LIHTC or LIHTC, but we like to call it the less wonky, just housing credit at the agency, is a federal tax credit that provides an incentive to construct or rehabilitate affordable rental housing for eligible entities under the state's qualified allocation plan. So this is actually an IRS program. It is really kind of the only game in town. It was created in the 1986 tax reform package. In the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, it was bolstered, and we kind of doubled down on it. I say we as a nation doubled down on it as the path forward for the creation of affordable rental housing. And then it was again reaffirmed and strengthened in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or the Reconciliation Bill last year, whatever you want to call it. I mentioned it's an IRS program. The IRS requires each state to publish a qualified allocation plan each year. That plan is sort of the roadmap or the rules by which folks compete for the credits. States receive these credits on a per capita allocation. And then there's two types. There's 9% credits and 4% credits. The 9% credit, often referred to as just a straight equity credit. It provides more equity in a deal. It is more competitive. It's oftentimes more desirable by developers. 4% deal blends tax-exempt bond financing in with the tax credit. So on the 9% side, it's that per capita cap that is the limiting factor on it. On the 4% side, it's tax-exempt bond volume. If you get enough bond volume into it, it's going to automatically trigger the housing credits in it. Let's try that again. So on 9% credits, again, states and territories receive a per capita allocation. The credit generates enough equity to cover 60 to 70% of the total development costs. That is money that reduces debt service on the property, and then therefore enables you to achieve a lower rent. There are IRS imposed deadlines on this. There's a shot clock. So once Once you have credits awarded, there's a deadline that the IRS imposes in which you have to have 10% of the work completed, and there's also a deadline in which the property must be placed in service. You got to have at least one unit that has a certificate of occupancy. And then rents are kept affordable for households making up to 80% of the area median income for 30 years. So the trade-off is the investor gets the benefit of the tax credit for 10 years. In exchange, they make those rents affordable for the next 30 years. The 4% credit, also found under Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code, is triggered when at least 25% of the development is financed with tax-exempt bonds. So the bonds here are the driver. But it generates much less equity than the 9% credit. So the credit generates equity that covers up to 40% of the development costs. There are no IRS deadlines. Rents are kept affordable, though, for households making up to 80% of the median income for 30 years, just like on the 9% side. The investor, again, agrees for the benefit of that credit for 10 years that they're going to make the rents affordable for 30. Bonds are usually issued by a local government or a local public housing authority. The agency can be the issuer, but we're the issuer of last resort generally if there's not an issuer in that area, or if it's we call a portfolio transaction where there's multiple properties across county lines that are lumped into one transaction. So through this program, we have developed over 134,000 apartment homes that are valued at more than $17.5 billion. And that's it. It was a whirlwind, but... And I'm sure you got questions, and I'm not the guy to answer them.
So we're going to move pretty quickly through this because I do want you to be able to hear from the other speakers as well on this very important topic. So as council members, what's the most important thing that we think you need to know about the Housing Credit Program? One, you don't need to understand all the rules. You don't need to know what's in that 35-page QAP, but you need to understand the questions that are going to come to you. And some of these are the questions that come to us from city council members and county commissioners from across the state. So you'll have a developer like Lee who will show up in town, and they'll come before you and they'll say, we need one of three things. We're going to need land that's got to be rezoned, or some help with the land. We're going to need help with the infrastructure, so bring water and sewer, or we're going to need help with the rezoning process, or we're going to need money. And all of those things are ways in which the city council can participate and are participating. One of the most important things I think you need to think about is you are what is attracting developers to your community, and this program is highly competitive. We'll talk about that, but on the 9% side, on average, we get around 120 applications a year. We're going to fund about 30 to 35 of those properties across the state. Not only is there competition within the state, we also divide it up by region. So we do East, West, Central, and Metro. And Greensboro falls in, Guilford County specifically falls into the Metro region. So you're also competing with those other 6 counties, largest counties in the state, for that same very limited resource. We do our dead level best to fund as many properties and as many places as we can, because that's the goal with our program, is to fund as much as we can, as many places as we can, because we all recognize there is a strong need and a high level of need across the state in all communities. Greensboro and Guilford County has done extremely well over the last 5 years. I think I looked at the list, and there have been 12 projects funded in Greensboro over the last 5 years, both 9% and 4%. The way that the 9% works, quite frankly, is Guilford County is there's only 3 counties in the state where you can fund more than one property in a year, and Guilford is one of those 3. But it's really tight based on, again, trying to spread out a very limited resource. Last year? So Wake and Mecklenburg. So you're right in line, right behind them. Last year was one of those years in which you did receive 2 9% awards, and it was based on the size of the projects that were requesting funds. One of the big places that we've seen an uptick in recent years is on the 4% side. And where that matters is that those requests that you're going to receive for funding gaps, Will talked about the fact that on the 9% side, it generates 60 to 70% of the equity. On the 4% side, that's about 30%. So there's a much bigger gap that's going to need to be made up in order to make those affordable and make them work. That's one of the places where we've seen local governments be most impactful in recent years is by providing that gap funding on the 4% side and helping fill those gaps there. I'll mention Durham as an example. In recent years, they've had a city housing trust fund. They did a housing bond, and they put, I think it was around $100 million into their housing trust fund, and that has enabled them to really ramp up. Durham was only going to get 1.9% a year. They've been able to do quite a bit of redevelopment work with the Housing Authority, but also new construction, new development with other partners utilizing their housing bonds with 4% credits. It's a, part of that is just you've got to understand the mindset of you're putting in more dollars, but you're getting those units. It is less competitive. Right now it's, I won't say it's non-competitive, but it is certainly less competitive than the 9% side. But it will require more resources and more commitments from the local governments, from the city council. The other thing I'll mention quickly is on the land side. One of the things we've been encouraging all folks to look at is you have a lot of land in your portfolio, whether that's through schools, through government-owned properties and buildings, and we've seen many local governments that are looking and trying to pull things together and putting out RFPs or putting out other processes to identify developers to work with to develop land that is city-owned. You have access to things. One thing we're not making in this state is more dirt. So the fact that you can repurpose that dirt in a way that is impactful, but also meets the needs of the city is a huge factor, and one of those things that we've encouraged many folks to look at as well. One of the unique things in Guilford County is you do have two major cities, right? So you are not only competing in Guilford County and competing with the other counties, you're competing with the city of High Point. And that creates its own set of challenges. We divide it up by the county, so we don't look at which city. People have asked us for years, can you carve out for Greensboro and for High Point, just like they would like us to carve out in Wake County? We've got a bunch of little towns, but they were fast-growing towns. They'd like us to split out. Well, what if you did a set-aside for Cary and for Raleigh? Well, by the time we do that, we've got a bunch more competitions, and we're probably not getting any better results than what we are. But that is a unique thing about Guilford County that you all have. And High Point is very competitive in this market too. They look at what y'all are doing, and so I know y'all already have that competition happening. But the good thing is that again on that bond side, there can be some real impacts there in being able to get those multiples in a specific cycle. One of the other things I want to talk about specifically is around site selection and location of affordable housing. I know that's been an issue in many communities, is you're curious as to how do things end up where they are. Well, we set the criteria for what's going to score well, and that same criteria applies in all 100 counties all across the state. What we've seen many local governments do is if you have an area that you are trying to move into or would like to have impact, one is with your local dollars is you can drive development in those communities by providing incentives, financial incentives to go into certain communities or parts of the city, or again, as I mentioned, it can be the land. And so we've seen in the city of Raleigh for many years what they would do is they would have a tiered system. So they would tier out the city, and if there were certain census tracts or certain areas of the city where they wanted to provide, they wanted to see more development, then they would get more points in their local funding processes to drive some of the development there. So if, for example, you feel like, we really need to do more on the east side of town, we can create incentives within your own funding program to encourage development in that communities. Now, that works if they're relying on your funding, but the way the system works now is that they need every dollar. These are, you can't go to one stop and one source and find all the funding that you need. I think now 20 years ago when I started doing this work, you had housing credits, you had bank debt, and you had either local money or state money. Now that funding stack includes probably 6 or 7 different sources, and that's just to make these deals work. So that's one of the things I definitely wanted to mention and encourage you all to look at, is that if you are concerned about location and site location, the things you control are the zoning process, and you control where your funding goes, and both of those things can have an impact on where development goes within your communities. And again, I'm trying not to take up too much time because we've got a limited time, but I do want to emphasize you all have had a huge impact in Greensboro in what has been done and what will be done going forward. And the fact that you are encouraging development and encouraging developers to come here, that's evident by the number of applications that we are receiving. The worst part of our job is not being able to fund all of those applications each and every year simply because we don't have enough resources. This is very much housing is very much a resources game, as we all know and understand. And the fact that you are setting up a system and you are creating a way and a pathway for developers to want to come here, that puts you at a clear advantage over other communities that may not be as receptive to housing. And that's been one of the biggest things, one of the best things I've seen in the last few years, is just that housing is such an important issue across the state that there's more folks that are inviting us in to find out who we are and what we do and how we can partner on these deals. Will mentioned in his presentation, and nothing is more critical to hear than housing is all about the partnerships. That includes partnerships with local governments, with the development community, with the nonprofits, with the for-profits, with our foundations, with the other groups that are anxious and interested in housing, because none of this work gets done in Raleigh. None of this work gets done in Washington, D.C. It gets done because of the work that's done in Washington, D.C. and in Raleigh. And one last note I'll leave you with is one of the most important sources we have is in the state of North Carolina has been the Workforce Housing Loan Program. It's a gap funding assistance that's provided by the state. And we did not have that resource this year because we did not pass a budget. So we have encouraged folks that whenever you have the opportunity is to let your state legislators know the importance of that resource and the impact that it has. It's $35 million is what it's been appropriated in the last couple of years, and while it has a greater impact on those moderate and low income counties, it also has a big impact in being that last gap to get deals over the hump, and certainly has made it more difficult for developers this year and puts more pressure on those other resources. So you're likely to see, if you haven't already seen, increased requests. The dollar amounts are probably larger on some of the requests from applicants this year in your funding cycle, and that will likely continue without these other funding sources, both at the state and federal level, continuing to be included. So I'll wrap up so we've got time for the other folks.
Okay, he did the whole presentation, so good night. We can go home. Thank you, Scott. Amanda, I'm going to pull you in. And the goal, by the way, Council, is to talk about the whole project, the whole needs, just not the funding, but we want to talk about some of the decisions that you're involved with, which is land use. And I think you guys know Amanda. She is, from what I understand, a well-known land use attorney in the city, along with Mark. So Amanda, let's talk about the rest of the deal before we go into the financing. So when we're talking about site selection, we're talking about the things needed for a positive outcome on this application. I'm really talking about scoring now. But let's talk about the land use scoring part. What are the things that the council needs to know plays into that conversation? And these mics work.
So from a land use standpoint, you all know this separate and apart from any of the affordable housing applications, right? You see rezonings come before you all the time. And, just like all projects, a new development project that may end up being this type of project, first needs to be entitled. It needs to be zoned with the right permissions to go and seek, development approvals for the kind of stuff you saw on Will's presentation. So, like every project, it all starts with you get the dirt, or you get the dirt under control, and then you entitle it, which is the rezoning, annexation, a variance, if that's all it needs, but those sort of initial permissions so that we can get going to some of these other steps. So, I would submit to you that that's a tool in the toolbox of affordability in a broad sense, because, lowercase a affordability, as I call it, which is, just general affordability for everyone, is impacted by what it costs to, set that regulatory landscape to get the entitlements in place. But then, of course, you heard in Will's presentation, the basic fundamental, I'm going to boil it down real baseline because I'm no economist, but the basic fundamental concept of the rental program is get that amount down that the developer's having to finance so that they don't have to charge as much in rent, right? So if we think about the regulatory landscape and going and getting those entitlements at the start of the process, if that also can cost less and be less of a line item on the whole budget, then that helps lower that number. That is, in the end, what the developer's having to cover. So that's a tool in the toolbox to help us get viable projects that can be capital A affordable and can meet the scoring criteria and get into the tax credit program, but also just be normal people affordable so that we can have housing at a rate and that's attainable for everyone in the community. So it's an important tool broadly and specific to, to what these guys do. So, when we think about projects coming forward to you guys needing that entitlement, we're trying to create, this is sort of the basic fundamental of every zoning. You want compatible land use pattern, that's harmonious, that's generally consistent, not the same, generally consistent, harmonious with the land use pattern and consistency with your comprehensive plan. So starting from there, we can customize, pivot, get as in the weeds as we need to achieve those things. So is there, let's think about apartments since we've been kind of talking about that from Will's presentation. If we're looking at an entitlement necessary to be able to permit multifamily apartments, not only is it that zoning district, RM12 or RM18, whatever it needs to be, but what other specific aspects do we need to achieve land use compatibility and consistency with the comprehensive plan? And so, in Greensboro, we do that with conditions, as y'all know. So that's why most of the cases we bring before you are conditional zoning, which is great. It's a wonderful tool. It's a negotiating platform. It's a way to figure out how to make something compatible that if it was just, hey, apartments, you'll get what you get, may not be compatible. So it's great, but it can be expensive. And it can be, laborious. It adds time. It adds money. So, I think in the context of this conversation, we want to be thoughtful about what is our regulatory landscape at a baseline. What can we create as the, basic by right fundamental matrix that everybody is using that eliminates perhaps some unnecessary bifurcation of all of that, right? How can we just create a baseline so that then we can focus dollars, time, resources, y'all's time and agenda items on cases that really do need that careful customization and conditional approach to create those two things, compatible land use pattern and comp plan consistency. So I'll just kind of leave it there for now and then we can dig in. I know there's a lot within that to explore.
So, Council, you got a chance to come to Charlotte and you saw Bright Walk. You remember we rode through Bright Walk. It was a redevelopment area. And I told you I was involved with that project because we all had to have jobs when we were elected, right? So my job was working for a group called the Housing Partnership. And I told you we did that project. Well, my colleague in crime on that one is Lee Cochran. He actually worked there at the same time I was there. He was our CFO at the time. He's actually going on to work for a group called Laurel Street, which actually does development of affordable and workforce housing. So do a quick kind of what you guys do, and then I want you to pivot into talk about the financing. Talk about the layers. Scott and Will talked about it, but on paper, when you put an application together, explain to them kind of quickly and broadly what that layering of financing looks like.
Sure, and is it working? So I'm Lee Cochran. Thank you. I bring greetings both from myself, but also Dion Nelson. So Dion Nelson, who's president and CEO of Laurel Street, she founded and started Laurel Street 15 years ago, and I joined 18 months after that. So I've been with them for almost 14 years. And we do affordable and mixed income housing from as far north as Richmond to Atlanta, Georgia, but 90% of what we do is in North Carolina. In our 15 years, we now have a portfolio of about 6,000 mixed income rental housing units across the state and Georgia and Virginia. And just to real quick, as a quick background, we are heavy users of both the 9% and 4% tax credit that Will and Scott talked about. Half of our portfolio, or more than half of our portfolio, is that. But we also develop what is in the industry it's called workforce housing. It's a terrible term because this is all workforce housing, but often the term workforce housing is used to differentiate, and that is housing that we develop. We're one of the few that do both. That is developed, it's mixed income, but it doesn't use the tax credit. And it generally does not serve as deeply affordable. While the tax credit program is serving folks from 30 to 80% of median income, our workforce housing serves from 60 to 100% of median. So it overlaps, often called the missing middle, has a lot of different terms. So as I talk a little bit, I'll talk about kind of what's the same and what's different. Because I think you got a good background. The 9% is something that no matter how hard you try, you're going to get 2 of those a year. So that is very dependent on making sure you're doing everything possible to make sure you're as competitive as possible. Per county. I'm sorry, good point, for the county. The 4% is going to be very dependent on how much money you have. It's structured very similar to the 9%, but because it has less credits, it requires gap financing. So the places we've done those are Durham, Charlotte, we're doing one in Asheville, which is kind of a recent addition. But in order to generally do a 4% new construction, the dollar amount you're putting into any individual project is in the millions. It's not 500,000 or $1 million. It may be $3, $4, $5 million each. So it takes a tremendous amount of gap financing. And then the last piece, which is workforce housing, that I want to touch on briefly, is really financed. I've learned a lot about it. We've done it for the last 8 years. Dion and I were both tax credit developers, and we've kind of learned how to do this missing middle because there was a need for it. But really what it is a conventionally financed multifamily rental development that has some level of subsidy, something that allows us to make some of those units get down to 60 and 80% of median. But what we're trying to really build is at a base case is stuff that's affordable to 80 to 100% median, and then allow some subsidy to kind of help us get some more affordability mixed income. And we do that through land. We do it through, some folks have done property tax grants. You can't do abatement, but you can do property tax grants. Some have done soft, smaller, some of the kind of similar to what you do on a 9%, $500,000 or $1 million, $1.5 million of subordinate debt, but it doesn't require the amount of subsidy that a 4% does. So to some degree, you have 3 pieces in your toolbox to kind of encourage mixed income housing. And I would like to just commend you on the road to 10K. I think the most important thing about that initiative is it's talking about providing housing at all income levels. It's how do you increase the production of housing? Because if you do the things that increase the production of housing, you'll actually naturally increase the production of workforce housing. You'll make it easier to do 9% tax credits, and actually you'll lower the amount that a 4% tax credit like ourselves may come and ask for in order to do a 4%. So you're helping at all income levels with that initiative by just encouraging more housing. So generally, just to answer your question, David, on the workforce housing side, what we're looking at, I always say, is land. And as was mentioned, we'll say it again, I think many times, land is I'll back up to say I've learned a lot about how investors look at housing that are not tax credit. And one of the things they look at is what's the rents divided by how much does it cost to build. And we don't want we don't want rents to go way up. We want rents to be steady. So the way that you make something attractive for an investor is to keep the cost of the development low. We generally look for sites where we can build with wood frame, with surface parking. We want to put all the money into making it look really beautiful. So all the things you don't see, like the land, the less expensive the land is, the less expensive it is to get entitlements, permit fees, any of those things that are lower the cost. Even going through a rezoning costs money. If we can find land that we don't have to rezone, we love that. But all of that decreases the cost, so it makes it more attractive to build at kind of that middle income rate. So I don't know if that answered the question, but I wanted to provide that perspective.
I'm sitting here thinking I want to make sure I do level set with all of you guys. Nobody really said what AMI, area median income, was. Anybody not know what that is? All right, don't be ashamed if you don't know, because I want to make sure we're all saying the same things. All right, I'm going to do a commercial whether you raise your hand or not. It is the median income for your county. And Guilford County was one of those numbers that we put up yesterday in the hours framework. It's $62,000. So when they say 40%, 60%, it is a play on that number. All right, so 100% of median income would be the $62,000. And that is based on a household, I don't know, probably a household of 1. 4. That's 4? 4. That's based on a household of 4. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty low. Yep, I know. I see it in your head, in your faces. Just to boil down, Scott, I used to do this all the time, and I'm going to oversimplify what you do. One of the things you want to do when you're building any housing, in addition, because we talked yesterday, remember, a brick costs the same thing as any brick. I think Lee was trying to say the more construction you have, the cheaper it can get in any one market because you have more people and more supplies. Is that what you were saying about having a mature program for doing all housing?
No, not necessarily. It really was generally across the state to build the bricks and mortar is going to be very similar. So what we're trying to do is reduce those other costs, land, entitlements, things of that nature the product looks exactly the same, but if it's less expensive, it's easier to build it affordably.
So the one thing that I'm going to call the tax credits, and I used to call all the time, is called cheap money, because it's also cheaper money. When you go to the banks, you have to finance it at a certain level, but because Scott's money is really selling tax credits on the market, you normally, it used to be almost $1 per credit. Where is it now?
More. No, 80 cents.
Down to 80 cents per credit. But still, when you sell it on the open market, that's kind of free, cheaper money. So that's another way you do is on how you finance it up front. And remember, the whole point in this whole affordable housing, I'm not going to call it a scheme, approach, is actually to say that, if you can build it cheaper, finance, land, zoning, all those things, you pass that savings on through rent, cheaper rent, because you don't have to carry a mortgage this high.
And David, if I could say, I
oversimplified it, but I'm trying to make sure.
No, this is actually, wording's important, because I try to use the word build affordably rather than cheap. Cheap has a connotation in our head, so everything we build is brick and hardy plank. Like, we don't use vinyl siding. It's built to market rate standards. If you walked into that unit, you would see granite countertops. You would see everything you'd see in a luxury apartment when we build something. So the goal is, how do we build it affordably without the quality on the outside looking any different? And those are things like, so anytime if we had to build structured parking, a parking deck, that generally makes it almost impossible to make something affordable unless, which we've done in Durham, the county built the parking decks for us. It's a multi-use parking deck, but there's no way we could build something affordably if we had to build so we're trying to find sites where we can park it, we can make it look really urban, but we're trying to keep that cost reasonable.
And a parking deck right now is costing what per space? It was $25,000 some years ago. What is it now?
We don't build them that often. That's why it's $30,000-$40,000 a year.
Per space. That's normally what a parking deck, simple parking deck costs. Just to add that into your second. And while you're answering that, I also want you to talk about the spectrum of housing. So answer that, and then I want to come right back to you on that.
Yeah. So the other thing I want to mention is he's talking about the design requirements. We have very specific design requirements within the program as well, because from our perspective, this is a long-term investment. There's a 30-year deed restriction that comes along with the tax credits. We are your partner for 30 years, the developer's partner for 30 years. So we want to make sure we're building it to last, that it looks good, that it's going to integrate within the communities, and it's not cheap construction. There is no such thing as cheap construction. There's affordable construction, and there's trying to find ways to value engineer, but it is not cheap to build anything these days. And as far as the housing spectrum, I want to reemphasize what Lee was talking about. It's important that we build across all spectrums, across all incomes. We have a housing shortage in North Carolina across all income levels and across all property types and property costs. It's hard to imagine, but the home builders will tell you we have a shortage of $1 million plus homes in the state. We can't build fast enough because we are very fortunate to be one of those fast-growing states. And because of that, we're also competing for those resources, which are construction companies, builders, laborers, to get the work done. So we can't build fast enough. You all in this community know that better than most with all of the jobs coming into the area. So we all celebrate when they announce the jobs and the new companies coming in, but then the first phone call after that is, so where are these people going to live? How do we build housing fast enough for them? So that's one of the important things that I think needs to be emphasized, is that we're talking about affordable housing, but I think if you create more housing at all levels, it also takes some of the pressure off at those lower levels as well.
But let's talk through that spectrum real quick, just to define it, because they've heard a lot about the jobs and the needs, but it's also very much a college town. And then so you have the 30% world, you have the 40, 50% world, 60, 80, 100, 120, and you have different people that actually serve each one of those. So that 30% normally in any community is your housing authority. But in this situation where they have a college town, are there tools to help with student housing at all in anything that you do?
Not specifically with anything that we do, and there's some rules within the tax credit program that prevent full-time students from living in tax credit housing, but those rules have changed a bit over time. But student housing is kind of its own area in its own realm, all within itself. But in terms of those income spectrums, you're exactly right. The Housing Authority effectively serves that 30% and below. The only way we really
that's
need
your lowest
that.
of your low, just so you know. So when you're talking about the spectrum, you know who's serving what.
Right. Yeah. And so that 30% and below is you're going to need rental assistance, because you can't build a unit affordable enough, because there's still operating costs associated with those units. So there still needs to be some level of rental assistance. Will talked about with the state, with the community living program, we operate the rental assistance both through that and the key and targeting program to help serve those at the lowest incomes. Tax credits generally serve 30 to 80%. And there's where the rents are controlled. They're capped by the program requirements. Then you get into that middle income, the 80 to 100, 80 to 120. All of that is it's truly market rate housing. There's no rules that are limiting you to serving those incomes, but it's a target market. That's extremely difficult and extremely challenging in counties like Guilford, where you've got a lower area median income for the size of the county. You're lumped into that metro, but you are one of those that you're just, because of the incomes in the area, it's been more difficult for us to crack this market with the 4% and with some of the workforce mixed income housing, simply because you are working with a little bit lower AMI than, say, the Raleigh, Durham, and Charlotte areas as well.
So just to tie that back to yesterday, remember we talked about that difficulty in the middle because of the lower incomes. That's what we're talking about. It's hard to fund that. So I want to make sure you heard Housing Authority 30% below. That 30 to 60 is normally the 4%. 9%, but you can use 4%. When we start talking about those 15-minute cities where you have some mixture of income, that's where the 4% may lean in just a little bit better. Just so we're talking about the same things as we talk about the spectrum of housing. Is that helpful? All right, so Amanda, you wanted to chime in, and Will, I'm coming to you.
I wanted to interject another example of, regulatory reform, or the way we can use our regulatory landscape as a tool in all of this. Lee talked about parking. If you have to do structured parking, it basically puts a project upside down. Well, regulatory reform, it's not just, okay, can we allow townhomes or twin homes in our districts? It's also things like transit-oriented development overlays. What if we had overlays that said, okay, when there's housing within this many feet of an employment center or a transit stop, the parking ratios go down. So now there's not as much need to buy all that land to provide the parking or build structured parking. So there's all kinds of ways that we can create, remove these regulatory barriers to entry, because they're just jacking up the cost. And that dovetails with, that's something the city's been talking about for a long time, is reevaluating our parking ratios, because, ride sharing now and biking, and we're so much more multimodal than we used to be. So that's, I would submit kind of a 2-for-1 idea that would speak to both of those policy goals.
What's the average space for a space if you park in a grade? It used to be like 5,000-10,000. What is it now to do a parking lot?
It's just kind of rolled into the whole site work. It just ends up being, we don't break it out per unit.
Surface, which adds to your stormwater requirements, curb and gutter.
Really, they take it down. We used to take it down to per parking space, because it drives up the cost every time you add one. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. Will, you alluded to it earlier in your presentation, but let's home in just a little bit on the scoring. I don't know if we mentioned the things that we actually look at when you're scoring, the grocery store. I wanted them to kind of think about what makes a good site.
I'm going to defer to Scott, because he's the expert on that. I'm going to punt.
I used to have a lot of conversations with Scott about this one.
Yeah, so
microphone for me, Scott.
The site scoring. So the site scoring system emphasizes those things that are important to the residents. So it's all the things that we look for and all the things that we want to have access to. So when we're talking about access to grocery stores, pharmacies, shopping services, public schools, parks, and all of those things, those are there's multiple reasons why that's included, but one is we just need to make a distinction between sites and how do you measure that. One of the ways is by what you're close to and your proximity. We also know that if those things are there and there's economic vitality within those communities, if those things are there and they're open. So these are real estate transactions, so we want to reinforce that they are in good real estate markets, good real estate locations. It gets a little overblown sometimes, folks, because it is such a limited resource. Folks will then not pursue sites unless they've got a perfect score and it's close to all of those things and check all of those boxes. That's sort of the unnecessary or unintended consequences of having a scoring system. But by and large, it's just those things that are important. The other reason that those things are important is not only access for the residents, they're also job centers, right? A lot of this is related to employment. Those are things that are going to bring people to those communities. It's where we want this investment to be for the next 30 years. And it's really not intended to be an impediment. Where we see that at cross purposes with local governments is you may have an area of downtown that you're trying to redevelop, but there happens to not be a grocery store close by. That's going to happen from time to time because it's a specific site that doesn't meet those criteria. But on the bond side, that certainly can work, and there's nothing that's going to prevent that from. It's less competitive, so the site score matters a little less in the overall competition. So that's what we try and encourage folks to look at is don't get caught up so much in what that score is going to be. Hard to do when it's such a big component of a competitive process. But it's really looking at the overall area health and what those key components are that you would all want to have when you're looking for a place to live.
A lot of times you have people come to you and say, hey, I got a piece of land, because everybody wants to help with affordable housing. But just know on this particular tool, not all land scores the same way just because it's vacant or because somebody gives it to you. It matters what's around it. That was the point on that one. Yeah. Will, real quick, the other big thing about getting tax credits is making sure that the quality of the applications are good. So Scott said a while ago, you looked before you came to see how many Guilford County's putting in. I don't know if you had a number.
Yeah, we had 12. There've been 12 funded new construction properties over the last 5 years.
But it's kind of like a gamble. Like you need to put 20 good ones in so you can get those two. So I guess I'm wondering the quality of the applications that are going in. Any thoughts on, stop smiling, Scott, how good those applications are?
Yeah.
And the way you do that is the highest scored applications get queued up the next year if they don't win. So are you getting good quality applications?
So, yeah, I can say this without a doubt. Every application is a quality application, and if we had the resource, I mean, y'all are going to run into this. You have unlimited needs and limited resources. That's the same with us. And so they're all good deals, and if we could fund them all, we would. But Scott always likes to say, a good deal always finds a way to get done. It may not be in year one, it may not be in year two, but maybe the third time around. I'm sure Lee's got some experience on that as well. But yeah, so I do a lot of our government relations, and so when we make our awards in August, I'm the one that gets a lot of those angry calls and goes to visit those members of the legislature. And I can honestly say they're all good deals. We'd fund them all if we could, but it's like NASCAR, you know? I mean, everyone in NASCAR is a good driver, it's a good car, but there ain't enough trophies to give out to everybody. And so that's just where we're at.
No, I'm not going to let y'all off the hook that easy. So,
okay.
No, we're going to talk because I want them to know what a good application is. In fact, I'm going to switch from that one to going into what cities can do to make sure that they put their eggs where they want a project. So I remember when I was doing this, you had a letter of support from the city. Does that still happen, or did that change?
No, we don't require a letter of support. Where the support comes in from the local government is going to be in that commitment of funds, or as Lee pointed out, whether it's the land or it's bringing other resources to bear that make that a more competitive application because it may lower the overall cost of the project because there's less that they have to look elsewhere for, less money they have to borrow. It's speeding up the delivery process with the planning and permitting, all of those things. Lee can probably tell you better what he looks for from local governments than I can.
Go for it, Lee.
It's important to differentiate also. Everything we're talking about generally is the 9%, the one where you're only going to get 2 or 1 every year. You'll have enough sites usually, especially in Guilford County, that meet the perfect site score. So you're going to have a bunch that have a perfect site score. So it has to have the proper zoning. It has to have all its financing commitments in place, a good developer. If you have all of those, you're putting in a good application. It does not mean you're going to win. There may be 6 good applications from Guilford County in any given year. You're going to get 1 or 2. I would say on the other side, on a 4% tax credit, there is not, you'll forgive me, really a limit on how many 4% you get.
Right.
Ultimately, there may be, but we're not there yet. So, but a 4% takes money. So if you want to get more beyond the 1 or 2, it's going to take some more financial resources, because a 4% does not have to have a perfect site score. It doesn't have to beat the project next door. It just has to have enough financing committed from private and public partners to be a fully funded deal. It has the same design standards as the 9%. It looks the same. It's same quality, but it just is all about, can you put the financing together? And then on the workforce side, just to one time more on that, those projects are going to have market rate units. So when we're looking for sites for that, I always say we're just looking for a very good site that people want to live. We don't have any specific criteria, but if it's a good site that we think we can attract market rate, then we know it's a good site for anybody.
Well, still, I don't know, Council, it still feels like word salad to me, and I'm trying to get you guys a little bit more detail. Are you guys good? I'm gonna try one thing, and then I'll ask some questions. So, Lee, let's try it another way. 120 units as a tax credit, as a 9%. 70% of that financing is going to come from tax credits. So normally you go to the market and you get some financing from banks or find somebody.
You get a first mortgage.
And then the cities normally have something. In Charlotte, we call it Affordable Housing Fund. And Nasha told me that you guys did affordable housing something a couple of years ago. In Charlotte, they're doing $100 million every 2 years, I believe.
Yep.
So they're actually leaning way into affordable. So on a 120 unit, and I'm doing 120 because I want to be comparable.
Yep.
That's usually city financing of.
You may know better than I. On a 9%, I would suspect I always say it's going to be $10,000 or $20,000 per unit.
Perfect.
Per unit.
And on a 4%,
it's going to be more in the $50,000 to $60,000 per unit.
That's what I wanted you to hear.
That's the difference.
Okay. I'm good with that. The only other thing I'll tell you is that you told me I had 20 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry. The only other thing I'll say is that it also can be used for sale. And I don't care who says how you use it for sale. So who wants to talk about how you use any of your financing? Why don't we let you do it, Scott, for sale product?
For the homeownership product?
Homeownership product.
So with our homeownership program, we'll mention that very quickly at sort of at the beginning of the presentation. So we offer primary vehicles through our Home Advantage mortgage product. We work with lenders across the state, and that again is for homeowners primarily at or below 80% of area median income. With that, we offer up to a $15,000 down payment assistance, which can also be layered on with any other down payment assistance programs. Oftentimes what we see is there may be city or county programs that can be layered onto that will make that homeownership even more affordable for folks. With that, we also have what we'll refer to as the Community Partners Loan Pool or CPLP program, which is a deeper subsidy. It provides up to $50,000 of additional down payment assistance for those community partners that we're working with. I don't believe the city of Greensboro is the partner specifically in that program, but we do have partners. We're happy to share more information about that program with you as well. That's the primary vehicles that we operate for the homeownership piece. I think anything else on that will. And then, of course, the habitat programs, which we work with many habitats across the state, including, I believe, both Greensboro and High Point Housing Authorities have participated in that program over the years.
Thank you. Lee, quick question for you. You mentioned property tax grants. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what that is, what it entails, and the benefits?
It is. So it's been used actually a lot for economic development in North Carolina, and not as much. Some for housing. Asheville is starting to do it. Because you can't do a property tax exemption, what you can do is enter into a contract with the city. So a developer would say, I'm going to build this many units, and I'm going to have this many at a certain median income, and in exchange, I'm going to pay my property taxes each year, and the city, we're going to enter into a 20-year grant agreement where the city is going to grant back all or a portion of it every year. So it effectively is lower tax burden, but through a grant rather than an abatement. It can be called a synthetic TIF, a couple of different words for it, but effectively that's what it is.
Thank you.
It's something as an example, Spartanburg, South Carolina, they can do abatements. That is what they are doing. They have a huge disconnect between the number of jobs they have and the amount of housing. They're aggressively using that program in Spartanburg.
I have a few questions. One, I wanted to find out what measures you all may take in ensuring that the affordable housing is kind of not concentrated in an area based on the Fair Housing Act. I know that there's some history around LaTeX properties and them kind of being concentrated in an area. I have that experience in my district, and so I wanted to know what if there are any. So if I come to you with a property this year, right, and then a property right beside it in 2 years, is there a way that you know that that's happening to prevent that concentration in an area? Next question is about activity centers. So I know that's one of the points that you like to have access to. You mentioned grocery, retail, and those sort of things. Is that a box that you check on the application that yes, we've satisfied that requirement, or do you ask specifically what those items are that's available to the future tenants? And the reason I ask that is because I've found historically that activity centers could be something that's not viable. So it may be a shopping center that's near where that development is happening, but in that shopping center may be very low quality access to retail. Also wanted to know when it comes to transitioning away from LaTeX, that after that 30 years, what does that process look like? Because there has been trends that show that we don't get the best landlords sometimes, and so we wanted to know kind of what does that process look like, if you had any recommendations on maybe partnerships or something that we could do to ensure the longevity of the property, because I think that you all have some standards as long as it's under the tax credit process, but then after that, if you had any recommendations how we can offer a safe fall for those properties so that they continue to be viable in our communities and not become, a downgrade as we move forward in their age. So those are my questions.
So we got three completely different things.
Yeah.
Councilmember Black.
That's why they passed me the mic.
I got it. So, Scott, will you try to deal with the concentration question?
Yep. So the concentration question is on a couple fronts. One is, yes, we're looking every year when we get in new applications, we look at what is around it, what's been funded around it. There has to be a professional market study done each year to determine, one, is there a market for the new units? Is there a need for the new units in this specific area, so that we're not creating an over-concentration or that we're creating a market saturation? So yes, we look at that each and every year with every application. The reality is that in most communities, unless it's a small rural community where you're talking a town of 1,000 people, you would have to get to a really high level of affordable units within a concentrated area before it would trigger that concentration number. That's just the way it sort of works. What's that?
What would high level be to you?
A couple of thousand units.
Okay, well, if you're about there, how would you be notified about that?
That it would show up in the market study that we have X number of tax credit units or affordable units there, and yeah.
But I think what you're wanting to know is, do they notify anybody? No, this is
no. It's
process.
No,
right.
I have units. We're in over the thousands in one concentrated area. So I just kind of wanted to know what is the threshold for an area, because at some point it does become concentrated.
What's the size of the area? Because what is the area?
Right. It depends on that market area, that census tract, all of those things that we're looking at. And if the land is, again, a lot of that has to do with the land use policy as well.
I was going to tell you, it's a local decision, y'all. So a lot of that is in you all's hands. It's a lot. I mean, Charlotte has what is the policy? concentration, what do we call
Just
it?
a locational score.
Locational scale. When the city's putting money into deals, another reason why you want money in deals is because you get to control where they go to. Because if they have to come to you for some of that gap financing, you can control the conversation too. I mean, it's putting money into it.
Yeah, it's called a locational policy, but you get a locational score.
But it's a city council score.
It's a local.
It's a local score. Okay. Well, it's to put the money in the deal. But the real way you have it is being part of that layering, so you can determine, as one of the financiers, what happens and what doesn't happen. Poor quality retail. Will you try that one?
Well, and Scott and Jody, because you ran that program, but
Microphone.
we look at.
Okay, well, Scott.
Yeah.
Scott can do it. I was just trying to spread the love.
Yeah, in terms of quality of the amenities, we don't score the quality of the amenities, but what we're looking at is it has to be open and active. So for any of those things, if you're talking about specifically shopping and services, we have specific ones that count for that. So, you know, it's going to be for the retail is going to be known named retail centers. For the, I thought you were asking specifically like for community centers. For community centers, we have specific requirements there as well. So a senior center has to be open certain hours, has to provide certain services, and has to be managed by the local government or some other organization. So we do look at all of those. Our staff is currently driving around the state right now looking at all those sites, and we drive to each of those amenities and make sure that they are open, active, and they are what they say they are, because sometimes we will get pharmacies as an example, and it's a drop-off delivery pharmacy. It is not a true pharmacy where you can bring your own prescriptions in. They may be filling pharmacies for facilities for nursing homes or other things. So there's other ways, but we look very closely at what it is and where it is, but we don't measure quality because that's way too subjective for us to dive into.
And what he really says is they get out and go drive. They don't take your word in the application, just so you know.
Sure. To your third question, just so to help our conversation, part of the interest from this standpoint is for us to diversify the quality and type of housing happening in certain parts of the city. And so I think that part of the question becomes, what are the levers that us as a council can interject in the process so that we are really influencing what's sort of approved and not approved, or at least giving our voice to where our preferences are.
Yeah, and I think that goes to be the locational policy. It's what I talked about earlier about within the scoring criteria for your funding, because there's very few projects that are going to get funded that aren't going to go through, aren't going to require city or county support in some way, shape, or form. So you can actually steer towards or away from areas based on how you prioritize where your investments will go as well. And then that locational policy that Lee mentioned as well is another one of those levers that folks have used.
And I'm going to try to, because we're standing between you and lunch. So the last one that I'm going to try, because I think a lot of people, not in the head, what happens when the tax credit period runs out? Yeah. So the question about what happens next, and Lee, have you got to one of those? I know.
Not just what happens when it runs out, but how does the city, how can we incentivize or city loans or anything that would require conditioning for extended period to keep that from going market rate or to landlords who are just extractive at that point?
Working against my interest here, but I will tell you many localities are requiring beyond the 30 years that the tax credit programs are requiring. 40 years is not uncommon. So you can buy, again, with your financing, with your gap financing, you can require more than the 30 years.
Thank you.
Was that your question, Cece?
Yes. Thank you.
Does that apply to 9% as
Yeah,
well?
sure. Yeah, Amanda wants to chime
It's
in.
also your zoning enforcement
Microphone.
arm.
Right.
So if we're looking at qualitative measures that
Microphone.
your zoning enforcement arm. So if one of those qualitative measures, this doesn't speak to landlord behavior, but it's how it looks when we all drive by and look at it. So there's the basic ordinance requirements that zoning can enforce, and then your zoning conditions, whatever you put on it at the time so that you felt it was appropriate here, that is part of your zoning ordinance now. So that's also enforceable by your zoning enforcement arm.
So I hear a lot about, that we would have more control if we had money in the partnership as such. And it does not matter where that money comes from, correct? On our end?
Correct. If you're providing the funding, whether that's
federal
money, state money, local money,
tax
that you
money,
raise,
whatever.
whether you do through a local housing bond, no, you're making the loan, so you get to make the rules.
And that is in collaboration and partnership.
If you were to pool private money together, that private money makes those rules and can have additional requirements.
As long as it's filtered through the city.
You're supporting, it's a bathtub approach, right? We're all pouring this money in to ultimately get these units out of the ground. But and Lee can tell you, one of the pluses and minuses of that is every pot of money has its own strengths, its own requirements, its own expectations.
That part.
It's part of it is figuring out making sure those are not at odds, because you don't want to create rules for your money that then makes it not work with the tax credits or make it not work with something else. But what Lee mentioned about requiring additional extended use beyond the 30 years that's normally required. The other thing I'll mention very quickly on that for those expiring properties, because that's something we are now encountering as properties age out. There is no stick for us as an agency, but we're trying to create incentives for folks to bring those back in to recapitalize. But we're also looking at, is there other tools that can be provided, because again, and local governments are doing that. The city of Raleigh tried, they're working on a program not only for affordable housing that's expiring, but also for those naturally occurring affordable units, those older properties that hit the market and are bought out by other folks quickly. That's another piece, is trying to figure out, but again, it's all about the dollars and the resources, is try to create funds that will allow for the quick acquisition. Working with local nonprofits is another way that we've seen in some communities are creating incentives to, if you transition this to a nonprofit, then you can get some tax benefits or other benefits down the road. So we all have to just get really creative around that subject for sure.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Question, does or can your housing finance model be adjusted to accommodate for explosive growth in a region? For instance, in Greensboro, Guilford County, we've seen some really explosive growth from new jobs coming in, and then also from the success of our colleges and universities. So I know we're talking about those 9%, the 4%, 9%, the 9% being competitive, maybe 1 or 2. Well, what if we really need 3 or 4? Does your model, or can your model be adjusted to account for that?
That's where that 4% side comes in.
So that's the 4%.
Non-competitive. The 9% side, because quite frankly, every community that we talk to has a very important need, and they're going to be looking at those same things. I will tell you, for example, this year we received through the bill last year, there was a 12% permanent increase to the housing credit not the per capita amount, but to the housing credit allocation for every state. We put that 12% into Western North Carolina this year under our QAP to address Hurricane Helene recovery, because that was an immediate need. So we have that ability to do that on a micro scale and focus to the Triad or to Guilford County. Probably would not go very well with the public hearing process for the QAPs. But there are ways that we move those dollars around if there are urgent and immediate needs around disaster recovery or a particular factor. But where we emphasize is that 4% side, because that's the most underutilized resource that we have, one of the few underutilized resources that we have. But it does take a greater investment locally or through other sources.
And then one more question regarding, you've heard that we don't want to concentrate the affordable housing or the attainable housing in any one area. Are there deal breakers? I know we talked about pharmacies and grocery stores, shopping, transportation. Is that a deal breaker, or is that just a lower score if there's no transportation hub?
Transportation can only help you, it cannot hurt you. Because again, we're designing the allocation process has to cover all 100 counties. There's not transportation in all 100 counties. So the way we've sort of designed the transportation is being close to transportation bus stops, or in Charlotte for the light rail. That can improve your score, make up for other deficiencies, but it will not hurt your score if you do not have it, as long as you have those other amenities close by.
Right, thank you. And then finally, when it comes to those colleges and universities with the explosive growth, are you working directly with the colleges and universities so that they can house more of their students, so to speak, as opposed to relying on what's available within the municipalities?
Right. So because none of the federal programs allow for student housing, we don't have much of a direct role in. We've had conversations with some of the community colleges and some of the sort of adjacent housing. We've had some conversations with universities that are trying to figure out how to build housing for staff. But students specifically, we have not. So we really haven't been engaged much at all by the universities or with the universities, other than when they're looking at sort of adjacent housing for staff, employees, folks working on campus or around campus.
We've looked at a couple of workforce housing, non-tax credit developments that were close to university. I haven't done one yet, but you can build workforce housing that is non-tax credit. The trick is, what is the rents? How do you structure it? We try not to structure it to be exclusively student, but where students would have easy access to it.
Fair housing stops you from being able to say who can live there. It's the income. So students can live there, but they get in line with everybody else when they apply.
We had a proposal where they were doing, it was more of a campus approach, and so they were looking at applying for, utilizing the bond program for the housing for employees and the community, and then they were also going to use a different resource to fund the student housing. But it would all be, so they were sharing some of the infrastructure costs because it was going to be part of a campus development, but yet not directly for the students or limited to students.
And I'm going to give one last thing because it's special in Charlotte right now. Our churches have leaned in heavy here lately to actually give land. So Lee, you've done 2 of those deals. So talk about how churches are adding the land, and then unless there's another question, this will be the last thing.
We're actually up to 5. So, but yeah, we've essentially, the short answer is mostly through tax credits, but we've also done 1 or 2 without tax credits. Churches have ground leased land to us to build mixed income housing, often for seniors, but some not for seniors. But it's same type of development, but it gets at the land cost. It creates that, that's the built-in subsidy, is that the land effectively becomes free.
Can I ask one last thing? As we think about how to use some of the buildings and space.
As we think about how to use some of the buildings and space downtown Charlotte, can you guys talk about naturally occurring affordable housing and adaptive reuse as well?
We've done
That's okay. They know a little bit about it.
We've looked at some of it. I mean, we looked at an office building to see if we could do multifamily. We couldn't make it work, but we have started to look at it. I think those opportunities will come a little bit more often. And then we do some rehab, but rehab is a huge, important part of the program to preserve affordable housing so that we don't lose the market. And the NCHFA does a ton of that.
So all of you guys that came to Charlotte, remember those big towers that they're converting? The floor plate, because of the ceiling height, don't necessarily work for the new office, but it works for housing. So that idea of some of the buildings downtown actually being looked at for that is kind of what we don't want you to forget is an option. How that works with affordable is what we were just talking about. We don't know, but it's something you could keep looking at. So
Zoning reform helps that. If a single-family house could be converted to 3 units and you didn't have to rezone, that's pretty affordable.
all right, any last questions? If not, let's give this panel a hand. Just like I did with the guy yesterday, catch Lee on the way out the door.
Thank you.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is 1:44. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Thank you for a great morning. We are in the home stretch, as they say, in the second half of the day, second day, final day, and we get back to framework now. So we're going to jump back into the framework and walk you through a couple of things. And what I want to do is, as we go through this, I'm going to ground on two other things really for some of the later work that we're going to do. So I'm going to go through framework, and yesterday I showed you a decision-making matrix. We didn't spend any time on that. So as we think about getting closer and actioning, momentum, just more framing for you all to think about how do you come to some of these decisions and maybe funnel to yes or no's from that perspective. And then we'll get into some catalyst projects. We've got some recommendations that are very high level still, but certainly reflect what we've heard from you all, what we've researched, and also based on who you are today as a city and leveraging some of the assets that you have today and building on that, not starting from scratch. And then we're going to end with identity. So we talked about that a lot in terms of who is Greensboro, who are you becoming, how do you brand yourselves, et cetera. Really, really loose concepts, but as with everything else, presented for your feedback. Baseline, everything that you say really you own. So, and you shape these things. So it's always better to start from a place instead of starting from zero and grabbing for straws. So we're baselining all of this. I'm going to go to two things really quickly. You'll see this from education pipeline. I think we're grounded here. Commitment, equitable growth. I think we're grounded here in terms of what that means. Connected infrastructure. We're going to talk about infrastructure a lot. Certainly, you know infrastructure in the concept of what you do as a city and providing roadways and water systems, et cetera. I want to make sure that we grasp these things too in terms of scope when we talk about infrastructure throughout the course of the day. So, connected city, multimodal transportation, East Greensboro, your greenway, certainly is infrastructure that people are excited about. 15-minute neighborhoods, digital access, and there's certainly other things that could be added here as well. And then quality of place is language that we want to make sure that you hold on to. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about quality of place, downtown revitalization, tourism and culture, arts and creativity, parks and recreation, diverse housing options, cultural events. So if you think about quality of place, it really is that person's experience, kind of the wraparound in terms of identity for neighborhoods and quality of life aspects that are just beyond that make a place or city or a neighborhood a place that people want to live and also remain. So won't spend time on the engine here, but from a framework. But again, the center here and the starting place is really building economic engines so that you're able to do all of these things. Economic engines, building strong businesses. We need that for strong businesses, right? Strong businesses increase your tax base and give you the opportunity to do more for your residents. Happy residents stay, remain, and attract other people here. And then this is a virtuous cycle here that really builds on itself, and everyone here benefits and wins, certainly your residents and businesses here that you support. Workforce, business, communities. I won't spend time here. I'm sorry, I got to click through all of this to get to where we want to get through in terms of structure. Strategic positioning, we talked about all the assets here, and the reason why we pull this out of strategic positioning is that it is grounding and foundational to the framework and some of the decisions as well. This is what it all looks like together. Cornerstones, 7 cornerstones from a framework standpoint. If I'm going too fast or questions, I don't want to repeat what we did yesterday because I want to make sure we're getting through. But again, for grounding. And then 7 cornerstones are supported by indicators within each of those cornerstones. So here are your key indicators for each of your cornerstones, meaning how do you know that you're performing well in this particular area? If you were thinking about KPIs or metrics of success, this might be some of them. And certainly you edit and add to and really make it more customizable to Greensboro in some cases. How it all works together. And then this is where we want to spend some time on today. So we talked about even earlier, like how do you decide? How do you get to what works or what doesn't work? As you think about some of the decision making that you want to spend some time on, these might be some categories in terms of how you decide what to move forward with, how you prioritize, how you request staff provide some direction on staff, things you want staff to bring back to you, and circulating. So first of all, does it align overall? Is it advancing your overall strategic priorities, which you could say, is it advancing your 7 cornerstones? How is it impacting talent? Because we know that we need people to want to stay here, want to come here, and be able to build successful lives here. So is it attracting, developing, and retaining the skilled workforce? Fiscal sustainability, are there clear long-term funding models for it? Access, is it reducing barriers, increasing benefits to small businesses and underserved populations? As we think about marginalized communities, we also want to think about really fostering and building a very strong small business ecosystem and culture here. I think where you stand today with advanced manufacturing and your aerospace skills or assets, it begs for that. You can build very naturally and organically small business ecosystems around that. And then collaboration, public-private partnerships. We haven't talked about that a lot, but I think you all know how we feel about that. It's paramount. It's not optional in terms of working more closely with the business community going forward here. And also regional alignment. There are lots of organizations here who are very regional focused. Certainly your chamber is one of them. And making sure that as you are building as a city as well, that you're able to synthesize with some of the strengths of the regions around you and offer your strengths to them as well. And that's municipalities, universities, and other organizations across the board. And then competitive advantage. Does it offer you a competitive advantage? Yes, Manager Trey.
I kind of want to raise one of my observations in engaging with you all, talking with you. I kind of track our engagements and our discussions over the last couple months. And one of the things that this does for me is it both helps me communicate to you all, especially sometimes at different levels of importance of things to some versus others, but then also this consistency of communication. Also helping from the staffing side, helping the staff see and shape, how you all prioritize and see whether it's a higher level initiative or just things that are regular, the cost of doing business or things that we do every day. I'm going to extract something that we have been talking about regularly. It's gotten a lot of attention, whether it's parking and different decisions that take place around some of these topics, or when you talk about these developments that you heard, if it's a development in an area and how we make those decisions. This component for me really helps from a staffing perspective, how we're communicating to council, and then also too how we're keeping it in front of you and on a regular basis. Just wanted to raise that.
You think about this from a prioritization standpoint and finance coming for you as you're going into your budget cycle. We're going to ask for feedback for the second.
So ground is based on this also being edited based on what you need. But in operationalizing this, this could become a weighted scoring system in terms of some of the projects that you ultimately approve and the larger initiatives that you ultimately approve. But it also can change year over year as well as your priorities change. So let's say you have a catalyst project and you know that this is an area you want to focus in over the first 2 or 3 years of your strategic plan. Then you may be weighting alignment or fiscal sustainability higher for the first 2 years, but then they may switch the next 2 years. But it really is dependent upon what is before you at this time and where your priorities are also. Any reactions to this? What's missing? Is anything wrong here that you see that you would not want to be considered as you're making your decisions?
What currently exists? What is the current framework that prior council was using? Just curious, like where would that?
There is no current.
Okay, just checking to see. Okay. I just, as far as implementation and grounding, it's where it's grounded.
Well, let me say, I don't want to act like there are no parameters. So there are council priorities and different goals that were set. But as it relates to a specific decision-making criteria that we can all point to, then there's not.
Thank you.
I think it would be helpful to me, and maybe to others, that as things are brought to council for work sessions or decisions or something like that, that included in the presentation is kind of on a spectrum of each one of these. Where does staff see this fitting in? Is this scoring high in, this category, but lower in this category, and then it's up to us to decide, how we view it. But it would be helpful for me, because sometimes staff knows background of things that I don't know when it comes to the collaboration or the competitive advantage or something like that. But I think if we got in the practice of when we were brought projects, when we were brought things, for us to see the score that staff is bringing to us, and then for us to see, do we agree? Do we want to talk about, now, I don't see this as important or whatever, especially at the beginning. I think in the beginning, when we get used to thinking along this way, eventually staff will know how we like to work and what we feel is important and that kind of thing. And we may not need that time, but I think it would be helpful for me, at least, to kind of have that merging of these 6 items.
I'm going to give you a reply to that actually is tremendously helpful. A lot of times the staff want to know. They want to know, like, what is council thinking about? How does council feel about this? So this can give so much consistency and make, not that I want work to be easier, but I do want work to be easier in some ways. Because the reality is that they already know that these are kind of the parameters set. And like you said, just organically, over time, you begin to see like some of these things in play, but I think it will make communication a lot better.
And the framework for this already in our, when we get our zoning and land use suggestions, we've got that whole, we think it aligns with the 2040 comprehensive plan because of A, B, and C, and we get that when we have those projects in front of us. I think that could be easily adaptable.
And then you also have your indicators in the framework as well. So what you ultimately have is a scorecard, not presented in that way this time, but this all could be put into a scorecard that you're easily able to analyze and assess what's before you. I think it was April, Crystal, and then yes.
I'd like to see collaboration specifically indicate like just internal collaboration. We see a lot of departments that might be able to support each other in initiatives.
That's good, yeah.
And I know that they've been talking about silos, and so I think about where the intersections are a lot, and so I'm sure that others do as well.
For the better part of about, and I'm sorry,
No.
I just want them to have some of the information that's happening that will accommodate from an internal standpoint. So the better part of about 6 months, ACM McCray has been leading our GSTAT, which is, I've sent it to you all in a couple different iterations, but really it is very much this, to make sure that the various departments are aligned. The other part from the internal component, so we meet monthly, and during that monthly there's a scheduled report out. So your report out is based on the metrics of where the organization is going. As we shape this framework out and continue to really hone in on the specific vision that council has, then that will be reflected in those report outs. for the departments. And those departments are to work, in that cross collaboration of, if Irving is over, the solid waste department and I'm over the water department, then he hears my report out and vice versa. And we have that cross connection there.
That's a great add, and we'll add that under collaboration. Any other thoughts about edits? I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
I just, in speaking off of what Tammy shared, I think also maybe getting a grasp on past decisions and if they actually fit into this new framework. Because I think for new council, there have been some things that have kind of pushed through that we didn't really know about, and it was just because of past council decisions. So if we're going to create a framework that speaks to what we'd like to see going forward, some of those ideas may not fit into what we're thinking about in our future framework. Or they may.
We'll take that as an action.
Try.
Other reactions? Anything missing?
I'm just going to acknowledge or state out loud, I'm assuming we're going to add or have more qualitative and quantitative
Yes.
discussion.
Okay. Yes. Group work. Group work. You know what? I gotta start there. For this whole group, I need to start there. Sorry.
When I see access and it says reduces barriers and increasing benefits, I also think that we should be examining. I don't know if we have held some of the ways in which barriers exist, so constant examination, even some reflection around historic barriers. I don't really know if we're all on the same shared understanding and level setting. I know that we're here to reduce it. I just don't know if we've examined them in depth, respectfully.
Yep. A part of phase 2, we're really going into phase 3, but we're going to call it phase 2 because this is your first real deliverables. But there's a lot of that to do across the board, because now that we have some direction, we still have to go back and listen and learn again and examine and see what's feasible, additional information out there, go back to stakeholders we talked to already, talk to stakeholders who aren't even aware that this is happening. So there's still so much more to uncover and unearth. Yeah. You're welcome. Okay. You guys want to go a little deeper here? Yeah. I think you guys need to work on this. My question to you is, what does this mean for you, each one of these, in terms of, let's say, we have alignment, we have our key indicators already in terms of what success looks like for in each of the cornerstones. But when we talk about alignment, what does that mean for you? There's no right or wrong, but we do need that feedback as we continue to build this out. Talent impact, attract, develop, and retain key workforce. Not necessarily projects, but how do you know we've done a good job at that? Right? What does that look like for you? And so forth. Can you turn to the person to your right? And then that means Crystal, Hugh, and CC, you guys are together. Actually, CC, we'll put you with the mayor in April. How's that? The three of you together in 2 and 2. Just sit your tables, or if you could certainly move around. But if you could spend about 15 minutes really talking through each of these, if you need more time, that's fine, because I think it is important for us to understand what that is. And then we're also going to give you some poster boards, because we need you to write it down and give us the homework so we don't miss anything. Okay?
What do you want us to extract from the pause with each other?
Really just discuss what that means for you. So as we think about this is your decision-making criteria, and that you need to synthesize what it means for each of you, so that we're able to also share that with the staff in terms of this. These are, I think what Trey was saying earlier, is that if we know that this is the decision-making, we have the framework, and we know how this decision-making framework against this criteria, that also means that this is what's important for staff to begin to work on, to seek, as we think about really framing initiatives and projects and taking it through this lens. And so we could read this and interpret different things. So how do we ground now what, when we say alignment, what does that really mean? Make sense? So no right or wrong, just more information for us. All right, I'm going to do some post abortion.
reduce. Recidivism is like if
Talent impact attracts and develops and retains skilled workforce. I think that's all.
No, recidivism is keeping, retaining. I think it is.
About the students, private, the students
Understand reasons for. What did you say, April?
Oh, you're saying recidivism is the tendency to reoffend.
Yeah,
projections of revenue. So it came out of my mouth.
Are you feeling leaving CC? Emergencies and, what was the last one? I said catastrophic economic downfall.
Contingency plans.
Yeah, it was like resiliency and contingency plans. Okay. I'll read the whole thing just to make sure I got captured, because I was talking to.
We're gonna have to condense it in 2 or 3 words.
Yeah, well, yeah. Long-term sustainability in our budgeting and revenue projection, resiliency and continuous plans during, for, or during emergencies and economic downfalls.
Contingency, not contiguous.
All right, what else?
There's some more that you wanted to use recidivism. It's easy to get words mixed up.
My whole problem when I see underserved populations and access, it doesn't speak to what created it, and I think that that's a part of our problem, because if we don't talk about what created it, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, is the history of why council said certain things and where it was from.
Council couldn't, that previous council couldn't necessarily
I'm
describe.
not talking about previous, I'm talking about other councils,
Yeah.
all the way back.
Well, and address those. Yeah, because I just think, like, why is Fisher Park great? Or why is District 3 well off? We talk about the problem instead of what created the problem, maybe? No, I think that's good. Yeah, and I think that there could be some ownership, particularly with, like, maybe 3, 4, and 5 having some shared awareness of why we're making decisions based on historic harms. And often we talk about the impact of, like, Black communities instead of what made the safest communities are the most resourced communities. What made these communities more resourced, and then they understand. Then they'll be in a better place of understanding why we're making the decisions.
Don't forget to write these on your poster boards as well, please.
All right.
Thank you.
I think we kind of talked about that a little bit, but yes,
Just
go
take a
ahead.
word or two
Yes,
out
yes,
of line and then you can explain.
I'm gonna take a picture. I think we did a great job also. It was a little tense.
We
but
dug
did a good
down
job.
into the
We dug
weeds.
down. This is important though. I wanna.
We don't have a marker.
It goes back to knowledge for all.
Oh, here you go, Cece.
We got it.
Sorry, I didn't see you working.
You're fine.
Thank you. And thanks for doing all of this labor. We appreciate you.
public-private partnerships, which everybody is starting to hate us using. So I think we should kind of pull it out a little bit.
It is what it is.
I know, but I know, but maybe expanding what we.
University and college. Hang on, let me get this one out and then we'll get the next one. Was it government, private?
University education and,
What was our fourth one that everybody was like, oh, I wish we were you? There's government, private, university.
Was it our
nonprofits.
See,
I got it.
I'll also say something about our gate city.
Right.
Job security. I think that'll lead us into competitive advantage.
Collaboration, not competitive advantage.
Oh.
The best place to live, work, and play.
We can say, gate city.
You know what? I think I changed it.
Manufacturing, nanotechnology.
No, but I don't think.
Yeah, Jeff Foster's on,
Enhances Greensboro. Can we just put green also? We're like Greensboro. No, for real. You think District 3?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Commission on Community Sustainability.
Parks? You love parks. That's who we are. We put the green in Greensboro around here. Oh, our national park.
We got parks.
Well, the national park is a little different. But it's not. It's different. Charlotte doesn't have a national park in their city.
National recognition.
Okay, guys, if you could make your way back to your seats.
Those are the folks that can give us a little experience of
I'm excited for this.
how we got here.
We've been doing all the talking. Now you guys have to do all the talking and sharing. Okay. Who wants to report out first?
Who feels confident enough in their feedback and their ideas? How about that?
How many did we have? We're good.
So excited.
We'll go, guys. You want me to read it?
Step up and share.
Or you want to read it? You want to read it?
I think we'll just go ahead and get ours over with.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can.
All right.
So alignment, we had to create a shared understanding of the same goals and vision to better track when we're on or off of our plan. And then for talent acquisition, continuing our cradle to career framework. Also continuing our workforce development and collaborating with educational institutions like universities and colleges to retain our folks. We like the idea and hope that we can better flesh this out. The 15-minute cities and keep our young workforce engaged and they stay. And then also allowing our students and our young folks to be a part of the planning as they're the folks who will carry it forward. Fiscal sustainability, looking at our long-term sustainability in our budgeting, but also in our revenue projections. And then access, speaking to the root causes of inequity and addressing those first, and then educating districts 3, 4, and 5 on how we got here and what our shared responsibility is in bringing the whole city along. Under collaboration, not just the council and staff collaboration and the internal staff and internal council, but also interdepartmental collaborations. And then really leaning on this government, private, university, college, and nonprofit structure. So, we have universities. I remember that. And then the competitive advantage. We got 8 college and universities. We have civil rights history. We have an Eritropolis. I'm going to say that over and over again, even though she hates it. And then it's a gate city, so that ties in with the logistics of having road, rail, and air. And then we have advanced manufacturing. And then, thank you, Ms. Parker, Councilwoman Parker, we are a green, as in green for Greensboro. And that's our parks and recreation, and we have a nationally recognized national park. So that's us.
You know Greensboro.
Come on,
It was a collaboration.
No, you all know Greensboro. Excuse me. Excuse me. Is that eye coming out, Mayor? You got a little eye in there coming out?
Eye in there. Yeah. Actually, it's a big eye, and then it goes down to a little.
That's beautiful.
I know one tense moment, and I just think that it's hard. Cece does such a great job, and I want to print. I want to ours is a dissertation pending. It can be studied. It's so brilliant, and. The talent impact, I just think it needs to be mutual. I think right now some of the approach is very paternalistic in the ways of, I think that there's brilliant students that are going to tell us what's the new wave. I think that they're going to be the ones that are building our city. And so I just wanted some mutuality. We don't want to just talk at our talent. I think that that's one of the things that I want us to, yes, we want to give them every opportunity and resource and space. And they're going to tell us what's the next thing jumping. So I just want to be informed by their talent, and I don't want us to always have a we know best approach, because I want to be informed by them.
And please know that they are a key stakeholder for the next phase,
right?
In terms of segments that we have to talk to.
Yeah, not only that, but they become your secret weapon and tell you what's coming next.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do it right, you stay in front
That's right.
That's right. Mayor?
That's what I was talking about the other day with the Spark NC at UNCG, that the kids in high school were doing the next wave of what business will look like. And that was very exciting. I only had one moment of a little bit of caution, which was the bad word over in the C's. And that was, we cannot always predict which business is going to want to come here because of the site plans, you know, mega sites or this or that or the other. We can't always predict that it's going to align with what the students are working on for the future.
I think I'm speaking more onto the entrepreneurship vibe. I am thankful for the mega sites, but even when I think about the people who are leaving Greensboro, age of 41 to 49, that mid-career, I'm not looking at necessarily a mega site as my next thing to do in life. I didn't expect to be here necessarily, but certainly it would be around the entrepreneurial line. I think that's my frame of thought.
Absolutely.
Both ends.
Both ends.
And even to the point about not knowing what comes here, what you're creating is the ability to recruit what comes here.
Right.
I remember in conversations with leadership with Austin years ago, and they said that one of the reactions to 2008 is that they didn't want to have an industry-specific economy. So they wanted all industry to be there, so they would never have to, because obviously it's a relatively small town.
Depend on one.
Similar, right? They didn't want to have to depend on one. Obviously, we know that in the Piedmont Triad very well, right? Textiles, right?
Yeah.
So they were very intentional in their recruiting to recruit diverse industries. So they had a mix of everything, so it was not dependent on the economy. So if one industry fell, the economy there was propped up by the others that remained. And so you have the ability to also, with this, be intentional about who you want to come here. Certainly Brent and the Chamber does a beautiful job of recruiting folks here and working with getting people here. And now there's an umbrella or framework also. They understand the alignment with the city and what you all designed. So that's also the great part about regional. When we met with Marvin and Brent, they talked about the intentionality with working with the other chambers and the other regions around you, municipalities, on recruiting and referring. So if there was a company looking for a site and they didn't have it in Greensboro, they refer over to High Point and vice versa. And so you have the opportunity to begin looking at that along with them, with the regional lens as well, and support some of the work that they're doing. Very good. Thank you so much, Group 1. That was a great report out. So who is Group 2, and who can, if you align with something that they said, just give us a thumbs up really quickly, and then spend more time on the things that we haven't heard so far. Crystal, you up? You want to jump in? Yeah. So far.
For alignment, we talked about being continued to be grounded in the DISC process.
Love it. Thank you for that tee up. Appreciate
it. I think it has level setted the way that we are approaching the framework process. And I think it also will
help us as we move forward with initiatives and things that we want to do, kind of knowing who we're working with and how to work with them. So just in today's moment of being led with that process and able to think, I think also centered us on how we lean into this work today. So I think if we carry that with us and stay grounded in it, we will recognize our differences and be able to come up with products that are collaborative but also respectful. Talent impact. We think that we need to center around that Cradle to Career initiative. It seems to be the overarching topic that we heard yesterday. And so we also believe that we need to grab onto some missed opportunities with our universities that we haven't had. Hugh and I talked about that universities here were kind of like, okay, A&T's over there, UNCG is over there, but it's never been that they are a part of the city's framework. And how do we capture that within what we're doing and how we're moving forward? Physical sustainability. We talked about revisiting and creating opportunities that can support revenue streams before burdening taxpayers. That means looking back into our budget to see what's really working for us. Are we putting funds somewhere that's not really giving us the production that we're looking for? And then also being creative on how we can maybe partner budgets to create one outcome, or just looking and being creative about funding instead of always trying to put money in pockets to satisfy one initiative. Could be collaborative. Access, revisiting how access shows up in all efforts to ensure equity. I think that's just overall. When we talk about access to community, access to staff, everybody that we work with should have access to how we're moving forward in the framework, because I think if we bring people to the table, then we'll always have equity centered in what we're doing. Collaboration, public-private partnerships are needed, full stop. It is something that we need to embrace. We have a wealth of industry and nonprofits here that I think are kind of sometimes in silos, for a word that we've been using, and we haven't really folded them into the framework process. So if we're going to start doing this, I think about DGI and the Center City message that we got yesterday, and how collaborative he is with the city on building their framework. And I think we need to think about that in the partners that are already at our tables. We just haven't thought about collaborating in a way that we all have a shared vision. Competitive advantage. We are Knowledge Borough. Our mayor gave us that. Our city council member gave us that. Knowledge Borough. Be the gift that we've been given. So if we have the gift of these 8 universities, then we need to take advantage of that and build upon it. I think we have some rich universities. It's not just that we have universities, but they actually have pipelines that we can lean into and move. One of the things that Adam and I talked about in our morning session was the wet-dry labs. That should be one of the things that we are thinking about incorporating in our framework, because not only does it speak to our workforce industry, but it speaks to their access, and that's something that we should hear as a need and fold that in. So,
and I'm really responding to that too, because it also brings in industry. All of the innovation happening in industry, so it's not just at the university level.
So we're green, but we're also Knowledge Borough.
Yes, I like Knowledge Borough. That's good.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Thank you, Tammy Irvin.
So we took a totally different tact on this. We understood something totally different, but I think it plays into this in terms of we did this based on how do we measure when we have opportunities, when we're looking at possibilities, how do we use these 6 things to measure or to grade them as opportunities? So under alignment, is it the purview of the city? Is it in concert with our stated goals? Does it meet our values? And does it move us forward towards the 4-legged stool? Under talent impact, does it build the ecosystem/pipeline to maximize the benefit of our universities? Does it support R1 status? And will it increase the economic mobility of our residents? Under fiscal sustainability, does it grow the tax base? Are we leveraging potential partners? Can we do it and maintain it?
That's a good one.
And what is the financial impact on residents? Before we make a decision, we need to know how it's going to impact the residents. Access, does it move us forward towards housing access for all? Does it move us towards equity? And does it create opportunity in all districts? Okay. Under collaboration, are we strategic in building the 4-legged stool? And are we thinking and working and thinking regionally? And then under competitive advantage, are Are we leveraging our assets to make Greensboro a place of choice to live, work, and play? And does it build on our story further and does it build on our story, furthering the development of our brand? So that's what we would use to measure potential projects by. And at the last minute, we had an addition.
Our competitive advantage is GEO as well.
You better talk about it. Throw some Aggie pride in this. That's right.
Well, one of the things we were trying to understand.
Yes. How that Aggie pride up.
What's the economic impact of GEO? Do we know?
They hasn't. I don't think that it's really adequately been studied.
Okay, we don't.
But
know.
they thrown out something like 42 million.
Yeah, it's got to be significant. Do you know? Anybody know?
That's what I said about 42.
And you don't have to recruit.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? That was good.
See, it comes to y'all every year.
Every year.
It's already
Very good.
next year.
Very good. Charlotte's still crying for losing CIAA. I mean, it was in the hundreds of millions in terms of economic impact. So it's not about the event itself. It really is about what it does for the businesses in the community and the economic impacts. Your hotels are full. People are buying sodas. People are buying dinners. People are running to get that last outfit. All those things. Hotels, all of that it's great for the economy who are here. And if we could get people, not just GEO, but all of the major events that come here, for the ones they deliver for your small businesses, you guys should be getting behind that, because that's money in families' pockets.
Real quick, when CIAA came to Charlotte, South Park, which is our major mall, and I'd love to know what Franny would say about this, their second biggest time of the year outside of Christmas was CIAA.
Yeah.
They loved it. And I don't know what the impact is here, but you don't have to recruit it. I mean, and you talk about bringing back talent. You got the most loyal Aggie pride talent in the world that you need to just bring back here to say, come back and move, or invest in.
So this says 50 to 60 million?
Yeah, that's a big number.
About right. And I don't want to forget, in all this, there's still ties into everything that's been said so far.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to forget, talking about GEO and everything, the youth sports.
Absolutely.
They bring families for weeks and things like that, and they spend a lot of money too.
We've seen it outside this window the last 2 days.
Yeah. For the
those
guy.
buses,
I was looking at all those buses.
all those buses coming to bring those kids to the aquatic thing. You saw it all day long.
That comes in under leveraging our assets to make Greensboro a place of choice to live, work, and play.
Definitely.
I didn't know you got off the bus with a theme song.
No, Science Center, we love Battleground Park. We already talked about that. So we've got great ideas for that. So, but you've got many. You have many. Okay. Great thinking, team.
Not sure that we have a ton more to add, but so I'll focus on the fiscal sustainability in terms of ensuring that that the funding also impacts our strategic priorities, which I assume we will have established. And then also creating sustainable fiscal paths as well. So us looking at what are other revenue generations that we can be pursuing. We also under collaborations really focused on never go alone. Like there isn't anything that we are doing as a city that we should be doing alone, even if we think it's just a city function. What are the places that we can partner? I think the others in our conversations touched on things that everybody else said. Yes? Yes.
Hey, give yourselves a round of applause. That was amazing. Do you feel the energy and excited about what came out? One thing I want you to also recognize what's happening here is that you guys are developing a common language, shared language, and new language. So you're reflecting back a lot of things that you've heard over the course of our time together, and really developing a new language in terms of how to move some of these things forward. Certainly reflecting a lot of what you heard from the panels yesterday as well. So all very good stuff, very good stuff. Okay, so from here, we're going to go into projects. Before we get to the projects, no, we'll go to the project. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Not that one. Yes, thank you. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. There we are. All right. So now we get into projects. Yay! Ideas, concepts, initiatives, big rocks, economic engines, and things that may certainly reflect everything that we've heard from you guys. I don't think there's anything that's off the ballpark here, but we want you to take it forward. I keep saying this. This is the baseline. This is the foundation. It belongs to you. So change it, edit it, add to it, detract from it, cut it out. But we're going to go through, I think we'll go through everything first. Let us get through the ideas first. You guys sit with it, and then we want your reactions. And then we're going to ask you to narrow, edit, work together, make it yours. Okay? You want it all? Well, interestingly enough, you can have it all. You just can't have it all today.
And not at the same time.
Not at the same time. So at the end, you're going to see some kind of an implementation timeline, high level, not based on any feasibility studies, financial models, or anything, just directional, right? So that implementation and what will happen will be through our next steps in understanding what's there. Where there's energy already to build on, what is low-hanging fruit, what's longer. There may be some things we think are low-hanging fruit, but we find it is longer when we get the data and the information, and vice versa. So all directional, okay? Thanks. So I want to tee up a couple things first as we think about this. First of all, I'm going to give you copies only if you promise not to look ahead. Scouts honor? I don't see hands. And the C's, never mind. Okay.
You know I'm a D. Yeah.
It's like, there's no way we're doing it.
No way. Okay, you don't get copies then. You'll get copies to take home. How about that?
You said.
Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your honesty. Okay. So, first thing we're going to tee up, and I have the slide. Let me pull it up here. Hold on a second. There we are. Okay. So as we frame, there are a couple things I want you to ground with on here, and that is concentrated, sequence, and executable. The other word that I want you to take away from is, what's our favorite word? Intentional. Intentional. Greensboro does not lack projects, lacks concentration and institutional execution capacity. So you talked about revisiting and editing. This is an opportunity to do that, right? Vision 36 advances a focused portfolio of catalytic investments designed to raise median household income, reverse graduate talent loss, expand tax base per acre, increase federal and private capital capture, and close geographic equity gaps. High level, again, for your response, you can add to it and edit it. What we're going to show you are a set of projects in 2 tiers. Tier 1 is transformational economic catalysts, and Tier 2 are community and connectivity accelerators. So 2 different categories that we've separated some of the projects into. And again, our intention was really to take everything that we've heard. We did a lot of talking, but we also did a lot of listening. When you were visiting, we noticed the things that you responded to in your visit. We noticed the things that you responded to in our peer studies and some of your feedback from some of your findings. And so our intent was to package all of that up based on what we know is working also in our research and analysis, and put together before a portfolio of projects that could serve as economic engines and catalyst projects to spur growth across the city. Dave?
The only thing I'll add to all that is that, remember, this was about giving you back what you gave us, which is conversation. Can I have the clicker?
You gave those 3 words, and then you said one other word that wasn't
Intentional. It's just to remind you that you've heard us use that word a lot. Again, this first tier is all about transformational economic catalysts structured to increase wages, drive tax base. These initiatives directly reshape Greensboro long-term economic trajectory. So the first one is no surprise, you guys, and that's this idea of marrying what we heard about PTI and innovation districts in one place. This idea that you would maybe center something around PTI that would be, and again, the way this is structured, if you remember those, the 7 cornerstones, so we're going to anchor it in that. This is anchored in the economic engine and competitiveness cornerstone. Just so you know, in North Carolina, just so you know how big the university is already, is generating about $88 billion annually. That's not PTI, it's just all together, just so you know how big the university is. And it focused industrial clustering drives that type of 3 to 5x capital investment, and that's looking at other peer cities. Remember, your peer cities are in the back of the summary of findings, and it is actually you have a little bit to read in the book. What does this mean? Core moves that need to happen: former innovation district designation at PTI. Of course, you have to work with Kevin on that. You have this whole idea of recruiting aerospace suppliers. You talked about who would need them. Who does Honda Jet need? Who does Jet Zero need? Who does Boom need? And actually coming up with a target, maybe working with the chamber around recruiting 30 to 20 suppliers in that area that will be part of this. What you're talking about is actually recruiting what MRO stands for, is maintenance, repair, and operations, somewhat TIMCO used to be. And also talking about how the material testing, again, in this situation, it's not necessarily a wet lab or cold lab. It is a bigger play because you're testing materials. You know, a lot of what you're hearing about them right now is in aviation is composites and those types of things. Really leaning into the R&D space with A&T. They mentioned that they're in that space with composites when they were here the other day or yesterday. And then this whole idea of doing an annual forum, probably right here in this building of some sort, to actually start to bring those conversations into the area and actually be the center of that. And then, you know, the impact should be increased export intensity, supplier density, as well as higher wages. Remember, a lot of what we heard was the matchmaking between the citizens and the actual jobs here. So I think this is another one of those opportunities to lean way into that aviation space, not just in what Kevin's doing, but being, again, the word here is being more intentional about how it grows here. Any questions about this? This is not new. You kind of heard it yesterday, so I'm not telling you anything you didn't hear, but I'm just kind of formalizing what the idea could look like.
I like
Anything? What are you saying, Cece?
I really like the idea of us holding the forum there, here in the city.
I mean, it's something that the universities would lean in big time. Maybe you do it around GHO. Okay, let's keep going.
It won't be no hotel room.
Well, take advantage while you're here. I'm not being funny about doing a GHO, but I mean, again, I'm almost saying you got an opportunity while you have all those people in town. Come a day earlier. Let's do something else.
We are focused on something else.
She's focused on something else. I'm going to need you to try harder, Chris.
And recovery. Exactly.
You heard this one yesterday, and I don't know why this thing is changing fast. You heard this one already. This is the idea, if you marry downtown with A&T and UNCG, you know, it is prime for R1 Innovation District. I don't know where downtown, we didn't take the time to go look at where land was. We didn't try to do that. But UNCG is one side, A&T's one side, downtown's in the middle. It's kind of an obvious one. And the whole idea there, again, it is around this whole, it actually does the first cornerstone of economic engine and this one, which is inclusion and talent development. The return on R1 investments are about almost 3x on every research dollar. It's a real retention policy program too, but the core moves would be pre-entitled lab-ready research district, and I think I heard somebody over here talk about, you guys talked about it on your list. Downtown commercialization of an anchored building. You got enough buildings downtown that maybe you'll need to start a new one if it can be adaptive for what the universities need. But if not, a great opportunity to do something new. Shared core research facilities. One of the examples in your book, the summary of findings, was Barcelona. And I brought that up because they've done this in spades. The whole idea of building an ecosystem, shared coffee shops, not just shared labs. It's places where these students can interact with each other and learn from each other by just exposure. I mean, it's a whole system that you put in place when you're doing this. And again, the group that was here yesterday knows what they're doing with that. And you're sharing it. So it's not UNCGs, RANTs, and whoever else know you want to bring into this conversation, but it's about them being around each other and feeding on what each one's doing. Graduate and post doctoral housing strategy. I'm not sure we heard a lot about where we can go with that yet, but there are other cities that have done it. We really, I kept doing research on big cities like Boston, maybe a lot bigger than Greensboro, but they're at the top of the tier when it comes to being a college town and knowing how to house the people that come there every year. Maybe there's some peer exchanges to learn how they're doing this student housing thing in other cities. But we know that this happens because it's happening in other cities. This whole city-led R1 accelerator, I'm going to talk about that more in a minute, but that is actually the city just leaning into helping make this happen. We'll talk about how that could happen. The structural impact should be increasing federal research funds that flow through here, more startups, that's more small businesses, again, that spin off of it. Graduate retention should grow, and expansion of your middle class. I mean, and this becomes Greensboro 25-pounding engine, because it should just keep turning and turning and turning. This one here is Greenville. You've been to Greenville, South Carolina? There are falls in that bridge. I mean, really, I don't know. I thought it was going to be a whole river when I went down there the first time. But it is, it's a place everybody takes a picture when they go to Greenville. I mean, you know, it is, I don't even know if Charlotte has one. We need one of these. And I think Michael Smith was talking about us needing a Piedmont Park and those kind of things. But, you know, where do you lean into this whole signature space and defining this is kind of what you talk to people about. It's all about urban form. Peer cities unlock billions by making sure that they have these kind of catalyst public realm investments. You know, it elevates the downtown greenway. It connects the rest of the community, as you know, because your greenways are extensive. Maybe it's around Tanger, somewhere near civil rights. I know those are not real close, but maybe it's something in that area that takes advantage of kind of the history there and you lean into it. Maybe there's a water feature, an amphitheater, cultural activation, but the point here is to find something that would be that postcard moment. This one, a few of you guys, and I think it was the mayor and CC in April that talked about this whole idea of P3s. The idea of maybe what you do is you lean into P3 by actually having a P3 and capital delivery office inside of the city. The idea being there to actually flush out the mechanism that actually would bring more P3 opportunities to the city. Because remember, once you start telling people what you want here, having the tools to actually do it becomes very, very important. And I don't think you want to kind of fumble your way through it. So we're talking about getting very, very grounded in how the P3 framework could work in Greensboro. That's the TIFIA-ready districts, looking where you want development, making sure you already know the tools that work there and how they would work. Land capture strategies, dedicated capital transaction team, and project underwriting structure. Going on and have that so you're not doing that project by project, but you're telling people what you're looking for. And you turn strategy, impact should be turning strategy into a financed execution, so you're not doing it one at a time. Improve the private leverage ratios, and accelerate project delivery. And that comes through competition. I mean, you know, they'll go a lot faster once they start competing for your money. And then the last one, this is the one that probably fits into the idea of how you accelerate the R1. Maybe the creation of a strategic innovation acceleration office in the city manager's office. Fits into governance, and it removes the friction, accelerates delivery maybe on all of this R1 conversation. And again, one of his core duties would be to accelerate the R1 thing for both UNCG and A&T in a way. It's not to run it. It's not to tell the universities what to do. Just to be clear, but it's the city recognizing that it's an economic driver to the point that it actually puts resources to help make that stuff happen. So this is idea of fast tracking the districts. If the districts only work once the universities buy into it, and they're not here, so they're not hearing this. So again, it's just an idea. But again, the whole process is to get more federal money coming through, cross-departmental execution, coordination would be important here, and to build a public dashboard to keep up with it. Again, reducing time of delivery, increasing the federal capture, and closing coordination gaps. And that is the first here. So there's only a few more. So reactions to any of that?
I'll just have an overall reflection of, I think it's important for us to hold, I think it would be important, I think it would be important and ideal for us to hold in the back of our minds that some of these things, and by the way, I think they're all great so far. Thank you. This is great thought, and I can see everything that I've heard us talk about, as well as the community represented here. Some of these things are happening in other rooms and already being planned. So I think that it would be, as I'm going through it, I'm just sort of writing down and thinking what's right for the city to lead versus others, but for all of us to partner with everything. And so just going back to we shouldn't go alone. They shouldn't go alone. It should have all the four at the table. But some tables, in my mind, is right for others to lead, some would be right for us to lead. And so I'd love for us to have that discussion because others may have other
perspectives. This is a perfect
perspectives.
example of that, right? So we know the criteria for R1 is really important, but the goal is that as a city, you can help, and in some cases lead, creating an infrastructure and a culture in which it is embraced and that it is leveraged and you can begin to bring and support that. So the question is, how can the city support building that type of culture here around innovation and thought leadership, because your universities have clearly already done their part. But people, when they come here, they'll need places to live, they'll need places to stay. Can we repurpose space downtown for wet labs and other innovative buildings? So to your point, you don't necessarily need to lead there, but certainly be a part of that conversation and understand what you can do to support there. Why is that important for the city? Is where we started. Because we know R1 cities, people within the cities make more money. You're increasing your annual household income for your residents. So it's still getting back to your people. Does it make sense? We're talking about R1? Still no. Okay, we're still getting back to your people at the end of the day. So we're still back in the engine, in the virtuous cycle. So thank you for bringing that to the conversation. But it's still all connected. Because everything you do should be serving people or businesses. So don't, because we're talking about quality of space and green parks, it is to build a place where people can thrive at the end of the day, where people can feed their families and send their children to school or certifications or something. Did we talk about 60% credentialing?
No, one of the slides.
Okay, so we have these models, but let's be very clear about why we're doing all of these things. Yeah, to benefit that. And so when we talk about R1, that's nothing for you to lead there, in that case, to your point. But can you be a part to support some of those things? And can you build the infrastructure?
I'm sorry, but I will say that, I mean, I do think an enabling office is something for us to lead. And with this and the last slide being under those areas of concepts, and to your point, and there were some things actually in the earlier slides that I know are either on strategic plans or planning, so we should explore. But I do think that where we could lead especially is going around and making sure these efforts are underway and that the city has a place in understanding where we can influence, impact, support.
And while walking over here, you also have a legislative agenda. When you go to Raleigh and when you go to Washington, go visit them instead of just your congresspeople. Go visit the people they're trying to get money for their research.
I do agree with Denise's comment on, we don't have to lead everything, but I do also caution that that leadership needs to be within the framework.
That's it. Yeah, the mayor.
Hey, I can learn too. Don't make me retract it now. But I do think that when we, so what I see that has happened is there have been these silos of development and people working and leading their own projects and initiatives. So how can we offer that leadership but do it under the framework guidance of what we're looking for so that we can ensure they're moving in the path of what we've planned here in this workshop?
Right. And I said it earlier, we all need each other, all of us. What I like about this is that it sets the vision. It sets that long-term vision that I don't know that we as a council have had before, not pointing fingers, but just it sets that long-term vision. It sets the aspirational goal. We're setting the broad. Yes, we have to take care of the day-to-day. And of course, we have a city manager to handle most of that. But this sets that strategy so that when folks are looking at considering Greensboro as their place to relocate, they see a council that's ready, willing, and able to lay the groundwork, to lay the framework for what it's going to be 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now. The innovation is all of it are just things that are going to be critical for us to be successful from a long-term, long-range vision perspective.
Can you imagine recruiting people to here and telling them you have an office in the city that does that?
But I will say that we can't be the ones to hear about what is needed at the end. We need to be at the beginning. Because I see a lot of things and a lot of groups and a lot of, we hear about they've gone through all this and come into the city with what they need, when we could have been at the table and already offered what we need and already been months ahead of what the timeline might be had we been at the table at the beginning.
I think that's really fair, and this framework allows you to do that. And as we talk with people, a lot of people have been looking for this from the city as well. So I think they'll welcome the partnership, Tammy. They'll welcome the partnership.
Especially in the P3 delivery office. That's almost going to always be city because you're getting in front of projects. On this R1, you probably do need to lean in with the universities to get it going, but the P3 is kind of all city probably to start with.
I just want to say, I think that the reason we've seen people developing in various areas is because we haven't had the vision and we haven't put the vision out. So people are stepping in to fill that gap. Yes, to fill the vacuum. And when we do have a vision, I think it'll be much easier to coalesce all those assets and all those folks into sharing our vision. But I think people have gone off on their own because they see that we need something, so something's better than nothing. And I think once we have this, it'll be much easier to coalesce with the P3 partners.
Uh-oh, she's going to talk. Yay!
Because this is my stuff. So I gave a presentation, I think Councilwoman Turner was there, at A&T, as I'm on the Board of Visitors. So I do know that A&T is waiting for this partnership. And in my presentation, I said, as goes A&T goes the city, as goes the city goes A&T. Now, I said that because I'm at A&T, but of course we're talking about the other 7 universities as well. And so I think, and Trey and I was just sitting here, kind of talking. A&T is already short on housing, right? We have a lot of land in East Greensboro. And the first thing that comes to my mind there is a P3 formation of some, just a thought, I'm not on council though.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
oh,
I
Cece.
touched on something that I'm glad that the human piece of all of this, right? We have had students who haven't stayed because they can't afford housing, right? We have students who are starting on the back foot because they tried to balance housing and school, and they're leaving with evictions, right? That's not how we want to see kids start, right? So I think the human impact in all of this is that we are planning how we bring in more industry, how we collaborate more intentionally in a way that keeps those kids here, but also, you know, we haven't really talked about it. We have an unhoused problem, right? Which is not abnormal to a city. Ours is just the smallest big city, or whatever we want to call it. And we're, you know, we hear about our tax revenue, and we know that 58% of our city budget is based on property tax. So we really have to think about what are other ways that we sustain our city budget that is outside of property tax, and then how do we use that to take care of our people as we're growing our base. And I think I love this because I can see actual steps. I can see very visually all the pieces and components to the framework and how we bring all of our folks along. So I love that we're talking about the universities and how we're going to bring in business, but what I see is we'll be taking care of our people while we are bringing all of this in.
And just, I'm sorry, anybody else? Just one more thing that, you know, we talked about, and we all went and we visited Charlotte, and somewhat envious about what they have there and how things just have seemed to have happened. And it's becoming more and more evident to me that it's not as organic as it looks, that there's that foundation that served as the seed corn. And then the organic nature creeps in because folks see and they buy into that vision and the plan. And to me, this is the seed corn for the organic growth that we so terribly want and need.
Got Trey and Laura talking. I'm happy.
You know, I'm not going to make a lot of comments on top of the others, but I do want to raise up what you just said, Hugh. You know, I teased Councilmember Roth, Mayor Pro Tem Roth, about causing me to lose sleep a couple weeks ago about a comment she made. Yeah, she showed people others, but so she, and now it really exploded in my mind now that I know she's a C because of the way she really approaches and looks at the scenario that's happening. And, you know, we are positioned perfectly, but we're also positioned perfectly that if we don't meet this moment by being really proactive and aggressive, then it could be really negative for Greensboro. So I think what this does is sets us up to really meet the moment in a truly dynamic way.
Anybody else?
I'm going to ask Adam, April, Haley, any other reactions?
Irvin.
I'm sorry, Irvin.
Is that agreement?
Anything you hate here?
Anything you? What was us talking to you guys too? No, this has been us talking to you. I mean, it was a lot.
I mean, it's a little while. We just got here December the 2nd, right?
But it was.
But no, we were also doing a lot of this work already. So we knew Greensboro. So we knew your assets, we knew your opportunities, we know where your land is.
The universities jumped at us like it was like this big old sign marquee. Like, what are they doing with the universities?
And so we understood what the possibilities were in terms of where you could go, based on who you are today. And so when we brought you to Charlotte and saw your reaction, just even you going to Goodwill and being moved by we took that in. Now you don't see Goodwill here, but we know that that's going to show up in projects and work that you do because. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the list was longer than this, by the way. We narrowed this down.
Yeah, it all works together, so it should reflect who you are because it's yours. But it's also based on data and fact.
And peer cities and research.
Yeah, and research.
I mean, really.
It's not just what you said. It is. We had already had all of that baseline, and we talked to many people people are talking to you guys or bringing you down, rather. And so it's based on there's a lot underground here to get to this point. But what you should see is a reflection of who Greensboro is. We're not trying to make you be somebody else.
In fact, we want you to be more who you are. That's what you see us talking about. A lot more who you are. And actually, the group that had Denise and Crystal and April, y'all talked about the universities almost the entire time. I mean, it kept coming up. So, I mean, some of this was...
It couldn't be Crystal and myself and...
Are you with Tammy?
Went together.
I couldn't remember who that was then.
Just roll with it, y'all.
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. There goes my D. She said, just take credit for it.
Don't worry about the details. Yeah. No, we don't need all those details. Just, we got it.
One of y'all's groups talked about universities. I don't know which one it was. How about that? All right, so let's keep going. Tier 2, this is all about community and connectivity accelerators. These amplify Tier 1 and impact and ensure inclusive growth. These are a lot more about how you connect some of this stuff. So I know this one is up there, and we're not sure what form this would take, but we know that there needs to be some attention on East Greensboro because we've heard that. And we actually heard just now, Madam Attorney just made us remember that you got property over there too. I mean, you know, so this whole idea of connecting with A&T in a way that would be more intentional, who knows, that could be on here too. But the point here is to create a district. The point here is to actually start to look at how you do mixed income housing, work on your sidewalk and lighting completion where they're incomplete, work on maybe broadband, small business court activation. The point is to show some love to this area in an intentional way.
But also, not just to show love for the purpose of showing love, it is solving for a need. As I said yesterday, you have some people who need some corridors who need housing. You have some corridors who just need a sidewalk or a crosswalk or another stoplight. It is really understanding where the needs are in various districts and solving for those needs because they're not all the same. East Greensboro needs this. You have other districts you also need to serve, but they don't need this.
Does it make sense?
Absolutely.
All right. This one, you guys heard us talk about downtown a lot. And part of your downtown plan is to bring more housing. I think we're saying bring more housing. If you heard what Michael Smith said yesterday, business always leads, but when it leads, if you really do this innovation district and you lean into it and it starts to bring success, leaning into putting more eyes and more bodies on the street actually should help with a lot of things, including getting more tax income out of less dirt. Smart way to do it. So, I mean, you know, again, what we talked about yesterday is not needing to add a lot of new streets and a lot of new sewer and because you're taking advantage of the infrastructure you have already downtown. And we know the capacity for density in downtown is huge. It's not small, it's huge.
And just to bring it full circle too, and we say this a lot, which is if you want to reinvent downtown, you just keep people there.
Right.
And the best way to put people there is housing. Because they're going to go get their coffee already down there. They're going to have their dinners already down there. And then if you already have your innovation districts down there, it all still works together. But I also want to bring it back to, remember what we talked about when we talked about the intentional investment in Center City? And what happened? All those sub-districts that we went through. That's what happens here. And additionally to all of that. So all the other areas will organically grow and spur from that intentional focus.
And the point here being, remember that adaptive reuse you saw in Charlotte, how they're taking office buildings? I mean, this is not just starting from greenfields and knocking stuff down. Who knows? I mean, I asked some of the developers in Charlotte why they were doing, that Duke Energy building had been there since I was 3, right? It seemed like those floors would not work for new technology and all of the stuff you need in the ceilings and in the floor. But the floor plate for residential is not the same as office, so it works perfectly. And they didn't tear the building down. They took off the skin of it, and they're going back because the bones of that concrete and that steel are good regardless. Where do you have that opportunity to do the same thing? So it's not always starting from scratch. You don't need the news and record site. You can take some of the buildings you have and look at what could be done with them too. You may have to educate your developer community about what that is. You may need them to come talk to people in Charlotte because they're not used to doing it and financing it. But, you know, there's still an opportunity to bring even new people to the table.
Yeah, I'd like an opportunity in space to talk to new people.
New developers.
And just think about the opportunity.
Well, Michael Smith is your guy. He can connect you to anybody that's doing any of those projects downtown.
To have a round table where we're
Sure.
talking about that because we have had a delay. So new energy, new ideas, and maybe even identifying some of the barriers and hesitation that they might have. I'd love to learn from them.
And also, speaking of news and record site, great opportunity. People are looking at that site. Let's go to the table and share this with them and see what they're responding to. Because now you have a point of view, and you have a collective point of view. You guys are singing from the same hymn book now, if you will. And developers respond to that. They can be a little bit more sure that you're not going to change your mind at the next council meeting, if that makes sense.
This kind of goes with some of what you're talking about already. And that's this idea of, it's the idea of actually creating a multimodal spine that connects your projects. And I dare say maybe the street out here in front of us that actually kind of snakes through downtown. I don't know if it's bus rapid transit, but it's making sure it's a complete street concept. That is the bike lanes, making sure that you kind of have this thing that connects all of your different amenities.
Can I also ask, just because it's like a new council thing and I don't know where that lives, is I met someone who's developing just by a handshake and an introduction, so I just don't know what is already in motion. So I don't want it to seem like, oh, just new people. I give great things for the people who are currently examining investing in downtown. I don't know who they are entirely just because I just got here, but maybe to reveal some of those folks. I just don't want to erase them and their contributions.
This, by the way, is not just downtown. This is about a spine that connect, maybe even out to the Nano Lab. But I mean, it's just about making sure that the way that you can get to these places kind of is convenient and.
Yeah, I just don't want to be remiss.
And this evolves in a couple of ways too. Certainly in just making sure that people can get to where they need to get to, right? And so you're going to start with your job centers because businesses need people to have reliable ways to get to work. So a lot of businesses are struggling with that. In some ways, especially people who can't afford cars and people who are in at a certain level of transportation. So you can even prioritize based on where your job centers are currently, and based on where you also need things to grow. But then it's also could evolve into, from a quality of place standpoint, until you get into transit-oriented development, that you begin to look at it from a city standpoint as well. And then the only other thing I say is that as you have developers now that are coming to you, you also can just refer them back to ED because now there's a framework that staff is also running as well. And we did hear also that we certainly need to look at zoning and policy to make it easier for people to do business here, and you need to do that. I don't know to extent because I haven't seen it, but as we're inviting people to the table, we also want to be welcoming them coming to the table too, making it easy for us to do business with them. Because you're going to be issuing RFPs. You can say now, here's 28 years, we want to see development here, here's what the needs are here, bring us your best. And then you have a different level of competitiveness. Now you're responding to what people bring you, and now you're going to be able to really create a totally different perspective, including the developers and the partners who are already here investing in the community.
I want to make sure we mirror this whole thing about moving forward. You guys have talked kind of about, I've heard somebody say light rail. We know bus rapid transit is a possibility. You know, how do you make sure that these corridors have multi-use? But it's also looking at opportunities when you do this corridor around how development gets more intense. Remember South End. You know, how maybe you allow more height, maybe you reduce the parking requirements. And even this last thing, the car option on the corridors at all. If you remember that multimodal trail, no cars, but development oriented to it. Do you play off of your greenways as a part of this conversation? I don't know. But I mean, a lot of it is you actually just taking a look at, you know, how do we make sure that these amenities, these assets we have are connected in a multimodal way? And how do we make sure where density makes sense, we start to talk about it and actually encourage it? Downtown's an obvious one, but there may be other obvious ones as well. All right? This is a more broad one, and this is it. So if we had to pick 5 of these are the 5 we pick without thinking about it. And that is the Downtown Innovation District. That's talking to Kevin about what you do out there with the Innovation District. That is the P3 Capital Delivery Office, absolutely the Strategic Innovation Office. And then this civic space downtown. Of course, there's a lot more that you can do. We couldn't bring all of it to you because we wanted to give you stuff that you could actually take and doodle on. and actually, like the owl said, blow it up. It doesn't make sense. We wanted you to see what we were thinking and what we heard. So that's it. Reactions to all of that.
All right.
Yes, go for it.
Start again, sorry. I would
working
definitely,
this time.
Oh, there we go. I would definitely either add a 6 or reformat to capture our underinvested area. Like, I feel like if it's not at the top of the list.
The east.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if it's not on the list, it's not on the list. It's just a thing. And then I do think it's important for when we talk about East Greensboro investment that would you mind going back to the slide? Sometimes when we talk about underinvested areas, we focus on bringing them things, giving them pieces, infrastructure, parks, et cetera. There really needs to be an economic uplift as well, would be the other core move, that we are creating pathways in which people, and maybe the small business corridor activation is getting there, but it's a way that people who live there are both benefiting from the economic investment and actually being a part of it. So they're not it's not just the one way of government give me something, but it's how do I as an individual participate and lift myself and my family and my generations up. That generational movement is really essential.
I think that's a really good add to do that. But to that point, our next phase, we want to do that in each. We want to do that in our next phase. We do that in each of the areas.
Don't be early.
They got cold right there.
I do really appreciate the comment, and I also want to get to process, not from a defensive standpoint, because I violently agree with that, but also from a process standpoint. We actually want to do that across the city, just to see what's there and what's needed. So we talk about assets. We haven't gone down to that street level to really look at, you got an industrial area, how can we make that positive? Like, what do you need over there? Because the buildings aren't going, we can't keep the businesses out, but how could we create community over there in which that's actually a benefit? Like, what do you need that? Is that a job center? Is that houses? Is there transportation there to get people to the jobs? So even looking at some of those things, so when we look at job centers, maybe job centers on the other side of town, but is there transportation for people in East Greensboro to get to the other side from economic? It's really that next layer down, really looking at the next level assets too. So I really appreciate that.
And thanks for that. And I'm thinking in ways of the idea of, as we're investing in those parts of the community, how do people that's there also become an equity partner in the investment that happens, right? So it's getting to jobs. And also bringing the certifications up. We talked about bringing the opportunities into community to make that easier.
Small business, you're talking about that level or something even deeper?
Ownership and directing, not just receiving. The two. With the downtown slide, I noted yesterday we had a little bit of a discussion with the Center City partners about how they were intentional in bringing office space, and they talked about the downtown being a core job center. I was wondering about office space being also, it was in the second tier, but, right, housing versus office, or together, maybe it's not a versus, but together, both trying to increase workers downtown as well as, which is only, I know, 5 to 8 or 9 to 5, I don't know. Apparently I work all sorts of hours, 5 to 8. But bringing work, but if we remember, their growth path had consistent, smooth office growth, and then it brought in retail and housing behind that, but there was an intentionality in terms of that office space, so I think that was great.
So the part about the innovation.
It's like page 14.
The part about the innovation, you just counted that, which is leaning into what your industry is. For us, it was banking. So, I mean, we had already leaned into that. I mean, for you guys, it's going to be leaning into this, the information world, what was it?
Knowledge Borough.
Knowledge
I mean, it's
Borough.
leaning into those things that want to come downtown.
Right.
So, I mean, I think it was both.
The
ends. It
co-labs,
wasn't
the
one or the other.
workspaces.
Yeah, I think both and, I would say, yeah. And then my last thing, you were about to say it, but 10-year plan, having our local railway.
I propose not to say what it is, so that's why I didn't do that.
Yeah.
And Trey and Galvin, I got ideas about some of that thing too.
I said this yesterday, and this is not, but because again of your physical location, your geography, commuter rail,
That's the word.
long range is,
So can I do it?
you can bus people from here to the jobs in Charlotte and vice versa. Raleigh as well, over time, a longer trajectory, but it's there because you have the rail in the moment and David is ready to jump in.
No, I'm just saying, just use the word bus.
Rail.
Train, track,
This train, commuter rail, which is the fast rail on the real track.
She get that D going. She can get that D going over there. She got the mic back. She took it back.
That's right.
That's what I guess I want you guys to know. The commuter rail between Charlotte and Greensboro is there already. It's called Amtrak.
Right.
And actually, if you actually take every time they add a frequency between Charlotte and here, it's an hour ride on the train. I mean, it's actually talking to this North Carolina DOT. I used to run the area. That's why I tell you, we talked about the fact that Greensboro, every time we add a frequency, it starts to act like a commuter rail for Greensboro in both directions. Between Charlotte and Raleigh, that's too long. That's not commuter. Commuter is that hour ride on the train, right? That's what you do up north. It's actually baked in for y'all already between Charlotte and Raleigh. It's already there. It's coordinated and marketed it that way. Yes, ma'am.
But there are a lot of people who go from Burlington to Raleigh, because I've ridden on that train, and it's a lot of commuters.
It's baked in already. You just don't call it commuter. It is a commuter for you guys if you market it that way.
It's pretty cheap.
It's very cheap.
I love the train.
When they're recruiting people, they can now look outside of here and say, we'll recruit maybe the Salisbury in one direction and Raleigh in the other one because they can commute. Maybe this hybrid thing come in 2-3 days a week. Now there's a housing thing that you can do so people can stay a couple days and come back. But you expand your talent pool when you actually bring in this commuter rail pattern that's already baked into what you do.
I think all of these are great. I love the tier one or both of the tier ones. I think the airport district is a little more, on a roll itself, and some of it I think is already organically happening. Where I think we can really set the tone is where we're talking about vision is this R1 district. And having the downtown in the middle of A&T and UNCG, and to the point of developers are waiting for us to tell them what we want. There are properties down there that developers already own. They're not doing anything with them yet. And we can set that vision to make that a reality. That bleeds right into your tier 2 of the housing surge. And that, to me, those two things go absolutely hand in hand. And I think we could really make a huge impact focusing on that, and then how that benefits our downtown. We're leaning into the universities. Crystal and I were talking about the wet labs, and for the vacant sites that we have now, or where something hasn't been built yet, getting that ready, and then setting the vision for the universities to jump in. I really think that those two things go great together.
Which is the first job in the new innovation office.
So we know the wet labs exist, right? And they have research space that is for that purpose.
Well, it's centralizing it so you can share, so you can accelerate it beyond what they have on campus.
So that's what the Gateway Research Park is.
Well, what I heard, they were only doing nanotechnology. They were not.
Monsanto is there. They have lab space. They have USDA is researching there. They have Merck is doing research there. They have the labs ready and the space to expand. That's why I said that. But I still think there's space for the R1 district.
I want you to think about what they're doing, because I haven't been at that. I've only driven by it. And you probably will spend time on the phase. But I mean, if you look at even RTP, they're developing a big old office park. They are densifying their areas because the younger people want to live there too.
They have a strategic plan for the whole thing,
and
so does the school. Okay. And so that's why I said that there's things that are already on deck that our next step should be exploration and going to have this conversation and understanding what's out there.
And again, we have to do that around all of that. Right?
Exactly.
So the audacity to talk about this, and we haven't sat down with our AAT
And that's a part of speaking to the silos too, that you can't work in silos because you don't know what's going on in different areas. But if they could come in the fold of the framework, then we would know. I just wanted to speak to the light rail and the car optional piece. I think as a city, we're going to have to change a mindset to be car optional. I think we can build it, but I don't think they will come unless we start now in the conditioning of thinking of things outside of our cars, because that's the way Greensboro has been, right? So how do we start that now with some small steps around our transportation? Councilmember Parker and I talked about how riding the bus should be cool and not, a dependency of just getting to a job. And the way we design our transit should be intentional and not just transit system that has historically been designed to just kind of run around certain areas. So I think car optional is its own framework that we would have to really look at, so that when we are prepared for the light rail system, then we will have a community that has been driven into a different mindset on how to embrace being car optional. Because right now we love our cars.
It's easy.
Well, Hugh is going to charge for Knowledge Borough, and I will charge for that. We will build the city.
You had the item up there in terms of the postcard location. And I just want to raise that signature downtown civic space. Thank you. I just wanted to raise that, the Children's Museum is getting ready to do a massive addition. We've got the arts building, cultural arts building, that needs tremendous amount of work. But I think we have the perfect opportunity to go from like Tanger through the library, Children's Museum, the park down there, and it's naturally evolving into an arts and culture area. And it seems to me that would be an easy, nothing's easy, but you know what I mean, an easier project, because we've got the bones. It's getting ready to have a major expansion. We've got parking there, and all of that right there. It's a natural place for us to put that into the downtown jigsaw puzzle of the picture that we're building.
Of course you can.
Absolutely.
Science girl here.
A STEM outpost.
The mayor, they will go to the next.
How do we also have input and influence on the depot build up? I know that we just voted on the study.
So, tying all this in, and I like what Tammy was saying as well. I've got two thoughts. I think what I hear is that we want to bring more of the research towards downtown. We've got it on the edge where Gateway Research Park is, but there's not a lot of ways to put like apartment buildings and things like that there, but yet we want to come this way towards town. And then with the postcard vision we want to see for downtown, we've got the LeBauer Park with the sculpture with the yarn. You know what that is, don't you? That's the railroad hubs that started in Greensboro. The outline of the sculpture that is in the sky is actually the railroad lines. So it's on my Facebook page. I'll try to send it, but it shows all of the railway lines, and it used the yarn from the textile companies. So it shows how the logistics were the reason that Greensboro was chosen, and that's why we were called the Gate City, all that history. enough to say that I think that is where we can do our postcard. We've got LaBauer Park, we've got Center City Park, we've got Tanger Center, we've got a fountain at Center City Park, we've got all of these things, but I think what we need help with, and the Cultural Arts Center, how to tie them all together. It's a great area for the North Carolina Folk Festival. It's a, see, yes. Yes.
April says District 3. Yeah, one more here. And she's going to take the microphone and give it to us.
So when I think of that camera spot, you know, that you come to, I think of like the Bean in Chicago, and it's centered around walkable areas and community spaces, not, you know, at the end of a street, or it's a centered place where that you come to. So that's my vision, and maybe we need to think about, like, downtown, where is it walkable, or where is there a communal space downtown that isn't intersected by a street, and how can we create that space where people can't wait to get to this one place to come and take a photo. We have plenty of statues or art pieces, but they're not signature enough that really draws people there to want to take a picture of it. Well, ANT4, excuse me. But other than that, I can't think of anywhere that people actually migrate to make sure that they get a picture of. But I know in Chicago, when you go to Chicago, taking a picture in front of the Bean is a must. So how do we create that?
Well, along those lines, like, I think it's like the Woolworths Museum, right? I think we've got some civil rights history, which is, you know, we put that up there. We're not talking about it, but that is something that Greensboro is known for, is our civil rights history. So the Woolworths Museum, our historical museums that have a bit of our history here and there. Also, you know, it is in an area where there are restaurants within like just a few feet of it. So I think using some of that to build out downtown as well, and then marketing it as the, you know, the civil rights history.
We're going to be talking a lot about signage shortly in Greensboro, but when you walk outside of the museum, we don't know how to get to the Magnolia House for a bite to eat right after. And so I think what I saw in Charlotte were these really sweet ways that the history was embedded throughout the city. I think that it's really helpful to kind of identify Black-owned businesses if it was a part of our streetscaping. But I do want to also know, even though we're talking about these signature, I think about the corridors, right? And so I think about Dorothy Brown Park and like the freedom fighters of the South Side that were also already named Bimbo Park. When we build out like the 100 steps to A&T, all of that kind of activates us into, right. And so I just want to kind of maybe throw that out there, and I see it there, but I don't know how you all are chunking up the corridor, or how we will be chunking up the corridor, and maybe I would just want to know a little bit.
It's just an idea.
He said, not we, you.
Y'all. Can I give every time I come to Greensboro, I take my son on campus. I took him on campus. He's in college now. But I went and took a picture in front of the 4.
There you go.
It seems like that's just not in the right. I don't say A&T. I'm not telling y'all take it off your campus. That's not what I'm saying. But it's such a big part of Greensboro's history that if it was central, I'm just telling you, it's a.
We don't have enough data for this conversation or information. These are all great ideas.
Well,
We can park it.
Public art should be a part of the development.
Now that is a level of conversation for you to say that we want to make sure that we elevate and program our public art.
That's right.
That is what this council does. Yep. The rest is up to staff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. Public art is true, yeah.
Because y'all going down a whole path here. There are a lot of great ideas, right? But we don't want to get anybody, upset about anything. And they're all great and to be respected. But certainly there is a path, and actually people do this for a living. We would hire an agency to come in and do the study and do all of that and come back with a really informed recommendation around how to build this arts culture for and again, as I said, there's an RFP. So this is the beautiful thing about it. You get to say, this is what we want, and just sit back and say, let them come.
Right.
That's where you are now, because you're informed and you have a point of view and a vision and a goal and a lighthouse that is aligned, okay? All right, so really quickly, we got 1 hour. I was trying to get you all out before, but you had great conversation. I was not gonna stop it, so I love all of this. Thank you, thank you. So what I wanna do is break you into 3 categories. We're gonna put package already. So David's gonna put your posters up, and when you can go find your poster when I call your name. So the first group is gonna focus on economic development, workforce, and innovation. The first group is focusing on economic development, workforce, and innovation, anywhere. Workforce development, economic development, and innovation, and that is Denise, Irving, Tammy, to be supported by Andrea and Larry, please.
Irving is gone.
Okay. Okay. ED, workforce, and innovation. Denise and Tammy, supported by Andrea and Larry. Okay. The second group is housing, safety, and quality of place. Housing, safety, and quality of place. That's going to be Hugh, Crystal, and April, supported by Nasha.
Yay, we're back.
And then the next one is going to be transportation and infrastructure, and that is Mary Kay, Cece, and Adam, supported by Olivia. Okay?
Olivia.
Who? Oliva.
Tiffany.
Tiffany. I was like, who is Olivia?
I hear you.
Supported by Tiffany. Yep. Okay, I'll give it out again. Yep, again. Okay, so that's okay. We're going to go transportation and infrastructure is Mary Kay, Cece, and Adam.
Come on.
Okay. Let me have your attention real quick, please. Housing, safety, and quality of place is going to be Hugh, Crystal, and April, supported by Nasha, of course. Housing, safety, quality of place. And then the last one is ED, workforce and innovation, and that is Denise and Tammy, supported by Andrea and Larry. So we still have 4. All right? So here's your assignment. We're going to still keep you kind of at a strategic level. We're not going to get into operations or specific projects, but we're still going to stay at Catalyst in terms of what you responded here. What would you want to see moving forward? But I need you to hear me. This is a really important question. What's missing? What haven't you heard today? Yes. Mm-hmm. As it relates to transportation and infrastructure. And remember, we told you about infrastructure in terms of some of the other systems that support this, not just the water and traditional infrastructure, if that makes sense. Yep, but you already have that. But now you're also talking about greenways and some of the other things that wrap around, and that falls into quality of place as well. Okay. What resonated, what moves forward? So if you were taking down the next level, not necessarily project, but what are you really, really passionate with, like absolutely, and then what's missing? What didn't you hear that you want to see? Housing and safety is housing, safety,
Trey walking up and up.
They sent me right back.
Okay, we're going to come back to center in about 3 minutes. Let's come back to center, please. We're going to do some quick report outs. We've got a little bit to do still in the next 45 minutes. I want to make sure I get you guys out on time today. Really, really, I see a lot of notes. That's great. Awesome. Yeah. Hey, guys, we're going to come on back to center now. Love the energy and the passion that we saw. This is remarkable.
Man, this year back. It's just going to get worse.
We're almost there.
Nasha, we haven't reported out.
Wait, who reported that already?
Okay. I love the way you guys are working together. That was pretty cool. Lots of passion and energy around that. I thought I was kind of aligning you based on your interests, so I hope you like the group that you were in.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
eyes is work.
Oh, yeah. April and I were pretty calm, but it was Crystal we had to calm down. We need to calm down Crystal a whole lot.
You gave it to me right here at the end.
I'm sorry. Just wake you up a little bit. Just wake it up a little bit. I love that. I love that.
My seeds, I was so happy.
You were so good. You were so good. I might need to rethink this connection. I call myself aligning you on your interests instead of your D's, but we might need to revisit that a little bit. All right. Let's start with. Let's start with ED Workforce and Innovation. That's Denise and Tammy.
We talked about a few items. So one is tiered investment incentive programs. I've been talking about this in prioritization. So there are concepts and ideas that we have either know about or anticipating. I think it would be ideal if we had a tiered investment program. There was a reference to one that's in Raleigh that is also regionally based, but it really is thinking in terms of how do we prioritize thinking about our framework from earlier, where we're going to, sorry about that. Thank you, ma'am. Where we are going to invest and assist everything from a $50,000 support for,
seed funding to a $50 million support. Priority grading system for projects, and that's sort of tied to that, but just having a way that we are evaluating projects and opportunities from a priority-based standpoint. Preliminary meeting with owners that already are ready to invest. So we know of owners that are thinking about concepts, having those meetings to understand where they are, what their thoughts are, and how it fits within our thinking. Coordinating with PTI. We talk about the PTI district, innovation district. That would be a key part of understanding where their thinking is, and also understand where that's push and pull of additional investment that needs to come to support the airport, both from where people live as well as new companies and suppliers and such. Coordinating with the universities as well with their strategic plans, understanding where they are, what their thinking is, and how we can both support that, again, from the innovation district standpoint. Annexations in water and sewer, recognizing that we have demands that are coming to us, reevaluating the strategy for establishing annexations, the tiers they're in, and what we want to get back from that and how we stage those. Localized training centers, and I put 18 to 24-year-olds here in particular, but I think just in general, having localized training centers that are maybe pop-up centers, our workforce training center can be the hub, but having it located within community and in multiple locations, 10, 12-week certification programs, et cetera. Certification tied to industry. Some of those industries, especially aerospace, has very strict oversight from FAA. So you can't just train people anywhere. So having certification centers that are already represented and regulated by FAA that is certified as, yes, this is a true training hub. Anyone who comes out of here, any business that comes out of here is ready to do the work, could be very valuable for us. And then the idea that Tammy was exploring further was having them as hubs, and hubs that are maybe giving new life to warehouses that have been abandoned or underutilized, and those being the training areas, and then having housing and retail and other investments sort of centered around those hubs to create synergies and revitalization. Using CVB as a tool for catalyst. So just there was a notion that was referenced in terms of a conference, right? So there's ideas of having an aerospace conference that is actually being explored, and the CVB sort of being the catalyst to helping to bring those items that are then reinforcing the industry and verticals, and then just sort of having a circular implication that can occur there. And then legal review of corridors and bids. We figured that we are talking about new innovation districts, I think one of them was saying a business, maybe business improvement districts. So understanding the legal reviews of those, the impacts, the abilities, what that means.
Excellent, thank you. Real quick, any questions?
I've got
You got a reaction, clearly.
I've got a reaction. Number one is just completely blowing my mind. And I think there's so many things that we can do and achieve. I'm actually going to take one of those as a directive now to give an assignment that we come back with some research on that. I know that may fit into some things we're doing later, but
excellent.
Yeah, that could be game changing. I think collectively for all of the things that I've heard from you all, especially when we talk about going into budget time. And I'm gonna steal Mayor Pro Tem's words so that we don't stay in this place of picking winners and losers, but it also gives us an opportunity to prioritize some of the things. And that way we don't have to say no, but it all gives us some space to be creative and innovative.
Not now.
Right.
That's right.
Right. So
It's
no.
on the plan. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I
That's
love
what
it.
prioritization does for us. Absolutely. Thank you all so much. That was excellent. Give them another round of applause. Next, we're going to go to transportation and infrastructure.
Who hasn't had
Crystal?
Oh, Adam hasn't had a chance to speak today, so we'll go for Adam.
So transportation and infrastructure, I'll do infrastructure first. Core infrastructure replacement and growth, particularly around water and sewer, but we know we've also got some aging systems that we need to address. As we grow, we'll need more fire stations, supportive infrastructure like bus stops, sidewalks, more buses, picking up on what April said about the public art. Really incorporating that into our development plans. Permit-ready plans, we talked about that some today. The 15-minute city in the pocket parks. Digital advertising boards, particularly downtown and places where we're trying to inform our residents and visitors how to get in different places and maybe how to get there using different means of transportation, bus, walk. You pick up your phone and it shows you how long it would take to walk, to drive your car, to ride public transportation. I heard this last point here on some of the downtown walks about safety in ways that would make people feel safer. At our universities, we've got those poles, blue light poles, where you can hit it if you feel like you're being threatened. I think having those interspersed within our community, particularly downtown, would be helpful. With transportation, bus rapid transit, interconnected bike lanes, and complete streets, safe streets, integrating the road diets and some traffic calming. Trolleys and rail cars, and especially if we do the P1 Innovation District, bringing back up the buses that connect our universities to our downtown on its own loop would be great, and getting also the residents to the schools. Sure. Yes, it could. I'm not riding it.
She sees that right. Nope. But I'm not alone, so we're good.
We talked about park and rides, so we don't really see that a lot in Greensboro. Particularly, that would help get our employers to our employment centers, which are not always in the same location and frequently are not. Working to overcome the bus stigma. My brother-in-law lives in Chicago. His daughter rides the bus to the other side of Chicago every day to go to school, and they don't think anything of it. 25 mile per hour speed limits by parks would be helpful. We got autonomous vehicles on here. And then what does drone delivery look like? We hear about it. How does that look in a place like Greensboro?
Right.
So you can't be the city of innovation and not have innovation. So
that's beautiful.
That's what the drone's going to be.
I'm going to let take that over.
The ayes have it.
Not wore you out.
We're having too much. Housing, safety, and quality of place. We took it from, what moves forward. First is moving forward. Student housing for advanced students, the graduate students. That is giving them another place to be, planning for their continued presence in our community. Expanding that downtown housing for R1 support. In other words, not only that graduate student housing, but also the general student housing. We talked about the 5,000 to 8,000 new residents downtown, which will also help to activate our 24-hour downtown, which then activates more of the vibe, which then activates more and more people wanting to be closer to the vibe, and the organicness. I made up that word also.
Organic.
Goes forward.
More jobs. We get it.
Not for that one. Equitable housing by district. We're talking about the very types of housing, not the cookie cutters. We heard that somebody needs $1 million homes, brownstones, apartments, the whole thing in all of our districts. neighborhood preservation, making sure that we're looking to preserve the culture and character of our neighborhoods as we grow. Anti-displacement plans. Anti-displacement, that is trying to keep folks there and not push them out. So these are the things we talked about moving forward.
Which is a housing preservation.
Correct, absolutely. Then what's, I'm sorry.
So historically black neighborhoods is, I think, the conversation we have with Nasha about preserving them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
In that way, you're not creating more need for housing.
But if you look at the term of who can qualify for historically black, it's just the application process hasn't happened. So we're looking at it from a historical preservation of how that neighborhood shows up for themselves and how they see themselves.
The culture.
But if we have some neighborhoods that if they went through the application process of being historic, they would fit the model. They just haven't. So we don't have to stop just with those who have been identified as historical neighborhoods, although equally important, but just the culture that has been built within certain neighborhood communities and how we keep that, sustain it, as well as uplift it.
That's going to be really important as we talk about density and stuff, because we need to understand what's important to preserve and what's, not that they're not important to preserve, but what's ready for transformation. Because if you don't, then as you push density, those neighborhoods get overrun, and then those homes get bought up and then removed.
But we also have to think about the fact that those homes were built in communities that were redlined, historically pushed into those areas, and so it's very easy to continue to push those communities around as you want to build out the city however you feel, and that's kind of you're not going to move Fisher Park or Lindley or any of those when you build out the city. You'll build around those, not necessarily the communities on the other side of downtown. Right. So it's just how do you...
I'm double clicking on what you're saying.
Okay.
That discussion is really important before we start that, because then it gets lost if not.
We talked about, how can we create this model that is, don't sell your parents' home, but actually look at as revitalizing that neighborhood back into maybe a first-time home buyer process or something like that.
And that's a staff assignment too, because oftentimes it's sold for different reasons. They can't afford
Right.
it.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it becomes a certain.
Something that gets in front of that LLC. Preserve that neighborhood by just regenerating with, and I think you could also look at how to increase that income, that rooftop income, because if you get that first-year graduate into one of those new first-time home buyer programs, then you're regenerating an income back into a community and also keeping it revitalized, to be the culture that it has.
And that's exactly it. Just a couple more things. What's missing? The aging in place housing, making sure that we're focused on that, supportive housing, the environmental and sustainability piece of it. Make sure we also address our unhoused population, look at developer diversity, equitable environments, and then also establishing neighborhood identities. In Charlotte you have first and fourth and third and second. We can do the South End, South Side, East Village, West Village, whatever it might be, to actually build that personal branding in. And then I'm going to have, April's going to share some more.
Because we don't know what the black
I'm
part
very
is.
grateful for how my group carried me, and I'm thankful. But my brain did come up with something in the aftermath was, if we have new folks coming in and students coming in, I'm really curious about, even around Murrow Boulevard, or Murrow, or even downtown, in that area, it always lives there when I think about it, but a resource hub in the means of, I had a District 3 resident that came, and she basically had a great realtor and ended up on a beautiful cul-de-sac, but she didn't have to live there. You know what I'm saying? I loved my neighborhood, but if you're just I'm going to move to Greensboro, if you move to a malaligned neighborhood, you're going to reject the city in a way. You know what I'm saying? But if if you had a space where people can come and have resources, realtor information, all of the housing, kind of like a housing hub of sorts,
And maybe even a streamlined application process, I was thinking, for renters, so you don't have to spend a kabillion dollars. I'm just trying to say, what is the infrastructure to support both the new people too? And if we want to be honest, it doesn't even necessarily live on our website. The neighborhoods that we actually have that are existing, we don't really, our website doesn't even describe our neighborhoods very well. And so I'm just saying, how do people pick and land, and then we retain them, but also.
New arrival support?
New arrival. There we go. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, yeah, I said that, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Can I add one to there? We forgot public bathrooms. Crystal and I have been talking about that downtown. When you can't get into a restaurant or a building, the bathrooms that need to be available.
What better measures than porta potties?
Great conversation, great feedback, love it. We have 2 more things to do in about 25 minutes, so we're gonna split some people up. So I want, okay, you go with David then, and then Adam and Denise, you guys go with David. You got the assignment.
Split me up.
You don't like us anymore?
Double twos is rough. Double twos is rough.
I'm trying not to be intimidated right now.
Double twos are rough.
Last thing.
1, 2.
I can do it. And I appreciate your patience. I know it's long, it's a lot.
Tammy will have
You guys have
patience.
worked today. You've done a lot of work today. I know my mic is, hopefully you guys can hear me. You've done a lot of work today, so thank you. Last thing, some of you have seen this before. We're gonna go to identity.
It's the 4 of us together.
Remember seeing the 3 options that we talked about in terms of branding and identity? None of them are ready, none of them are done at all. They are only provided to you again to start the conversation, and we're listening for reaction. You guys talked about picking up the everything that we talked about when you came, what you told us. But really, your visit to Charlotte was also kind of a pressure test, because we wanted to see how much you could adopt and hold, because that was going to influence how much we brought back to you. You guys were ready, so we were like, okay, full throttle. They get the Cadillac model. You guys are ready. And so this is another part in the process. Not that this is done at all. It is there for your reaction. What do you like about it? What do you hate about it? We don't have any problems with you being honest. We want that. This is not ready by any stretch of the imagination, okay? But it's just there to spur your response. We just want your response.
Wasn't there an icon, or wasn't there something?
There were, but I didn't package. I didn't change anything to be something. I'm sorry. I know.
I need to see it.
I'm gonna bring it up in just a second, and then so we can go through it. But I think a lot of this started back with the other council in talking about identity and who is Greensboro, what is your identity, what do you want to become when you grow up, or as you continue to evolve as a city, etc. And what are you known for? People go to places because they're going for that thing that attracts them and something that's known for. That's how you brand, that's how you continue to grow, that's how you become the thing, right? And so people, your everyday person who's not in the aerospace or aerotropolis is not necessarily coming here because of aerotropolis, but they may be coming because of some of the other things we talked about. What was that thing I love, the knowledge capital, what did you say?
Knowledge borough.
That's brilliant, that's brilliant. Not branding, but that's something to build off on, right? And so what I'm looking for, what is that identity thing that you want to hold on to? Don't worry about the words right now, the wordsmithing. But as we put all of this together, what is it? Does that make sense? What is all this? And what are you known for as well? So if you were evolving from being known as a gay city, what's the next thing? And again, I think we'll start with this, but we also want to socialize it with the community as well, and some of your other stakeholders to understand what this is. But we're very interested in your feedback on this. This is nothing that you have to declare today at all. You don't have to declare it in 2026 if you don't want to. But it will continue to drive the direction and just leave your thought in this umbrella piece in terms of how you want to be known and what you want to be known as. So here are the 3 options here. So the first is about innovation. all of the innovation, the great things that are happening here. While others quote the virtual world, Greensboro builds the physical future. The focus, ignore those. Take those off. Ignore the quotes. Those are
Okay.
not good at all. But the focus is advanced manufacturing, mobility, innovation, where next generation ideas are engineered, tested, and built at scale.
I want another AI ChatGPT show for me. I want to throw it all out. I have no interest.
Well, you actually need a marketing
I'm
agency.
just saying. I love everything about my days. I love everything about the process, and I was really tentative. This is my least favorite.
Yeah. We're not in love with these either. It's just for reaction, okay? So these are not for adoption at all. But is innovation the thing? Is innovation in terms of the thing that you want to be known for? The next one is about being the connector city. Physically, the focus will be your central Piedmont location is a leverage point for regional and national growth through infrastructure and diverse talent. And then the other one is a city of deliberate progress, focus being values-driven identity, connecting civil rights legacy to modern ambition. This is the wrong version at all. I'm so sorry about that. This is the wrong version altogether. But if you look at the top three,
If we just focus on the
just focus on the top. Ignore the words at the bottom. Innovation, regional connection, and then a city of deliberate progress. But we heard knowledge borough, the build on what's knowledge is happening here. If you think about everything that we talked about, what is the synthesis of that? What is the identity? What is the root of that? How do you boil that down? What stands out for you?
I don't like the connector city because it makes us sound like we're the people you pass through to get to where you really want.
Right, we're a conduit.
We're a conduit rather than a destination and our own identity. And so I don't like that part.
That's good. That's really good.
I don't know. I mean, even like the East Coast Silicon Valley, or I don't know, like something cool. The fact that we have research and like the arrow and the, huh?
Killing our microphones, bouncing that on the table.
Oh, sorry.
Hey guys, we've got 20 minutes. Let's put you back to you.
Oh.
Let me get back in this.
Uh-oh.
We aren't doing that?
Well, my group left.
We aren't gonna do that?
Adam was in my group.
Is Adam go?
So we're pulling that back?
No, they're gonna stay over.
Oh.
Let's, Tammy, you use that as
You can come with us. Come on.
April and you and April is still here. And you still have to stop Adam. So Tammy needs to come.
Yeah, it was me, Mary Kay, Nasha, and
I'm open and bidding. You can
we'll take her. Come on, Tammy, come on. What are we
One
doing,
big
huh?
group.
Reactions. All the stuff you're
Reaction to these?
Yeah. All the
Can
stuff
we
you're
hurry?
throwing out. Play where you are.
I got a 5:30.
Are we doing the same thing?
Boil it down.
And what, is it me and April?
Yes. it's you
Oh,
and
boy.
April.
Oh, Lord.
We don't have nothing to say.
2 eyes. Ooh.
Okay. So we can do this quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Not at all.
Got a pad.
You serious?
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't like connectors.
I don't either.
It makes
I mean, I like playing off the innovation, which is why I said like Silicon Valley. That's like the whole thing, but it doesn't have to. This should be something cool like that as we're talking about the fact that we are innovating in both advanced manufacturing.
Yeah, we have evolved. We have, I don't want to use that, but I'm just thinking out loud. You know, we've evolved. We've taken every hit we can, but we're coming out of it with rebranding ourselves as innovators, but I don't know what type of phrase you can use.
We're not worrying about
No,
catchy phrase.
but I think we're closest to the innovation district.
But I don't want to lose our history. I like,
Deliberate innovation.
I like the
Oh, you like the steadily growth, the growth part?
no, I like the civil rights legacy part.
I don't think we have to get rid of that.
No, I don't think so. Maybe in the innovation it is moving.
It's like honoring our history and bringing us forward into the new world. It's
We kind of had that in our last, honoring where we came from, yet looking to the future.
But the branding itself is like who we are. And I don't know that we're really a connector city anymore. Like, it's not about our rail, and I mean that's part of the logistics. It's a good to have, but that's not.
That's an
who we
asset,
are.
but it's not
Yeah.
who we are.
Yeah. Deliberate progress. That's got the civil rights in it, but then we lose what's really our assets. Our current assets.
Honoring history.
How old is our city?
1808.
1808.
Oh, yes, of course.
Almost 300.
Now, if you're gonna talk, that's old, council. You have to look at old council members.
Oh, yeah.
See, everybody's not.
I think we're kind of between 1 and 3.
We'd like to combine 1 and 3.
Yeah, we want 1 and 3. We want 1 and 3.
We don't want them, but we're leaning towards those.
Towards 1 and 3.
Combination of
You could also do
But we like deliberate progress. We want to honor our history, but yet we want to look to the future. So we've said that before in many council meetings prior to this council. But it all kind of comes back to, yes, we do want to honor our history, because to me that's an but yet we want to look to the future and be innovative.
Underground Railroad, the Quakers.
We want both. All of it.
Yeah.
But again, it can be none of it. You can be right. If there's something else going on. Why are you always trying to get rid of
No, I like the deliberate progress and the innovation. I don't think needs to be.
I think I would leave out deliberate.
Yeah, I don't like deliberate. Yeah. That could be our tagline, City of Progress.
3 minutes, okay.
City of Progress, bridging the past and the future. Something like that.
I can't synthesize at this moment.
I think we've overdosed.
Yeah. Capacity.
There's something.
Over mental.
My mental capacity is done. And that's probably
Overdose.
We're done.
I know, that was a lot.
We've got hours. Can we go now?
We literally just had a sprint, y'all. You did it. Give yourselves a round of applause. Like that was, y'all can do anything. You can do anything. Okay. We're gonna step back 1 minute. We asked the 3 to step off because there was a 4th thing we needed to cover off on. That's important in this moment as we talk about growing in possibilities, and that is the connectivity that we talked about. So we asked them to go focus on intergovernmental relations and regional relations. Who wants to talk about that?
They did that.
They did that in 3 minutes.
We just talked about intergovernmental relationships and kind of what we would prioritize. So first we listed some brainstorming ideas, and then we went back and picked our 2 most important. We talked about strengthening the relationship with the county, because we think that going forward with regional partnerships that's going to be important. Infrastructure improvements need to be a regional effort. We talked about how, even with the airport is a regional project. And so we look at how we can garner bringing in some of those people who are on our perimeters into some of that infrastructure improvement. Coordinated planning around intentional transportation. So If we think regionally around transportation, I know Denise talks about light rail and just how we can think larger than just our streets, but how we can advance in transportation on a regional level. Urban loop, yep, urban loop. Higher ed coordination. Really just getting all of our universities to focus on that R1 and R1 connections, how we can have collective strategies, looking at what schools are doing what and how they can support each other. We even talked about maybe having an annual conference or a meeting where we bring all of those universities together to, one, show that we're regional, but also to brainstorm so that we're collectively moving forward in an academic level. Commuter corridor strategy, which is looking at how we are connecting our commuter system and how we're looking to support some of those outer perimeter smaller towns to incorporate those as being a part of how we activate who we are in Greensboro. And annual meeting with future communities and partners. So thinking beyond who we're working with now, but who we could potentially be working with, bringing them to the table in that collaboration phase.
Excellent. Great work.
And we rank them.
Oh, okay. And the rank is, so Denise and I, C and D, strengthen relationships. Adam believed in having that infrastructure improvement collaboration, and then we all agreed that the higher ed coordination was very important.
Very good. Mayor, did you have a reaction?
Just one quick comment.
Yes.
So, and this is something, I know Crystal's coming on the board for Piedmont Authority for Regional Transportation, and that is going to tie in a lot of this. And I think it would be good if we bring back what is going on with them right now, because we've got the van pools, we've got the things that are going to the companies. It's just working with the companies that we're negotiating on.
And we talked a little bit about that, but we also talked about how some people don't know.
That's right.
And how we can do better about that communication piece.
Good stuff, good stuff. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, really quickly, reactions to branding and your brand identity. We had two groups, right? Who wants to talk about the groups?
Yeah.
Really quickly.
I think we had talked about combining the fact that we have this rich history and a pathway into, combining this rich history into a pathway to our future, which is in the innovation area. I don't remember what I said.
That was 10 minutes ago.
Tammy said she good.
Yeah.
I'm cleaning up. I'm straightening up. I'm
The other
clearing
group?
the table.
The other group?
S in her.
And what we came up with was we looked at the innovation, the connector, and the progress, and thought that none of those really connected with us, and so we were trying to sort through some things, and the thoughts were about culture, about history, about our community being one of the firsts in many things, the future, the crossroads, but just couldn't quite come up with what that would be.
I wasn't helpful.
And you were very helpful.
Thank you.
So maybe
Absolutely.
it's rich history, strong future?
No, there you go. We just did it, didn't we?
It's something about history.
Yes.
We did the same thing. It was history and progress, innovative progress.
In fairness, we really struggled with this because so much was here, and we really had one pass. So this is not the best work at all.
How about forward
But
through
it
the
was
past?
okay because we needed this from you guys.
No,
We're
We
coming
just
back
don't
to
like
square
it.
one.
None of us like the connector.
No. Okay.
No.
Because somebody said we want to be the destination, not the connector.
Yes.
I like that. This is great. This is great. We're done. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So I want to say this. I think something happened here very organically in the work that you did. You guys know we do a lot of things in organizational development. And one of the things that has concerned me about your ability as a council to get things done is that you try to get everything done on Tuesday nights or in these work groups kind of offline. And you desperately need structure. Desperately need structure and process and routines and governance. Your staff needs that because the calls into them and direction to do this, that, and one-off is confusing.
Exactly.
They don't know who's on first or what they should be doing, and it could be competing to the person who actually runs the organization is doing. We definitely need structure. I'd like to recommend that the groups that you were working in actually become committees.
That's what you.
That you have four. Yes, okay. That there are four committees that you begin to work with in terms of getting some of your work done. And based on what you have here, in terms of your framework, these four specifically align and support the framework very, very well. Operationally, it gives you a space to get these things done outside of office visits or one-offs with staff or the work group because we just need to talk about it. You begin to have agendas specifically around these things. So this is really an agenda for this group currently.
I'm listening.
No, you didn't.
Thank you. This is good. This is good. But you already have agendas to begin to work on to get things done. And even if you did it temporarily, to give them something to help your staff, to give them something direction, because you get to go in with the sausage making. They know what they're responding to. You have something to ask them for, to bring you the insights and the details to be able to make some of the decisions. And then from that, you also still have your decision-making framework to understand what you need to elevate. And anybody can participate on anything, but at least there's some people who actually own moving some of these things forward. Just think about the things that we talked about here today. And all of your momentum and commitment to get some of these things done. And you just don't have the framework in place to actually be able to be productive or effective to get it done. And so I'm going to recommend that you consider that in terms of next steps in moving some of these things forward. I don't know if anybody wants anything to add or reaction, because I want to get some things out.
I'll just say that I was vehemently opposed to committees before, but I think it would be a real help and a boom for us on this council as we are now.
I did too. Tammy and I were both against it, but I really see the value
with this council.
With this council.
Yeah. I mean, you think about how you guys work together, and just think about what you did in 15 minutes. Can you imagine what you could do with some organization and support of the staff and pulling these things, helping you pull these things together? I think it could be really, really powerful. You guys are working so amazingly well together, and you know each other now. You could be, you could always just pull out this. And I didn't check the disc to put those together, but I just listened to some of your interests as I thought about, coordinating those in that regard. And then this fourth one, certainly we didn't have time to, or enough people for a fourth group, but perhaps the chairs of the committees form that. Because we do need that in terms of all the things and the collaboration that needs to happen. We've heard that so many times that partners, we gotta have some ownership there and some alignment too. I think the community would appreciate that as well and embrace it, because call up a council member to work with other council members and that kind of thing is just really how good government runs. There has to be some structure and formality to some of these things, and also you could also very easily undermine the work of the staff, which becomes very much inefficient as well. And let me not remind you that the manager and the staff operates. You govern, you set policy, they operate the organization. And so this is a place for you to govern it and set policy, to have them come in and provide information back to you to make some of those decisions, but then you hold them responsible through a scorecard for getting it done. And so there's a process, and it's organizational development. That's the best way I could sum it down. It's just good government, good governance, and good business.
That's ED workforce, intergovernmental transportation infrastructure. Just for thought.
Housing.
Oh, another one. Yeah, the housing. Yeah.
All right. I'll have all of them outlined to you all.
Can I add downtown here then? I'm assuming downtown's going to.
Yeah. These are y'all's working groups. And whatever you add to it. Yep.
And downtown really touches all of
I was about to say
us.
downtown workforce or something?
Housing.
But she's gonna declare it. If she's declaring it.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
or put in housing. I mean, it just needs to go
Some
somewhere.
of them are going to overlap.
Absolutely.
And that's, I think that's something that shows everybody wants to work a little bit on parts of it, you know?
As it relates to
What's the recommendation as to when this work should start?
take a picture of it.
Well, Dominant's coming in there.
Should start.
Immediately.
Yesterday.
Don't lose this. I mean, honestly.
They did.
Just think about what you've done in 2 days. You're less than 90 years old. 90 years
No.
old.
90 years.
We are, it's
Although
true.
we're kind of feeling it right now.
It is true.
You're less than 90 days old as the council, and you have a strategic framework that you came together with in 2 days. You gave us feedback, you showed up, you did what we asked you to do. We kind of dripped pieces here and there. We asked you to trust the process, you did. Yes, I know it was hard, but you did it. You trust the process. I mean, I feel so amazingly blessed to be here in this moment with you all, because this is legacy building stuff. Just think about what you have talked about. You're setting a trajectory for generations to come. Like, do not miss the moment and the weight of what you're actually doing for the city and this region. I know we kind of walked you through a process, but you need to sit with that for a minute and just think about what we talked about here.
You're going to get the last word. So.
Okay.
So, I'm going to use my inner Crystal and Cece. Where do we go next?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, set you up. There you go.
All right. You want me, you go ahead and then I'll say something.
So, I think y'all right.
Just talk loud.
Where are we going, boss?
So, where we go next, one, I will have a very detailed and outlined schedule. There will be designated days. I won't try to dump it on you now because you've had a lot of information. But we've worked through a schedule for the subcommittee groups and the identification of what those groups will look like. Internally, there will be an ACM, such as what you work with when you're in this room, that will help set the agenda. The clerk's office has worked on this as well. But where do we go overall? The ultimate goal is that we identify and land on as a working group together, meaning the manager and the council, to identify a strategic framework such as what has been presented today. So I'm going to work with D'Alva and David and her team to go back, look at the things, the feedback that you gave us, and provide you with a document. My hope is that we codify it by way of me putting it on a council agenda and that you vote on it, that this is the City of Greensboro's framework for the next 10 years. I've talked with you, some of you, in that this also signals to not just the folks that are outside, meaning developers and builders and the community, but it also signals to the organization that this is where the course of this organization is going. And this is where the work is going for Greensboro for the next 10 years. So I want to say this has been the best council retreat I've ever been a part of, and I've been a part of multiple now. This has been the best. I so appreciate the work that you all have done together, your responsiveness, talking back to me. I'm loving it, and I would stay here a little bit longer, but I know y'all ready to go. I do want to take a moment before I give it to the mayor to thank D'Alva and David and the team. They truly have been working many, many nights. What y'all see today is literally a work of multiple months and multiple times together. So again, thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody. I'm gonna turn it over to the mayor.
There isn't much else to say, but I really do want to thank you all. Tammy and I have been through several retreats. Hugh's been through a couple, and yes, this is the one where we really drilled down, and we not only drilled down, but we got to know each other, and that's the key. What have I said all the way along, and several of us, it's all about building those relationships and seeing how the other person works and sees things and feels things and makes decisions on things, because all of us are in this together, and I don't think anyone has anything that they want to do other than make Greensboro better. So I want to thank each and every one of you, the staff, IT, everybody, cameras, everybody, the Wilson Agency, city manager, anybody else, city attorney, everybody. Thank you all.
Don't forget the clerk's office back here.
I said staff, clerk's office. Yes, 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 everybody.
They always take care of us.
They do, they do. Thank you all.
You guys are awesome as well. Be proud of yourselves also. You should be. You should be. Thank you so much for letting us be a part.
All right.
And
Great day.
it says we're adjourned. I don't know if we should do all that.
Mayor?
We're adjourned.
We are adjourned.